This is Trend Following Radio, where great thinking comes alive. Nobel Prize winners, legendary traders, best-selling authors, and the pros that know what drive us irrational human beings. I am your host, Michael Covel. Not filtered, raw, honest. That's my passion. Reaching back into my archives, for those that have not heard one of my very special and very long episodes. Today, one of my favorite guests, Charles Faulkner, trading psychologist, all-around interesting guy. I don't even know if he would like the phrase trading psychologist or if it's appropriate, but just a guy who understands human nature, understands the human spirit. And I got to tell you, he has edited me so many times over the years in a positive way. I always appreciate that. Now, Charles is due for a new appearance on this show at some point in time in the future. But while you chill out in the summer of 2020 during Corona COVID time, let me give you something that should give you a sense of positive. No negative, just positive. Without any further delay, let me jump you right into a very long, multi-episode appearance by Charles Faulkner. Well, today I have a guest who I've known for a few years, and I was thinking back to the first time that I met Charles Faulkner, and I was in an event with Charles Faulkner and Ed Sakota, and I believe it was early 2001, and somehow or another today it's 2012. I'm not sure what I've done for the last 11 years, but I don't know where time has gone. Charles, thank you for being here.
You're welcome. I got a couple of books on my shelf as some evidence that you've been doing some stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's where it all went.
Actually, 3 as I think about it, yeah.
Only 3? There's 4. Man, I got to get you the 4th one. There's something missing. Well, listen, let me just kind of give a broad overview for folks. You know, Charles was originally in Jack Schwager's Market Wizards series. I believe it's the New Market Wizards, right, Charles?
Yes.
Both of those first 2 Market Wizards books, I think people consider classics. And I think that's where Charles was first introduced. I'm going to let him go into a lot of the details, but is this broad overview. Charles has had an expertise in something called neuro-linguistic programming, and that would be one of his expertises. But I think, from my perspective, Charles has probably affected me more than anyone else in the sense of how he looks at human behavior, how he looks at the mind. And he does this from just an everyday approach, but he also has this unique niche where he approaches the trading world from the human perspective. And he's got some great insights. And like myself, Charles has had a chance to interact with some of the great traders over the years, and he's just been exposed to a lot of different thoughts and has developed his own way at looking at the mind and behavior and all these different subjects we're going to talk about today. And I think one of the first things I wanted to talk about, because I just thought it was an interesting, maybe kind of a broad overview, Charles, would be the idea of maps. You know, it's such a simple thing. You know, as kids, we all, I remember trying to draw the map of the 50 states. And I used to be able to draw the map of the 50 states in like 5th grade or something by memory. And you just a little tiny, vignette. But talk to me about maps and how you see maps. And feel free to be as detailed as you want. And maybe start people off gingerly and then kind of move through the progression of how you use maps and think about maps.
Well, yeah, you call them maps, or Charlie Munger calls them mental models. Different people have different words for this idea that when we think about something, we make some sort of a picture of it, if you will, and we now know enough about connectivist psychology that part of it's a picture and part of it is our number of associations. So if you think of a dog, for example, then you get some kind of an image of a dog, and maybe it's your dog, and maybe it's just the dog's head, and then you think about how soft and friendly the dog is, or maybe some other memories and so forth. And these show up in our experience, and not only visual, but in all sorts of ways, for anything that we think about. and particularly anything we want to make sense of. You think about the United States, and you, as a kid, could quickly draw the map of the continental United States, and you probably knew Alaska was up a certain way and Hawaii is over a certain way, the same way that people are thinking of that right now as I'm explaining it. Well, okay, fine. What difference does that make? It all depends. It's like we have a mental map, if you will, of how a car works. The parts of it that we directly, most of us anyway, connect with, putting the key in the ignition and which pedals and how many and how you steer. We have a very vivid map of that, and it corresponds to actually our car and so forth. But as you get under the hood, unless you're a mechanic or, a weekend car guy or something, it gets a bit fuzzier, if you will. We have like, okay, there's little explosions going on and there's things whirling around, and we have a sense of that. And some people have more or less detailed maps of that. When we're understanding something, whether it's how a car works or how the electricity comes into our home and flick a light switch, all we care about is flicking the light switch. But as you get into more and more complicated situations, this really curious thing happens. And this, I'm going to mention him right at the beginning. And Daniel Kahneman and his colleague Amos Tversky came up with this idea about what they call System 1 and System 2. And System 1 is our quick, intuitive thinking that utilizes these images and utilizes our feelings and makes sense of things so we can react. And biologically, hugely advantageous. We're glad our ancestors had this skill so we could be here today. And then over those millennia, another system developed, the System 2, the second more thoughtful, deliberative, let's think things through system developed. Here's the thing, is the map making starts with that intuitive, quick understanding picture of the world that we get. And very often, you read their work, you find out we don't get much beyond that. And a lot of life, that's just fine. You go into a restaurant and you say, I'm going to order a steak. And you haven't ever been in the restaurant before, but you know what a steak is. And you order it and it comes back and it's not exactly how you pictured it, close enough, And if it's not close enough, we send it back, so we have these ways of dealing with this. You get into something like trading, the person's map, their mental picture, the model they're applying to what's happening out there as they're making a trade. Now it begins to make a pretty big difference, and a lot of people are really unclear what it is that's going on out there. But as these two scientists, researchers pointed out, the less information we have, the quicker we'll make up an image and a story that makes sense to us and we'll believe it.
Well, that can be, I guess I could look at that immediately as being good and bad.
Exactly. And it's great because when things are close to us in time and space and physicality, then this system works really well, like driving a car, for example. We're responding to the world. We have ideas what other cars will do and so forth, and even then, of course, we know there's a good deal of slippage given how much accidents there are, but it does work. But as you go more into, what's the person's trading approach? What map do they have of what's happening out there in the markets? And therefore, how does that inform their trading decisions? Well, then, because of either the shortness of time, which is just subhuman in how fast it is, or more like the trend follower, the extended length of time, which is something that a lot of people have a hard time holding on to, then those kinds of natural systems fall apart. That is, they're not as effective unless the person has been careful in how they built their map. Or model, if you will.
Charles, as I think about right now today, we've got the Dow is hovering around 13,000, crossing back and forward. And, I've noticed a lot of headlines in the last couple of days. I think Time Magazine, is this rally for real? And you're seeing a lot of desire to attach feelings of well-being and good times are around the corner. And it's kind of where you're going with where you're building a map. I mean, maybe people are building a map about what it means for the Dow to be going back above 13,000, but that doesn't, I think that gets back to your second part. It doesn't necessarily translate to trading success.
Well, and take the point that even as it's going over 13 again, there's another whole emergent group of people who are saying, but the Dow is now disconnected from the economy. That in the old map that people had, the two would grow together. And they're saying, well, now they're not. and so it's like, how does one revise the mental map? Now, to back up a moment, if this seems, too space age for people, is that you can't not do this. That's what all the research is coming out now. And this, I don't know if your listeners have heard about the book about the invisible gorilla, where these college kids are playing basketball and people watch a video and they're supposed to count the number of times that the balls pass between the players in the white shirts. And in the middle of this video, out walks a person in a gorilla suit, beats their chest a couple times, and then walks off. And it's about 7 seconds in the middle of the video. People who are concentrating on the passing of the basketball from one team to remember, 50% of them will not see the gorilla. Vision is selective and vision is active. And the vision that we're using in the real world, if you will, is based on what map we're projecting. So it does make a difference about which maps you're using and do you have systems to update them?
It quickly becomes, I think when people hear you, I hope they immediately get those aha moments where it's like, if I'm going to put my money on the line,
yeah,
it's not just about rolling the dice. It's not just about how you felt that morning eating the cereal. That you can have those thoughts, you can have those quick, immediate, intuitive thoughts, but they might lead you astray if you've not taken it, as you say, getting under the hood and really seeing how the pieces interconnect. You can have big problems if you don't take it the extra step.
Well, and again, this all depends on, what's your level of interaction. It's like, I don't need to know very much about electricity to run a light switch. But then again, I'm not concerned about that. But then if I do get concerned about the flow and all that and how the flow might make a difference in my trade, like liquidity flow, then suddenly it does make a difference. And so it isn't about having to learn everything, but it is about realizing that your natural tendency, especially with little bits of information, is to build a picture and a story and go, And the thing is, you feel congruent, as we say. It feels good. It feels familiar. It could also be, as you say, completely misleading. It's like the intuitions of a very experienced musician about what's in there are really different than the intuitions of an inexperienced one. Or we have this show called Car Talk here on Saturday mornings. And these guys hear people describe, their car making a certain noise when it goes up or down a hill or something. And they can infer what that means because they do have a rich map of lots of different cars and what sounds do what and so on and so on. And then they ask questions and tests. They go, well, does it do it when you stop? Does it do it before, right after you turn off the car? Is it still doing it? And these other ways that they're testing the limits of their knowledge, knowing that they have an incomplete map, picture, or model.
Charles he's actually wrote the foreword for my trend following book, and he was in my most recent book, The Little Book of Trading. And I believe the chapter title is called In the Moment of Now. I don't want to say this because I don't want to sound trite because I'm not that studied, but it's a Zen-like expression to be in the moment of now. And Charles, whatever you could define being in the moment of now, and then maybe bring it back and circle it and connect it to being in the moment of now when it comes to being, for example, an Ed Seykota or a David Harding or a Salem Abraham or a Bruce Kovner. And so you kind of define the moment of now and then maybe bring it back to how it applies in the world of some of these traders that you and I know.
Yeah, and first I'm going to start by misquoting or attempting to quote Nassim Taleb from The Black Swan. And there's a phrase in there that I love that goes something like, the more people understand the past, the more they think they can predict the future.
Which is, the past is the past. It's gone, and we don't know the future. All we have is right now.
But here's the point is that we have within us, again, the new neurobiology coming out. The work is saying we can't help if we put two ideas next to each other to think they're somehow connected, to think they're somehow causal, to think that this leads to that, leads to the next thing. And so that the line from Taleb is the idea that we have the past is prologue to the present. So the present must be leading to some particular future. This in behavioral finance is known as the hindsight bias, meaning that I think that I saw how this happened, and therefore I know what's going to happen next. So being in the moment of now, in the simplest non-Zen way of thinking about it, is not to reference the past or the future.
That's tough. You've seen that in people.
Well, yeah, no, it's against our nature. This is right. Years ago that when I heard the line, and I heard it from Larry Hite, so he may be the original author, I don't know. It's cut your losses, let your profits run, and it's the hardest thing to do. And I began to think about that line, given my own background, and I went, you're going against biology. That's where I tell guys, I says, you earn your money. People who say, oh, you're speculators, traders, it's not that hard. I say, oh, no, you have to go against human nature and not do the, oh, I know what's going on story. You're going, there's a probability of this, and it's a good enough probability, and I have enough evidence of the pattern that I'm willing to put a measured bet on. But you're not doing, oh, the more of the past I can explain, the more of the future I know is going to happen.
Yeah, but you just really, we could go on for hours when you say, well, examine the probabilities and put a measured bet on. I mean, if there's a secret sauce, it might be right there in that simple phrase, That's heavy duty lifting for most people when they haven't been exposed to these worlds.
But the first thing about it is to get that your brain is designed to fool you. And the thing is that in the past of our creature, in our history, is that the idea of something was coming towards you at great speed, whether it was an ox cart or what, your ancestors, that predicting that was going to run you down and getting out of the way was a really good idea. In fact, one definition of intelligence in humans is that we have these prediction engines in us. And they're always predicting what's going to happen next. We can make this clear image, going back to the map, and because our image of this idea is so clear, it seems true, and we believe it. And as I say, when things are close in time and space, this makes good sense. But when you get into the ether of trading something that's little movements on a screen, if you will, and other things, then we get deceived. Because
hold on, Charles, are you telling me that looking at a diversified futures portfolio in 2012 is different than the ox cart barreling down on you 1,000 years ago? You're saying there's a slight difference and we can't go back to all those visceral human ways that we used to handle the ox cart?
Well, I'm saying we can't not utilize those human ways we used to handle the ox cart. And so you need to find a way to frame them and contain them. When you talk about Ed Seykota and people who talk about, being in the now, that it's to treat the stories more lightly. I mean, Ed, first time he said this, I just scratched my head. And he said the following, is somebody was asking him about, I don't know what it was at the time, it might have been copper or something. And he said, this commodity has the property of going up. And they asked him again, and I now realize that they all wanted Ed to tell them the story of why this was going to happen, why it was happening, why it would happen. And Ed again repeated himself and says, this commodity has the property of going up. In other words, he freely confined his language to the moment of now.
It's just tough for people to accept when they're not exposed to it. I think it's the hard thing too is that sometimes when you've been exposed to it for a long time, it becomes second nature. I just don't even think or worry about some of these things that you might have when you were first exposed to it. And then the tricky part becomes, how do you reach back and explain it to folks that maybe have not had the chance to experience that same aha moment that you've had?
I agree. And another of the strategies, one that I've picked up recently, is the idea that full and complete picture you have of that future, if you've got a way to poke a hole in it. I think of that, the fellow that we met at a conference, I believe his name was Samuel Abraham, is that right?
Salem Abraham.
Salem, yeah. Is that he was saying, then I think, what could kill me? What could get me? And what he's trying to do is he's throwing into that image that he knows his brain can't not make and going, how could this not be so? Throw another picture up on the screen, throw another map up on the screen.
Well, he's also looking at the probabilities too. He's saying, what could kill me? What are the odds of this happening? What are the odds of that happening? And trying to affix a number to it. And that kind of leads me into one of the things I know you've been talking to your students and clients about in the not too recent past here is what is risk? And I'd love for you to maybe just kind of jump into that from your perspective, because, people, you hear this word risk and, different people use it for different reasons. You'll see magazines, newspaper articles, TV, but risk is something that I think the great traders put some definition to, and they attempt to put numbers to it. Even if they're inexact, there's an attempt to measure risk, and not simply by saying risk is volatility or just a standard deviation, that it's something more than that. And you mentioned Larry Hite, and I think Larry Hite's great explanation of risk was, what can you control? Well, the only thing you can control is how much you can lose, and that's real risk. So I just let you run with it. I know you've got some different views on risk and what you've been teaching people.
I'll start out with a reference to authority, which is to say that I was looking over a talk by one of the senior risk people for one of the largest firms in the world giving a presentation internally. I was given a pass to look at this, and he admitted in the talk that they don't know what risk is anymore. This is like trying to figure out what is it. So first of all, the fact that you can put a label on something, that's again that magic of the mind. It creates a certainty. Well, risk must be a thing. And this fellow went on and he says, well, no, risk is a process. And right there, of course, we're going to lose a number of our listeners. So let me pull it back and start with where I come from, is that risk is a feeling, an estimate, and a reality. And these are not the same thing. So if you make in your mind a triangle, this is a model, a map, by the way, and one point of the triangle is the feeling that you have of what's risky and not risky, and another point of the triangle is the estimate, and the other point of the triangle is the reality, then we can begin to sort out the following, is that it turns out the feeling, if you like something, you'll systematically rate it as less risky just because you like to do it. And if you don't like something, you'll systematically rate it as more risky because you don't like to do it. This is how we're built. This is how people take on, they say, well, why is this person engaging in that risky activity? Because they like it, So we have this emotional measurement of risk. Also, risk declines with familiarity, that as one becomes used to trading every day and putting on positions and taking positions off and so forth, it begins to seem ho-hum and it feels less risky, which has nothing to do with the estimate of the risk. And then there's various ways, of course, that you can estimate risk, whether it was the VAR or some other measure. You just mentioned one in terms of going to more investor orientation, is what Charlie Munger would say, that risk is risk of loss, and anything else is just pretending. And looking for a margin of safety, which is an old Benjamin Graham term people are bringing back. It's like, not what's the number, because here again goes into the work that I do in the nature of the brain, is that if you put a number on something, people think numbers are more real because most people are uncomfortable with math. So they go, oh, it has a number, it must be authentic. That must be the real risk. It's even worse, by the way, if the number has a number of digits, especially odd ones. So if the number is like 0.67394, they go, oh, that really must be the number. Because the more numbers they are, instead of like it being 0.9 or 0.2 or something, well, that's slipperier. So the very mental model we make of it is influencing our feeling about it, instead of us looking at the idea that even that estimate, as much effort may have gone into it to make it as accurate as possible, is actually not the reality. What one is trying to do is bring together a smaller and smaller triangle so that the experienced trader's feelings are closer to estimates that actually are closer to the reality. But of course, you never find that out until the risk has happened.
I was going to say until after.
Yeah, and that goes to the idea of the importance of reviewing one's trades, not from the standpoints of winners or losers, but from like the standpoint I just mentioned, which is, how well did my risk measure operate in this situation? Is it actually trustworthy or not? And, there's any number of cliche examples we can take from 2008 onward where people believed the numbers were the reality and then got the big wake up.
I did an interview with a trader named Bob Pardo the other day, we were talking about risk, and one of my favorite things to tell people just is a simple little guide. Maybe it's a simple map that I think works well. Maybe it's not perfect, but I think it at least gets people thinking. And I said, well, if you ever see a trader that produces positive performance every month. And once again, this is in a world where you've just accurately mapped out that, getting our feelings and our estimates and the reality all to be one is very, very difficult and impossible. I say to people, if you ever see a trader who has a track record, who makes, and you're probably going to tell me some, so they don't blow my whole theory up. But if you ever see a trader that has a track record where they make 1 or 2% every month, month after month after month, never a down month, and this goes on for decades, I say you've either got long-term capital management on your hands, which was the case in their case before they blew up, or you have Bernie Madoff, who constructed, fake constructed 1 or 2% a month. Literally, it's just that when you're dealing with risk and you're dealing with all this uncertainty, I think the natural human reaction is, oh, wow, that track record's 1 to 2% a month. That's great. I think a lot of people would see like a long-term capital management track record before they blew up, and they'd be like, oh my, and clearly this worked because that's why they raised all the money.
Oh, and it gets funnier than that because, and I've been reading a lot in a lot of the literature in behavioral finance, and it's about the time that these guys are on a new high, like the third year in of these great results, is all the people will pour into the fund at that point, and that's where it has reversion to the mean.
Yeah. When you see it, I think the natural reaction for folks would be like, if somebody, it's going to be a very bright person, it could be, super high SATs, doctor, attorney, whatever, and they could see, wow, look at that track record. They've got all the requisite PhDs. They all Stanford, Harvard, and look, they produced a 10-year record of 1 or 2% each month. And your reaction is, well, my gosh, I want to give them my money. My first reaction would be, I'm not giving them 1 cent of my money because there's something funny going on here.
You've got the contrarian mindset. Yeah, I mean, the doctor, the attorney, whoever they are, what you just described is someone who is making the story. They have a very few data points, to go back to my original idea of how easily people build these maps and stories, is they have a few points about, oh, it went up this year, went up that month, they got this PhD. And then they, in their own mind, make this rich picture of how wonderful it all must be there. Recently, I was looking stuff in terms of hedge funds. It was the article I was looking at pointed out that there was a 90% correlation across all hedge funds, which means even though there are, at least a half a dozen, if not a dozen different kinds of hedge fund strategies, apparently they're all doing momentum strategies now. What the name on the door says, what they say they're doing, this goes back to the idea of the car, that it doesn't matter if all you want to do is drive it, but it does matter, if you expect it to take a long trip or whatever. I'm going to try to stretch my analogy here a little bit, that at what point does it matter that you know what's going on underneath? And that's the big flip here, is that especially people who have a full-time job like an attorney or a doctor or whatever, is that they don't have time to become an expert at investing. And in fact, being an investor, a good trader, both those to me have a lot of similar skills at a basic level. This whole idea of not following the crowd and being able to estimate risk and all these things. This is an unusual talent, or as Charlie Munger said, is as only 1/5 of the people are in the top 20%. Not everybody can be an outperformer.
Well, you just mentioned also the doctor or attorney who maybe doesn't have the time. And it's almost like, well, if you don't have the time, then you don't want to play because you're up against people that have put more time in. And I think that raises another thing that I know you've worked with is the socialization of risk. Everyone thinks, the street says, it's only just, it's always been this way. And I think that gets more back to the stories and, bringing the stories into risk. And I think you find a lot of inexperienced folks. And look, I've been there. I've done that. I had to kind of learn. I had to come learn from the Charles Faulkners and the Ed Sekotas of the world to find out what I didn't know. But I knew there was something I didn't know, so that's why I kept searching. But why don't you speak to that too, the socialization of risk?
I don't know if your listeners know about mirror neurons. but it's worth Googling. Mirror neurons are when we see somebody else do something, we have an unconscious connection to that. Now, not everybody and not in every situation, but it is our biological heritage. We actually have to turn it off as opposed to turn it on. It's a baseline. You see somebody trip and you yourself move forward a little bit. You begin to get into a good conversation with a friend and you're beginning to gesture at the same rate of speed and you're finishing each other's sentences and you're in sync. I mean, that's what it really is. Thing is that being this deeply, that's why I use the mirror neurons, deeply biologically in our neurons as well as our muscles, herd creatures. One, it's really hard for us not to stay with the herd. Which is, when you just said earlier, when you saw the fantastic history in this particular fund, you'd go, well, I'm staying away, whereas everybody else is going, I want some, because that's the herd mentality. Also, it's, again, going back to our biology, it really made good sense. I mean, somebody would try to eat something, they didn't die. You go, oh, I'll eat that too. So the idea being that we would, if most of the people are doing it, it's probably pretty safe. I mean, that is the basis of the herd idea, that the herd will survive. In the socialization of risk, we are unconsciously, and I mean unconsciously, outside of awareness, is in a trading room that a guy has a successful system, other people will begin to trade closer to that system. In the banking area, what happened there was that the banks were all trading the same algorithms. They even have a word for this in quantitative finance. It's called convergence. Is that the traders were trading the same trades, the banks were using the same algorithms, they were all trading the same instruments. They could have diversified, and of course we know some places some people did. But everybody kind of gets in there because it feels more comfortable to be with the group, to be with the herd. And then it doesn't feel risky. It makes perfect sense of why people that were tremendously risk averse in 2006 decided they had to get me piled at the last minute, because at that last minute, it seemed least risky. In fact, it seemed like it was a bigger risk that you'd lose out by not doing it than by doing it.
When I think of the herd, I was looking at some videotape from this film that I did a few years back that you were in.
That's wonderful.
And I went back and I was looking at the tapes of being on this sheep farm, because we were on the sheep farm for 2 days. To watch the hours and hours of outtakes were much more interesting than probably what we had a chance to put in the film for a few minutes, because to watch that behavior and just so desirous to watch their eyes. If you watch a herd animal and get down at ground level and look at their eyes, and they don't look at you. They are looking at their neighbor, worried about what their neighbor is doing at all moments. And you are just something to get around till they can get back to looking at their neighbor and feel comfortable seeing their neighbor. And you're just an object that they need to get away from.
Well, and that, I'm not saying we are sheep, but there are some similarities, is that we now know, again, the biology, that the most important creatures to humans are other humans. We are looking at each other, sometimes in fear, sometimes in lust, sometimes in envy. There's a whole range of emotions. The thing is that we're comparing ourselves to them. It's a typical strategy for well-being. We're looking to them for signals of what to do. Every creature on this planet with a backbone has a pecking order, a hierarchy. And in fact, some of my work that I do consulting in business is how do you create a situation where the leading people in a firm can actually get their ideas out before the leader says something. As soon as the leader says something, then you get herd behavior. So it's not only are we looking at each other, we're also looking at the leader. It's, and as I say, people act like, oh, you could choose differently, ask yourself this other question. And it's like, it's not that easy. In fact, you said it earlier in a way, getting at my newer work, is that one has to actually learn, be so voracious in their learning that you pop to another level. That you were saying you used to be like that, and now you're contrarian. Now you're questioning this. To me, the whole thing is it comes from building up enough worthwhile experiences, not just mindless repetition. But
a simple heuristic to what we're talking about today, at least one that I use, is I want to sleep like a baby every night. And if I sleep like a baby, every night, then I'm doing something right. Because that, if you're not sleeping right, this is like just a really basic type thing, but I think it's important because if you're not sleeping right, there's probably something wrong. I mean, that's a simple heuristic I use on just how to manage day-to-day life.
Well, and I would add to that to say that, if you're not sleeping like a baby, then it's being serious about going, so what's keeping me up, instead of taking a sleeping pill or a bottle of Jack or something like that, right? It's about taking that feedback seriously and going, okay, so how do I need to change what I'm doing so that I can get a good night's sleep? In the morning,
well, that was fun. Nice little glitch there. The only thing I could think of when I see that glitch is the classic line from Cool Hand Luke.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
We've got things fixed now too, so I think we're right back into the interview. You back?
And we're back.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, we're recording. We'll just edit this all in, but I should make the note to listeners. So we're doing this Skype interview, and as my tech engineer Steve just said, something with Skype digital artifacting. So I'm not sure what that exactly means, but for whatever reason, we'll complain to the free Skype people that they interfered with our nice transmission here. But listen, I've kept you on the line here for a while, but I do have one last thing that I want to kind of go over with you, because I saw it on one of your presentations, and I thought there was a lot of little details that you can make with it. My work appeals to stock traders, ETF traders, futures traders, but I saw something on your site that was comparing motorcycle riding to futures trading. And there was, I just, maybe you might run through some of that, and without me giving away anything, and kind of let us know your thinking on how you were making those comparisons and intertwining them.
Well, this goes right back to when you opened about maps and models and so forth, is that because the nuts and bolts, to use a metaphor, of trading are often invisible to somebody getting into the business, and sometimes even somebody who's been in the business a while, by taking a physical object and utilizing that as an analogy, then people could begin to go, okay, well, these are the kinds of things that I need to look for. So it was a heuristic, to use the word used earlier. It was a way of helping build a strategy for them to start paying attention to things. So I explained that in motorcycle riding, there's, your holiday or weekend rider, your weekend warrior. There's your motorcyclist that does it pretty regularly. There's racing cycles. Then there's motocross and so forth. So there's a lot of different kinds of motorcycling. And of course, you can make that analogy to trading, you make that analogy to investing. And then it goes, well, then, which kind are you interested in? Do you have the right kind of cycle for that? Do you have the right kind of experience for that? And this is just to get people to begin to think about that in terms of the trading, that trading is not just trading. And for them to get more critical, and I mean that in the sense of more detailed and more thoughtful about, well, what am I doing that I'm actually going to put my money in this? Because the systems that are out there, you can click and be online in 5 minutes trading now. Those people who will remain nameless are not that interested in your being good at doing this before you start doing it. So it's on you. And then I went from there to the idea that, well, now when you have a system, it's like a cycle, and it can be over-optimized. And I had a picture of a very tricked out bike, which would have been great as long as the ground was perfectly flat, right? And there weren't any bumps in the road or things like that. But in trading, there are bumps in the road and sometimes potholes to go around and so on and so forth. Again, extending this metaphor, this analogy. And then I explained, and give credit where credit's due, is Ed Sakota, who is a systems dynamics guy at heart, a real brilliant man, pointed out that most people think their trading system is on their screen, just like most cyclists think that their cycling is in their bike. And the idea, no, it's not. The bike is part of it, just like your software and screen are part of it, but you begin to increase the picture, take a bigger picture, and you see that you're there as well. That it matters what you have and what you bring to the table, what you know, and the mechanic there to maintain it, or the person who's maintaining it. So getting the person to realize that they are a significant, if not the most significant element in their trading system. That it's not merely on the screen, that it's them and who their broker is and what kind of quotes they get and what kind of execution they get and what do they know and so on, and their information sources. All of that matters. And moreover, to take Ed's point here, each of those can be optimized, and none of them should be optimized all the way. If you're going to optimize a system effectively, you optimize a little of this one and then a little of the next one. So you keep bringing things up all the way around every element, because if you over-optimize one element, like the cycle, I don't know about where you are, but in Chicago a few years back, they released I think it was Suzuki Katana, a really fast bike. And it had a life expectancy of like 3 months. And I mean the rider, not the bike. Is that guys were buying this bike who had no business being on it. They had over-optimized their ride. They got themselves into permanent trouble. And in trading the same way, people think, well, I need faster quotes. And I would go, maybe you need a better sense of how to utilize your emotions in the situation. Maybe you need a better sense of what happens when your trade is executed, or maybe you need a better sense of what the options are to take advantage of the opportunity you saw. Does it really have to be in gold? Are there other ways that you could optimize that opportunity? So you're developing a richer and richer picture, and you optimize all the way around the circle.
Maybe they shouldn't be trying to get the motorcycle racing experience on the Katana in futures trading.
Exactly that. And then the idea I made in this presentation of the two wheels, and the front wheel I just described, or the back wheel, doesn't matter. One of the wheels is optimizing each element of your system, which is to say yourself, your indicator, your information, and so forth, your money management strategies, your execution. Then in the other wheel is to go further inside you as part of the trading system, which is, what are your mental maps you have to draw on? And I know I've used Charlie Munger's name probably way too many times, but every guy I know, and a few gals who've really succeeded at this, they've really developed their mental maps of what the markets do, whether it's Linda Bradford Raschke or a George Soros or Jim Rogers or an Ed Secoda or so on and so on and so on. Is they have a very rich understanding, and they don't take the information as given. They tear it apart and put it together in their own way. And people go, well, that sounds like a lot of work. And I'm going, well, that's what expertise is. Expertise is doing those hard things because you find it fascinating. For some people, it's chess. For some people, it's motorcycle riding. For some people, it's the markets and many other things as well. So inside oneself, there's the metaphor of what you're using, and we could spend another couple hours on this one. I'd be taking the idea here is that language and thoughts are fundamentally metaphoric. So they talk about markets climb a wall of fear and then markets fall. I'll use that example. Why do markets fall? Markets climb? And here's another thing. Markets fall 4 times faster than they rise. But if they're just a number moving from one to another number, why would going down go down faster than going up? And the sort of twilight zone answer to that is that the markets fall at the same rate the human body falls. Yeah, the markets are an expression of us. How you think about the markets is an expression of human ideas. For some guys, it's a game. For some guys, it's a puzzle, and so on, these different ways. And then they delve deeply into that. Paul Tudor Jones would say that the markets are a game and money is how we keep score. But, he's no Thursday night poker player. This guy seriously and deeply understands the many, many aspects of the game. Who are you as the trader? That'd be part of it. What do you believe? What are your emotions? Ed Secoda famously saying that, the emotions you're not willing to experience are your trading system, because you'll get frustrated, you'll get afraid, you'll get greedy, and you won't follow your system. So there's that whole circle of self-knowledge as well. And it's only when all of those are, as we would say, firing on as many cylinders as your cycle has, is that you really go down the road knowing that you're in for the journey as opposed to, just to the next block.
As you're talking about the individual and you're talking about self, and I know I said that was my last question, but I want to relate this back to something because I think you have an interesting perspective. And I want to bring this back to where we are in 2012. I started my online consulting business in 1996. So I've had people grow up with me, but then I've had new people become exposed to what I do now. But a lot has happened since 1996 in terms of how people acquire information. In my humble opinion, we've got to a situation where most people think, well, if I go to Google and I type it in, I'll find it. Okay. The reality is, I could have never. For me to put the books together that I put together, for me to make the context that I made, Google was a side show to some degree. And the point that I'm ultimately getting to is how we acquire information, that we are inundated with what we think is real. And the TV and the Facebook and, all these things, these become our lives. This becomes what we see. We think this is real, but it's not necessarily real. And before I let you respond, I'll give a great example of something I was dealing with today. I had this thought in my head. I was like, this man and his wife who I met in the late 1990s, very influential in the trading sphere. And I had gone and met with them at their house. And I'm not going to name them, but they were very accomplished. And they were right there at the beginnings of the trend following space with a publication. And they knew everybody. And I remember, it's like, oh my gosh, I met this guy. It's like, I wonder what he's doing today. Because I wanted to reach out to him because I knew by reaching out to this particular individual, he might have information, resources in forms of either performance data or audio tapes, things that aren't going to exist on Google, things that I know would be as timeless as when they were probably recorded or put together in 1978, 79, 80, 81, as they are today. But I also knew from my experience, there was no way this is going to find I couldn't even find this man's name in a Google search. It does not exist. I had to go through like a couple degrees of separation, and then I got his email address after 10 or 12, 13 years. But my point being is I didn't just wake up and say to myself, hey, I want to find some information that I might not have heard from some of the legends from nearly 30, 40 years ago, and I'm just going to find it through a Google search. Now, if I woke up today and I was 21 years of age, I'm going to do the Google search and I'm going to stop. And that's it. It doesn't go any further. So in some ways, I guess, and like I said, you make this point very eloquently in an interesting way, but we've reached this point where we don't ask why anymore. We don't dig deeper because we don't even know to dig deeper, because what we see is what we become, and we're just kind of, a lot of people are just lost. Speak to that a little bit. I mean, you've talked about this before with me.
I think what I've talked about, there's several aspects of it.
It was a nice, easy one question, right?
yeah, exactly. First, it goes back to the mind tendency, is that what we see is all there is, to quote Kahneman, is that, we go to Google and if you haven't been pre-Google like we are, then, there's more. I think that like the readers that people have, I see carrying the airports and so forth, they're wonderful things, except that a number of the books that I have aren't on the readers. They're out of print, or nobody thought it was important enough to put in a reader. Not to speak ill of them, but it is like people think that they have complete access to information when they don't. And also we have this thing is it ought to be newer. Maybe I'm just getting antiquarian, but it's like I've been lately going further and further back, reading Jesse Livermore just this last week, and reading old 1930s books on cycles and stuff. And actually the math is harder than the newer stuff. But more to the point is that the ideas are there. I mean, you read Livermore's book and he lays it out. It's there if people are interested. And yet it's not the new thing. It's not the hot thing. Obviously, what I need is more information. Now, here's a funny thing about information, but not in a ha-ha way, is that, for example, you take market data coming in. That market data coming in, if the market data that you're looking at is at a higher rate than the rate of change of what you're trading, you are likely to become more volatile in your trading. You got
to read that one over for people so they really grasp where you're going with that.
Okay, yeah, I know. It's a curious thing that I worked out on my own, and so I bring it up again, is people who weigh themselves every day are more likely to yo-yo in their weight than people who weigh themselves once a week, because it takes about a week to lose an appreciable amount of weight relative to you ingest, you release, and so forth. Weighing yourself every day just encourages the people to be more crazy about their health habits.
But Charles, I have this. I'm not talking about myself, but I have the scale, Mr. Faulkner. It's in my bathroom. I have to step on it every day. I have to step on it every day.
Every day. And what would happen if you didn't?
I might die.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's try that one out.
I might go to another parallel universe. Who knows? If I don't watch Basketball Wives or Jersey Shore or something, if I don't know what's going on, if I'm not TMZ'd all day long.
Yeah. Oh, and this, because of the rate of change, of difference, at the end of the day, it will feel like you've really absorbed a lot. But the thing, we go back to that original thing I was talking about, the system 1, which is intuitive and quick and emotional, and system 2, which is thoughtful and creates new patterns and thinks things through. You really need uninterrupted time to develop that mental muscle, to use an analogy that I think your listeners can relate to. Vic Spirandio is somebody that I thought was interesting, is that he went into his study for I don't know how many years and figured out, thinking about it and looking at lots of charts, that here's a real shocker. It really matters what you're in. As far as trading, it not only does the way that you trade matters, but most of the money gets made by being in the right things. So for whatever time period it is. So he began to look at that in terms of wealth building rather than looking at what, method he was using. And that's that ability to think that through and back up a step and go, okay, I need to add another layer of thinking to what I'm doing. You got to unplug and give your brain time to actually walk those steps. And yeah, there's so much discouragement to do that the people who can and do it, they'll have an advantage. They'll have leverage.
I think one of the most interesting apps that I've seen in the last couple of years, and who could have ever thought we would get to this point, I think it's called Freedom. And it goes onto your Mac, and you type in how many minutes you want to be able to not be able to access the internet.
Yeah. It does exist. Yeah.
And so it blocks you, which, it's amazing that we've got to the point where we need tools like that to stop the addiction. Because I guess what you're really ultimately telling us is that being a master of random, trivial pursuit will not, having every last table scrap of information that's coming at you nonstop with a fire hose all day long is not going to be a solution to where you might want to go in your life. That it is going to be that deep, thoughtful thinking by yourself and really the self-examination. That's where it's at. Because, someone said this to me yesterday. We're talking about helping people to get from any point. And he said, ultimately, people over on the A side of the ledger, and they want to get to the B side of the ledger. And maybe if they're overweight, they say to themselves, well, I want to be George Clooney, in shape now. And the reality is they really don't want to be George Clooney. They want the benefit of the benefit. They want the benefit of being George Clooney. They want that striking.
A lot of guys want the benefit of being George Clooney.
Right. But it's not necessarily that they want to be George Clooney. So, I think that it's really interesting where we're at today. And I think you make that, and I should let you go, but I think the point that you make that's really important for people to be aware of is that deep thought side of the thing, is to kind of try and, we can't stop being smacked every day with the barrage of information, but it's finding the time to put the deep thought in.
Well, I'll go further than that. I will agree with that, certainly, yes. And I'll go further and say that as much time as any of our listeners are putting into their profession, they should know there are other professionals putting time in to try and find more ways to make the internet and YouTube and all the rest of that irresistible. And they're preying upon our physiological, perceptual weaknesses.
We're all a superstar on Facebook, Charles. We all have our own pages now. We all have our pictures, and we can put our favorite picture up, and we can look spectacular now.
And if somebody wants to do that, you could do that in a few minutes a day.
But there's like 800 million people on Facebook looking to do it every day. Everyone's a star now.
That's what Andy Warhol said was going to happen.
Being a star doesn't necessarily get you to the benefit of being George Clooney, or it doesn't necessarily get your trading account to where maybe it's higher enough to give you some real freedom in your life to go experience whatever you might want to experience.
Yeah, just recently, I do remember his name. Cuban was interviewed, and the last line of the interview he said, should people follow their dreams or something like that? And he says, no. He says, don't follow your dreams, follow your effort. Then he explained that what he meant by that is look where you're actually willing to do the work. You know, a line that I like from Tom Baldwin is everybody wants the money, but who's willing to do the work? Nothing wrong with having a lot of dreams, you know, but then look at what you actually are willing to actually go in and do. That can tell you more about where your edge might be, what kind of trading or investing or engagement with the world is really going to make a difference for you.
By the way, that first episode you just heard, that was episode 3 on my podcast series. Now what follows is episode 51. Let me get you to talk about, because you're using the phrase here in our email conversation, System 1 and System 2. Why don't you just define that from your perspective for listeners?
Okay, well, back up ever so slightly. System 1, System 2 is a dual process theory of how the brain works. And, it's not a full model, but it's compelling. It's the people in behavioral finance and economics are very interested in it because it makes sense of Ehrlich's book entitled Predictably Irrational. It's what Kahneman in his book Thinking Fast and Slow is referring to, that one of the systems is very fast. It's intuitive, it's automatic, it's largely unconscious. It's how we look at somebody and we know, or we have an idea what they're thinking. We see a situation and we know immediately what to do. This intuitive, instant insight, instant reaction kind of thinking they call System 1. That's number 1. Now, what I've done in my book is pointed out that this as well is an early system in children, that it grows up, showing up in particular around 3 to 7 with things like magical thinking, where children feel like the sun is following them, or they have the idea their toys can talk, and that they slip across categories and they make mistakes. And what I show in my book is that these mistakes actually explain what are called the heuristics and biases, or most of them anyway, in the area of behavioral economics. The idea of the availability bias, that if something comes easily to mind, which is System 1, that we believe it's more true. Or if we can tell a story about something, then we think it has to be right because the story is short and clear and doesn't have very many things in it, which actually makes the story easier for us to see, and therefore we think it's truer. That our brains have these properties, if you will, that were really good when our ancestors lived life up close and personal, where you were reacting to people around you, where you were reacting to your world around you. And so this kind of thinking is very adapted to that. But then as things get further away in time and space, another kind of thinking becomes more useful. And this kind of thinking showed up later on in terms of human evolution, and that's called System 2. Now, System 1 recognizes things and associates things, puts things together. System 2 separates things and compares things. Somebody's looking at whether to do certain trades or not, and they might be thinking, well, what are the advantages, disadvantages of these trades? That would be a System 2 type of thing. System 2 compares. System 2 can sequence and resequence things. And so System 2 is what traders are utilizing when they design a system to trade. One of the insights that I'm bringing in the book is that System 2 sits on top of System 1. In other words, all the basic ideas come from when we were younger, under stress and under emotions, good or bad, positive or negative. And this isn't from me. This is the research has already been done. People go from System 2 back to System 1 and don't realize they did it. So let me give you an example. It would be that the Facebook IPO is going to happen, and people go, Facebook is like Google. In other words, they put those two together. They go, Google came out and just kept going up and up and up. And so they have a really clean, easy story, and they've combined these two ideas, and they think they've been doing some logical thinking. There's some System 2 hard thinking about it, but in fact they hadn't. It feels like the right decision, which is very much a System 1 kind of thing, and they go for it.
You know what's interesting about your view? First off, I should say, just to make a note here for the audience, my toys do talk to me. That hasn't stopped.
But let me jump in and say that's one of the big discoveries. It's something that I was seeing anecdotally, and then I went and looked for the neuroscience on it. It turns out that people like to think that we're all system 2 now. We're all logical and rational. But in fact, most of the time in most situations, we're utilizing this more intuitive, instant decision process. Moreover, we're making category mistakes, just like the children made, only now as adults they have a different kind of phrasing to them, like, it was destiny that we met, or everything happens for a reason.
You know what's interesting about these connections or the contrast between 1 and 2 is that I think it makes, as I listen to you explain it, and I feel like I'm in the front row of your class listening to you explain it, it makes me realize sometimes in my world when I'm attempting to explain or contrast or put a parable out there, the numbers of people that interpret my actions in a system 1 way, as opposed to realizing I'm presenting it, if you're paying attention, in a system 2 way. They reach for what they think they're seeing, some visceral gut level where perhaps they think I'm being angry or I'm fighting or I'm dueling for no reason. And they immediately go to the 1, and then they want to come back at me with more of this kind of visceral level thinking. Whereas I'm really trying to have the discussion at level 2. And frankly, I think that's why I enjoy always talking with you, is because you get me to think about ways to where I can present the 2 discussion, for lack of a better phrasing, in a more coherent way.
Keep in mind, system 2 thinking is deliberate, or deliberative, as they say, and it's mostly conscious, and it's effortful. It's hard work. People don't like to do it. Kahneman tells the story of the fund manager who was thinking of buying Ford stock, and he goes, "Oh, Ford, they make great cars," and decided to buy the stock, instead of going and doing the system 2 hard work to look at, was the price of Ford stock at that time, did that represent some sort of value that was likely to increase?
Yeah.
So there's the slippage here is of tremendous importance to traders, because they think they might be making one decision when they're making another. Now, my addition to this is that from the person's behavior and language and the kind of beliefs they give, you can begin to calibrate whether they're coming out of system 1 or system 2 and which one's more appropriate for the moment.
Well, help me to understand where you're going with, I think people can follow along and they can see this clear description that you give of 1, this clear description of 2. Where are you taking it for the reader and for the student out there?
I'm using developmental psychology. Again, I'm using it because the research has been done. It used to be believed that as children grew up, that they would go through these childish ideas, and then they start to think logically, and then they start to think in formal symbols, as they say in the academia. What's been more recently discovered is no, not everybody gets up through, say, Piaget's 4 levels. That, in fact, they say less than 35% of the population gets to the top level. There's a lot more people that are utilizing the lower levels, the system 1.
Charles, do you want to define those real quick, just so people can follow along?
The Piaget has the most basic level he calls the sensory motor. This is the infant, the child, and how they relate to the world. And then it goes from there to what are called the pre-concrete, the pre-operational. These are magical thinking, where the child sees the world as being ruled by intention, that people are doing things, that the sun, they draw pictures with a smile with the sun, there's a man in the moon. Now, how this gets expressed later on in adults, which they didn't think was there, but the evidence is there now, is that traders will talk about how the markets are out to get them. Or they'll start to imagine that there's some other person on the other side of the trade, and they'll try and figure out who this other person is, because the idea that it's just statistical is too hard for our brain. They go for these simpler explanations, which can be, lead you down the rabbit hole, because you're looking where what you need to develop yourself isn't. So then the 3rd level is called the concrete. And this very much is about the world and moving in the world and beginning to think about the world in terms of causality, in terms of this causes that, for example. And this shows up again in traders when they begin to work on systems. They want a system that's going to make money. They're looking at the result, and they go from system to system, just trying to find a system that makes money, right? The thing is, they're looking often for a single variable system. because we say, and the language here is important in my work, there's got to be a cause for this. So there's a fallback position that we adults, who are supposed to be more rational, who would obviously realize that many things in life have multiple causes and multiple effects, and that there's chance. But no, in our simpler mind, we say, well, what's the cause? And we look for one. While we might think that, we've got these adults managing money and Wall Street and all that, is that, the average mind in terms of it might be 5 years old in the images and ideas used, or maybe even as advanced as 11, which is pretty advanced. But what I'm getting at here is that development of a trader, of an investor, turns out to need to be much more deliberate than people thought. To become mature in your thinking ability, you actually have to work on it. And if you look at the top market wizards, you see that they did. And this goes over into the literature on expertise, where it takes between 6 and 10 years, practicing hours a day, challenging oneself, having a mentor, thinking things through over and over again, that these build people out of their system one into their system two and perhaps beyond.
Before we get too much into system two, I think there's a lot of ground we can cover in the system one area. And I think specifically, I don't view these as negative. I think it's just observations. Issues, for example, like the herding, bubbles, panics. Why don't you talk about the notion of those types of behaviors inside System 1? So just kind of clearly define that and talk that through, the notion of herding and bubbles and panics. Frankly, they're all a very similar word for a similar type human behavior, but walk with that on some.
Okay. I'm going to have to go a little bit to the side of System 1, because while they talk about it, sometimes the academics don't strictly include it. But it is part of our natural and unconscious thinking system. So in that sense, I think it is System 1. And the natural unconscious thinking part that I'm thinking of now is called the mirror neurons, like looking in a mirror. And exactly that. The mirror neurons, they were discovered in the 90s, is that people tend to unconsciously copy each other. I don't know if you ever, years ago, there was a book by Desmond Morris called People Watching, and he showed pictures of couples that look like each other. He had pictures of people and their pets that look like each other. But the idea is, if you go to a cocktail party or anywhere and you see people, and if they're getting along, they start to have the same body posture, they have the same rhythm, they might use the same volume, they might use the same words. And it turns out that this ability of us to group together and to get into sync with each other had huge evolutionary advantages. Hooray for our team. The thing is that it also has the property of groupthink. That is that, yes, it's good to be able to all get on the same page and think the same things and do this without having to think about it. But on the other hand, you're in a trading environment, and I know this having been in these places in London, and there'll be some guy that's making money, and pretty soon, whether they mean to or not, other traders are starting to trade like him. So pretty soon the whole floor is into the same trade. And then suddenly it's not the great idea that it was.
Because in that context, it's not having a system. It's just, what's my neighbor doing? He's doing something that might be successful or is successful. I'm just going to copy him, and I don't even have a plan. It's literally, I have to jump and follow him immediately just because he's making money, and I have to do that right now, and I haven't even thought it through.
Exactly. It's the not thinking it through that's one of the signature signs of System 1, is that System 1 is largely unconscious. People don't even notice that they're doing this. Even, somebody like Taleb Nassim said that the day he made a bunch of money in Chicago, and he went in the next day and he had the person drive around to the same exit, although it was a different taxi driver, and he looked down and he realized he was wearing the same clothes. Well, the thing is that, again, the neuroscience is in situations of high luck, where luck, the odds, multiple outcomes are possible. Human beings get more superstitious because we don't know what to do. I mean, back in the jungle or, back on the plains or wherever it was, our ancestors, if they did something, the results were pretty clear pretty fast. Not all the time, which I could go into, but often enough that became a preferred way of thinking. So now you spread out that time, or you make it much more probabilistic. Then the person starts to build false positive and false negatives. They start believing in systems that don't work. They start avoiding certain things. They believe in certain ideas. All of this coming out of System 1. including the hurting.
I think the brilliant part that you're discussing, that I hope people are paying attention to this, is the notion that people think they're outside of system one in their thinking, that they actually think they're over in two. The reality is if you really, and I'm sure I'm guilty of this in aspects of my life too. I mean, I try to work at it, but the reality is we are us, the blood and mass that we are, the human that we are, we're still preferential to be in one, right? I mean, that's where we want to be naturally, right?
One is where the action is. A Woody Allen line, it's the only place you can get a great steak, But what you make is a good point, is that system two, because it's more deliberate and conscious, and we know we're doing it, and we talk to ourselves. Yes, we talk to ourselves, and we rearrange things in our head, or we scribble on a piece of paper, or so forth, that feels like us. So
Charles, when you talk to yourself, what do you say? I that's what I want to know right now. No, I'm being dead serious. You've now told us, so I'm putting you on the spot. I want to know a conversation.
Well, one of the things I'll typically say is when I made a statement, I'll say at the end of it, so far. In other words, because when you talk to yourself, and this is also in the book, the idea is if somebody says, I can't believe I was so stupid, for example. Not that I said it to myself that often, but take that line. At that moment, your brain doesn't know that when you say that, you just applied it to all time and all space. You might have started out with one idea, but you've just said, I can't believe I was so stupid. Now, if you go, I can't believe I was so stupid in that trade, suddenly you've limited your stupidity down to that one trade, and you can be smart everywhere else. And this isn't an idea from me. This is an idea from the fellow that did Learned Optimism. That optimistic people are necessarily happier, although that's part of it, but they're people who know how to limit the effects of their less than useful thinking by limiting it in time or space. Like, I can't believe I did that last night. Limits it in time. I can't believe that I did this in this trade, limits it in space to that trade. And so one can then free themselves up from making overgeneralizations about who they are and what they can do.
Well, I guess a great example could be, I guess to some degree I am too, even though I don't have all the products, but Apple fanboys, so to speak, the people that just love Apple products. And not only do they love Apple products, but they love the stock price going up. And that's fine, but just limit it on the downside, meaning don't allow your love of the stock price and your love of the product to obscure the fact that there could be a point in time where if you do love that stock price and you do own Apple stock, that you might want to have an exit.
Yeah. Yeah, and that kind of separation activity is system two. And as I say, system two is effortful. It takes sucrose, it takes focus. It takes the ability to inhibit one's attention and ignore other things. And system one is meanwhile attracted to, bright, shiny, happy, exciting, the people on television shout, oh, I can't believe the stock is so high, and we're much more responsive to that until we begin to realize that. And then we've got some choices about how to manage that. One of the interesting things I found about that is that people forget that Warren Buffett, who I know is not a trader, but good example, he was at Columbia in New York City. He worked for Graham's firm in New York City. And then he decided New York City was too distracting. So he went back to Omaha. I mean, there's a guy who understood that he needed to manage input. Now, I'm not saying you need to move your location, but that's the kind of thinking about trading and investing that I'm hoping to encourage my readers to take on, that there are things you can do to improve your abilities when you understand how you work and how to make it work for you.
I love New York City, but the idea that you have to be there to make it is so utterly false and misleading and misguiding and whatever you want to call it. It's just not a relevant thought. The thought is, how do you get ahead? How do you be successful? The thought is not assuming that if you're in New York City, it equals success. That's just nuts.
Well, and you bring up something else about System 1 is the idea that the availability of an image, an idea to us speaks to it being true or it being common. So people have ideas of what a trader or investor ought to look like, ought to act like. And these are very often quite sketchy and underdeveloped, which unfortunately, again, if it has a few facts in it, it actually feels more true than if it has all the messy truth. Because our brains like, if it's a clean, clear picture, we go, I understand. If it's got blotches and is messy and, smudges in part, we go, oh, it doesn't look so good. So we apply that basic principle to our understanding. So people get the idea in their head of what an investor ought to be like, or a trader, and where they ought to live and how they ought to dress and so forth, instead of actually finding out what people who really succeed in the business are like. And my experience anyway is pretty big distance between the image and the actuality.
Yeah, I was very fortunate early on to have experiences and mentors that showed me that lesson almost out of the gate. One thing I want to jump back to here though was herding, and I want to kind of just give a brief experience that I had, and I'm sure I've shared it with you before, maybe I've shared it with an audience before. But when years back when I did some filming and I was at a sheep farm, the day was a long day, and we really weren't getting great footage or whatever story we were trying to tell. Like anything, sometimes I find it's the experimentation is where you find something, where some real nugget happens. So I spent a day on a sheep farm with a film crew filming sheep. And yes, I'm learning stuff about the sheepdogs and how all that behavior. And however, it wasn't until the end of the day when I kind of felt like we really weren't getting anything, where I told the director, I was like, okay, turn the camera on, follow me. And I just waded down into a pack of sheep, herd of sheep, whatever you want to call them, flock, I don't know. And anyways, and so I got eye to eye with them, okay? And they were on both sides of me, and I was in the middle. And sheep eyes are very human-like, okay? And expressive. I mean, I don't know how many people have actually put their face to face with, dozens and dozens of sheep as they're all looking at you. It's very weirdly expressive. But the thing that I could immediately realize just on my own intuition was their desire to not necessarily run from me, but their desire to reform the pack. They were panicked and upset that I had interfered with the herd. I had interfered with the group. And their desire was not necessarily, if I would have been, for example, they had no way of knowing this, if I would have been a man with a gun who was going to start shooting them, they seemingly wouldn't have cared, because they were so concerned about, their eyes were saying, let me get back to the group. I don't care who this guy is. Maybe he's got a gun and he's going to kill us all. I don't know. I'm more concerned with being with the group. And it was an extremely interesting experience for me. I know you can relate to it, but I don't know if you can connect that to some of your work and maybe even to trading.
Well, the famous line from John Maynard Keynes is, better to fail conventionally than to succeed unconventionally. What they call in fund management reputational risk. That these people that claim to be going for alpha, not all of them, mind you, but a goodly number, and especially in larger institutions, claim to be going for alpha, will often have their portfolios adjusted by their superiors so they're more beta, so that they will match the market better. Because it's better to match the market than actually be the person that takes the risk and goes outside the herd. So yeah, we have a lot of that. And in fact, coming back to the point about the trading floors in the UK that I was at, is that they would all get onto a certain kind of trading. And it was interesting that every once in a while you'd meet someone, usually it would be the head trader, and he'd fade the group. And it would just, it was like, the eyes, just popped out of their head. But he understood he needed to break the trance. He needed to break up that group need and get people thinking again, because we slip into it without thought.
Yeah, I think it's a great example. I think and for people out there paying attention, this is why I think so far, and the podcast is doing really well this year, is because I can tell a crazy story about sheep and sheep eyes and being in the middle of sheep, which probably has nothing to do. It sounds slightly, off the rails. And then you bring a wise guest on who then says, he makes a good cogent connection in the world of finance and Wall Street that makes perfect sense. And it's true. It's the reputational risk, which is they would rather take the risk to potentially blow their accounts up. And that means, audience out there, that means if you've just got random mutual funds, these people don't really care about whether they're doing the right thing for your money. They care about whether or not their peers approve of them. And that's should be frightening for anyone. I think that's why it's so important what Charles is talking about, because ultimately this is about setting in motion your own path and taking control and personal responsibility. I mean, that's what all these tools and this thinking that Charles is going into is great for. It's about you. It's not just leaving it up to some unknown, faceless bureaucrat out there who may or may not be managing your money in an optimal way.
Or even some well-known person.
Yeah. Is there anything else you would want to talk about for System 1? I think we're kind of laying the case for,
Well, I would, for a couple of reasons. And one of them is that System 1 is how we make sense of the world. So you can't avoid it. There's a lot of encouragement for traders to be objective. Don't be ruled by your emotions. Be objective. It's well-meaning but misplaced advice. Being objective would be System 2. But System 2 utilizes System 1. So you really need to be well-versed in that in order to do the higher level thinking. And I want to give you an example that you're not going to hear anywhere else. And that is the idea that we make sense of the world with our bodies. We talk about looking forward to something, about looking back on something. We talk about things being over our head or beneath us. In each of those, the phrase looking forward to a goal, looking back at a memory, something's over our head, it's above us, something beneath us is some moral judgment. So we're utilizing our bodies to literally make sense. And the linguistics and the neuroscience is in on this now. What does this mean for the investor, the trader? The markets are rising. The markets are falling. Markets actually don't rise or fall. The price can increase, the price can decrease. But these are all metaphors. We metaphorize this, the idea of going up. Now, going up is a good thing. Going up in the world, stepping up in the world, being on top of things. We really like that feeling. We don't want to be down in the dumps. We don't want to be going down. Now, it doesn't stop there. There's even something deeper here about the way our bodies think, is that when we use words like fall. Have you ever seen a small child when his parent calls out to him, "Don't fall," and plop, the kid goes right over? That's because in order to understand the word, he had to mentally imagine and enact it. Now, we get older, we get better at doing this more subtly. But if I ask you to think about a trade that position was slipping away from you, I wonder how many of our listeners would realize they also had a sinking feeling inside, which goes right along with the word fall. This makes it real. So when you hear on the markets, you hear on the news that things are crashing or something like that, we can't help but activate those images and ideas unless we've made arrangements to do something else.
Yeah, crashing. If you think about crashing, it's like a waterfall or Niagara Falls, something heavy and volume but it's really just it's price decline. If you're just objective about it, you have to say it's a price decline, and what's my plan for dealing with the price decline?
Yeah, but this is where the neurolinguistics I do, the relationship between the neurology of our brain and the language that we use. Just I used the example earlier about how we talk to ourselves. Well, these other words, they give us images and ideas, which if we're not careful, because of the way we're built, we'll react to in a heartbeat. The people I've met, the market wizards I know, they're quite careful about their language. Ed Secoda, a fine example where he got asked why, I think it was lumber at the time, was going up, and people were asking, he said, "This market has the property of going up." He wouldn't tell a story. He knew that telling a story would be telling this little lie to himself, and once it's in there, you can't get it out. Just like you were, the way you explained it with yours is you took out the emotion, you took out the vivid imagery so that it became something that you could think about more objectively.
I think you make a great point. I think if we think back some of the literature of the last 20 years, and for those I think it's funny, sometimes people, if they're coming into trading for the first time today, they might not see the benefit of looking back 20 years because they want to imagine what's new today supersedes anything that might have taken place years ago. But clearly, like for example, the work that Jack Schwager put in his books, I think some of the interviews and stuff that I was able to assemble in my books, if you look at the wisdom of the folks that have come before us, there is generally very clean and clear thinking. It's very logical. It's plain. It's crystallized. And as somebody out there who's new to this, you have to develop an affinity for that. You really don't want a story unless the story is teaching you how to think clearly.
That's an incredibly important point. Is the System 1, again, is a natural storyteller. The story can have like 2 steps in it, but it's a natural storyteller. The stories you want to tell are about yourself, being capable of learning this craft and doing it. You said a story about the learning or how to hold certain ideas in mind, but that's not what most people do. Most people tell stories about the stock, the investment, the bond. In fact, on Wall Street, they talk about when they have a new product is like, what's the story? Because they know people will fall for the story.
I was thinking one you mentioned, Ed, and I was thinking, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I think it was a conversation between like a young guy and a fundamentalist, and the knife dropped off the table or something, and the guy put his hand out to catch it, and the fundamentalist is like, well, it's going to go back up, but so he wasn't worried about whether he's catching a falling knife, because it's going to go back up, but the point of that story, if you think about it, wasn't in the typical Yahoo Finance, CNBC, Bloomberg explaining the story of what's happening. It was explaining behavior. Mm-hmm. And there is a huge difference. I had a really interesting phone call with Larry Hite over the weekend. And every time I talk with Larry, Larry is a character, but his stories are always, they're not about wasting time. They are parable-esque. They are, the learned wisdom. Anyways, you could probably explain even more about that.
I don't think I need to. What we're getting at here is System 1's a natural storyteller. You're not going to be able to not do it. Any book, novel, film, stories are all around us. If you look at them for, more than a minute or two, you realize they're pretty simple stories, which is fine. Our brain likes that kind of thing. But in your business, in your craft, in your profession, you want to be more careful about where you use them and where you don't and how you use them. And I know I'm opening a whole possibility here, but just if people start thinking about that, they maybe find it useful. They might find surprising what they'll find out on their own.
Let me pivot. So we kind of lay in this foundation for getting people to come into, and obviously your book's going to go into this a lot more detail, and I think people will really enjoy that. But we're kind of laying this foundation for System 1. So what was in your mind? Where did the pivots and whose work did it begin to pivot from? Where we kind of, and it's probably even a non-trading question because it wasn't until trading applications came after. But the pivot from 1 to 2, where do you see that really starting to gain speed and traction?
Well, again, going back to developmental psychology and Piaget from the 1920s onward, but there continue to be researchers, and it's around the age of 7, which I think is curious since there's a phrase that, according to what I've heard, the Catholic Church says, give me a child till the age of 7. So there was some intuitive understanding that we went from a very unconscious and automated kind of process to beginning to be able to think about our experience. It's an emergent property, to use the lingo. It appears to be natural, but as years of schooling will show us, it needs to be trained. I would say, regrettably, in my case, I've had to do most of the training later in life. That I don't think our school system and I'm really understands what it takes for us to begin to think about our experience.
Well, I think, if you look at and I'm not trying to be some massive political statement or anything.
No, I realize that either, because the point I want to make is that it needs to be encouraged, and it's what schooling is supposed to be about. Almost all schooling is dedicated to developing System 2, to think logically, to think methodically, to compare and contrast, to evaluate, to develop your working memory. One of the things I looked at is you can almost figure out what level a person is at by how many things they can hold in mind. And System 1, it's one thing, and System 2, it becomes 2 or 3 or 4. The story of George Miller's research back from the 50s about 7 plus or minus 2 chunks of information is what we can hold in mind. What he was talking about is what System 2 can hold in mind, which isn't very many. There's a fellow who I like that does research in this area, and his line is, if we're so stupid, how did we get to the moon? The answer to that is there were lots and lots of people using System 2 and checking each other's work, because it is hard work to utilize your rational cognitive abilities.
Let me throw it to you this way. So I was just thinking about this example as you were talking. So I have a young guy email me last night, I think it was, or the last couple of days. And I think he was from the UK, and he was talking about, he might have been 21, and he was asking about going to where he should go to school for trading. And he was mapping out for me the university courses he should take and whether he should get his MBA too. I'm not asking you, Charles, to go ahead and brag. It's not your style. However, let's be frank, the kind of things that we're talking about right now, I'm sure a good bit of the material in your book, and specifically how you tie a lot of these psychological issues in with trading and how you blend it. This is not part of university curriculum. So when I made the statement a second ago, and I said the thing about political schooling, the point that I wanted to make, the larger point is, I don't know what kind of school system we have anymore, but if one is looking for the truth and one is looking for the higher level of analysis, I think most of the school system, you have to look back at the sheep behavior and the herding behavior. They're not going to give you the original thought. They're not going to give you the higher level thought. If you want something that's truly unique, if you want to be at the edge of understanding, if you really want to know what's going on, you have to find mentors that are outside the system, because those are the folks. It's the guy on the corner who's not part of the system, who hasn't been tenured, who's not just repeating the same stuff year after year after year. It's the person that's finding this engaging new material, as you mentioned early on in this conversation, the solitary work where you can think. Your work, this is not in university programs. So the young guy that writes me at 21 and says he wants to go into a university program, well, he's not going to find your material there.
I disagree with you, of course, because I also agree with you. But yeah, there are some really lovely counterexamples to that these days, especially in this new area called behavioral economics or behavioral finance. There's a number of very bright people. And the brightest ones are the ones who are out there, and this is a new thing. They're doing what they call physical experiments. They're doing actual experiments with people and setting up little markets and things like that to find out this material. I draw very much from that well of information. If I were to go back to your question about this fellow, is that in one sense, I think you could take up any rigorous discipline, because the whole point is to think rigorously. And once you've mastered that in one area, then if needs be, you can transfer it to another. And this is not well understood, but it is possible to do that. I don't know who I'm quoting right now, but I saw this a while back about a fellow who said the montage has ruined America. And what the fellow went on to say was that, he says, whenever anybody has to master a skill in a movie, they do a pop song montage of 2.5 minutes or shorter. And by the end of it, they've got the business plan, or they've got the product prototype, or they've finished the degree, or whatever it is that makes light of that learning to think for yourself is hard work. If that interests you, if you want to be your own person and in charge of your own life, that you're going to want to do that. And the best or easiest way to do that is pick something you're really interested in mastering and then go do the hard work.
I'm not really sure where we're disagreeing there, but I want to clarify. My larger point was you, Charles Faulkner, many of your peers that we're talking about, Dan Ariely, Michael Mauboussin, Nassim Taleb, Daniel Kahneman, Vernon Smith, these are outliers. This is not mainstream. I know there's been greater acceptance and there's been greater press coverage, but by and large, these are topics that are outside the mainstream. Because let's face it, Charles, if we were to accept you, your work, the other mentors, the other peers that you have, their work, if we were to accept that this has really penetrated society as a whole, it kind of savagely takes a stake to the heart of modern portfolio theory, the efficient market hypothesis, to a stake to Bloomberg, CNBC, the mutual fund industry. I don't think we're there yet. I think we're still outside the realm.
Okay, point taken.
But no, I guess my larger point with the young guy is that I think you really have to be aware that the big system, the big school system, might not be where you can get your real insight. I really look forward to your book, and I'm sure other people do too, because I know it's the unique thinkers that are perhaps outside of the system that are bringing novel ways, new ways to explore these topics.
Well, no, I was chuckling to myself that it just may be my availability bias at work, because of course I'm looking at these guys' work almost every day, and so I think they're real popular. Well,
I think you make a great point. It's great self-analysis too. I'm sure it is. It's we in your world, you're seeing it all the time. You've surrounded yourself with this open way of thinking, and it has to affect, to some degree, I mean, I'm sure you think about this, it has to affect your ability to even want to pay attention to the old way anymore.
And bringing it back to our listeners, is this like Buffett moving from New York back to the cornfields? These are the kind of deliberate choices that people who become successful at this work do. I was writing a piece earlier about different people and their leanings, and I actually said that if you want to get an idea of the different kinds of ways people dive into the world and really become an expert at it, that the interviews in Jack Schwager's Many Market Wizard books is a really good place to start, as are your books. That one can begin to get a sense that one gets to mastery through doing something and engaging with it and questioning it and learning as much as they can about it. And this is where people who want to go into trading just to make money, an understandable leaning choice, but not one that's going to take you the distance, I don't think. Because it's not like being a Saturday golfer or something. To actually get good at this takes some effort, takes some real effort. It can be done. I find it, again, you talk about efficient market hypothesis, I find it humorous that they're still fighting that battle, whereas, the market's already efficient. They're occasionally efficient, except when they're not, and how much more evidence of that do we need? Even somebody like Nassim Taleb, who talks about how most or all fund managers are lucky, he's a fund manager. He's found a way, he's found an edge, as have many of the people that you've written about. They have found a place in the market where the statistics favor the prepared.
As you're mentioning some of the well-known inspirations, I caught a quote the other day, and I'm working on some different projects, and it's a quote from David Blaine, the magician. And I don't have it in front of me, but it's essentially, he was motivated by, if I can see that someone else can do it, I can do it. I think that you've got to have that positive optimism in life. That doesn't mean, because let's be perfectly frank about this. I met a gentleman in London in 2005 for the first time, who his hedge fund at that time, I believe, was less than $1 billion under management. Still a significant amount of money, had tremendous amount of success. And right now today, his hedge fund is about $30 billion. Now, if somebody does the typical hedge fund fee structure thing, and you say 2 and 20 over 30 billion, and let's say he makes 12 to 15, 20% a year, you can't sit back in your house and imagine that, okay? You can imagine, I think, making your first $1 million. You can work and imagine that. But some of this stuff becomes, you can't control it. Bill Gates was at the right time, at the right place, wide awake to the opportunity, and he put an operating system on every IBM computer that was shipped. You can't wake up and say, I'm going to repeat the exact same success. You could be motivated, you can be inspired, but you've got to be grounded. I think you would probably agree with me on that.
Oh, yeah, on all points. It is interesting that people will make those kind of comparisons. My own line like that comes from Bruce Springsteen, that all he wanted to be able to do was to be able to make a living playing music. He was shocked at what happened in terms of his financial success. Who knew that somebody would have billions of dollars under management? But, that's the world we live in. But one doesn't start out that way. There's all of the learning curves that go on in there, whether it's finding opportunities or ways to execute, or the money, the risk management, the management of oneself, the management of increasing numbers of people, the management of increasing amounts of money, all these effects. People who find that fascinating, are the people that are more likely to succeed.
The trader that I was mentioning, which was David Harding out of London, if you go back and you do any homework and find out about his early process, he's very frank. He was at a task with a trader or a fund broker, I can't recall, and he talked about that he was spending all of his time with daily charts and looking at charts and drawing charts. And this went on for years. It was literally just this kind of particular process of looking at charts and being in love with the process. He could have never predicted the outcome. And he would say that. I mean, he could predict in his own mind that he would have tremendous success. And I'm sure that was a huge part of his success, is that eternal optimism. But he would have never said, when he was drawing all those charts and going through this process, that most people would probably, even today, most people would probably be like, I don't want to do that. I just want to start making money. Right?
Well, this goes to what I was saying earlier, as system 1 becomes system 2, and people are still focused on the results, whereas you can really tell that somebody's beginning to get trading when they focus on building better processes, as Mubazin in 2 books now has written about. That it's got to be on developing a better system, and you only develop a better system by having more distinctions. I'm using that word instead of just information, because it isn't just information, it's about differences in the world. And so you talk about Harding looking at all those charts and becoming deeply knowledgeable about the nature of price movements, so that later on, when he began to get ideas, he had some basis for doing so. It's building expertise. They say of expertise that there's a certain school that says it's merely pattern recognition. In other words, what you're doing is educating your system 1. Well, there's a lot to that. The idea that a master chess player can look at a board and realize they know the configuration and all the possible next moves for it. Very, very different from somebody who's sitting there, their first week, month, or year into chess. And you only get there by building experience. It's get out there and get experience. And this, by the way, going back to our harangue about school, is that schools very often now are more about the experience than they are about building the experience. Again, there are some lovely counterexamples to this, but if someone is pursuing some kind of higher level mastery in their life, I would put that into their thinking, that you want to be sure you can do something at the end of it and not just be able to talk about it.
See, I thought school today had become a sideshow for consuming large quantities of beer, preparing for the reality show that you will soon star on. I thought that's what school was. School had become.
I never felt that lucky.
Well, I think we might be pretty close to that today. Well, listen, we've only got a little more time, and I want to kind of let's this last kind of thought from you be where you are right now, and kind of let you check in, because I'm sure you have daily conversations. There's daily things that are interesting to you, but I don't know if there's anything that you might have in mind that as we leave out today that you might want to share, something that's near and dear to you, close to you, that's exciting to you, interesting to you right now. We've been talking about parts of your book and whatnot, but I don't know if there's anything just topical or something that's enchanting to Mr. Faulkner right now.
I just the other day saw a piece of research that pointed out that it's people who have an experience bias, that is, that they use their money to buy experiences, will tend to be better traders and happier people than people who have a materialistic bias, that is, they want to acquire things. I thought about that, and I thought, yeah, because getting things is a very early childhood kind of experience. It's where the things represent some sort of object, some sort of power or something. And you collect these things. But what it does is it makes you more thing-oriented. What difference does that make? Well, for example, if I was to say to you, name some different currencies, you mentioned the euro and the dollar and the yen and stuff like that. But then again, what about, is gold a currency? Bonds? Could bonds be a form of currency? What about emotional currency? was reading, I believe it was Howard Marks was talking about that one had to take account not only of what it cost to be in a non-performing trade in terms of money, but also what it cost in terms of mind share, like mind share as a currency. To do that kind of flexible thinking, you won't do it if you think that things are just things. But if you go into the world of experience and you have more experiences, then your thinking's more fluid. So I thought it was interesting that this is all starting to come together or come out now. So for your readers would be, our listeners would be to think about utilizing their capital, some of it anyway, to get them more experience in the world, because that will pay much huger dividends, both in the moment and in memories and in future abilities.
Let me add to that. That's a brilliant thought. I just love the way you phrase that, because I'm instantly scanning my own life and just looking at my own life and saying, what do I do with my money? And the vast majority of it is experiences. Right now I have a yoga instructor. I work with a trainer as well. And it's the experience. It's not, I'm not buying anything other than the experience. And if I was thinking to other people, if I think back about my own life and some of the experiences I purchased that were invaluable, get on a plane. And I know most of the world doesn't have to worry about this issue, but I think for Americans, it's like 70% don't have a passport. Please. If
it's higher than that. Is 8% of Americans have passports.
8%. Okay, it's terrible. So listen, so as Charles gives this wisdom about using your money to buy an experience, okay, the first object you have to acquire is go buy the passport. Put yourself on a plane. I don't care what city it is, either go east or west. Just get there and get on the ground. Because if you have not done that, if you have not had a chance to end up in a city like Tokyo or Singapore or Lisbon, if you've not had a chance to set foot on the ground in a foreign location that you've never, you don't have that something that just hits you where you realize, and you don't get that with an object. You get that with an experience.
Well said, Michael.
You inspired me. You inspired me. So now for episode 117. Hey, Charles, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Well, I'm in Malaysia, and I'm trying to do all this technology wizardry from 8,000 or so miles away.
Don't they build all that stuff over there anyway?
Yeah, but you know what? The bandwidth thing is still an issue. We just don't have that figured out. After all these years, you would think we would have got good bandwidth. I don't necessarily know that it's a Malaysian issue. It's just overall.
Well, I think it's a human issue that we could speak to if we wanted. That as soon as people had more bandwidth, they went YouTube.
Right. So how you doing? What's going on? I should tell the audience that, gosh, I think the first time we met was in 2001. That would be, if my math is correctly, that's more than a few years ago.
Yes.
Wow. Time flies.
Whether we're having fun or not, that's what some people forget sometimes. That relentless sculptor time continues to move on.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to have fun. I don't know if I'm doing it yet. I'm at least I'm in the mix. The mix of something. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm out there mixing it.
You've certainly leaned opportunities in your direction by doing so.
But Charles, right now, I'm really curious to your opinion. So you're a man who's got a keen sense of the human psyche, investor psychology, decision making, analyzing people, looking at people, watching behavior. And before we jump into your new title that's coming out, your new book, and perhaps it's going to lead to this, how are you feeling about just human behavior today, decision making? Are you seeing anything today that is different than you've seen throughout your whole career? Or is it still just the subject of the human mind, the human being? Is it still the same stuff?
The question itself is misleading, and I don't mean you should not respond to an interviewer that way. But it's that curious effect that in human beings, we are, in a sense, changing the world by not only how we think about it. I'm not somebody that believes you create your own reality, at least not completely, but also the way we act in that world, what we do in that world. And what I was thinking about when we started this call, and you asked me this question, was that a couple things are clearly evident. And one is that the world is getting more complex. There are more people, more interconnectivity, things moving faster, more items. And all of that in number has changed, if you will, the ecosystem to where things that used to be more causal have now slipped into more feedback-oriented systems and have become less understandable to the mental mental hardware and software that we have inherited. For example, simple example would be that if you advertise some band, some musical band, for their off-color lyrics or their terrible attitude or something, to warn people against them, of course, this creates more sales. That is, that things begin having the opposite of the intended effect would be an example of that, although it doesn't have to be opposite. That kind of thing is happening a lot more. Another thing I've noticed and wondered about is that with all these new devices and with so much information, things are becoming, if you will, more opaque instead of transparent. There's a lot more of the world that's very complicated and completely up and running that we don't know about it. And in the area of trading and so forth, mentioned things like black pools or what was going on with JP Morgan and their whale trade and things like that. Whole worlds are operating that people aren't aware of. And the way the human psyche responds to that, responds to the invisible and the opaque and the complex, is magical thinking. And so what I see is that there's actually less critical thinking going on about what's going on, at least in my opinion, than when the world was so-called simpler. Although in one sense it was never simpler, but the human systems of trading or the human systems of commerce were simpler. And now that they're actually more complicated, people can and do have crazier ideas about them.
Well, I have to say, for a pretty bad question, I got a pretty good answer, at least. I felt like I was a freshman in college, and I raised the hand, and the professor just is like, it was like something from Roger Waters in The Wall. Covel, sit down.
Well, not that it was a bad question, but here's the thing: implicit in your question was the idea. Well, is it the same thing that it's always been? And the thing is, well, yes, it is, except that the same thing changes in its relationship to the world as the world changes and as the same thing changes. So, yes, it's the same thing in the markets when there's irrational exuberance as there is when there's utter panic, except, of course, they're entirely different and are motivated by different aspects of our psyche. But fundamentally, yes, it's because it involves us.
No, I had no ego about that at all. I enjoy the whole process of this. You know this. I
do.
I like being transparent too. But let me ask though. So I know, because we've been talking about you writing this book for a while, and you know you've got deadlines now, and I know this process. I know what you're going through, but I'm almost hearing it in your voice a little bit right now too. I imagine the excitement of pen to paper and constructing how you want to put this all down is starting to be quite exciting right now. Why don't you let the audience know how you even came to say, hey, I'm ready to do this work. I'm ready to put pen to paper. I'm ready to lay this all out. How did that process even start?
The truth is, as well as I can tell it, and you'll understand more about that preface later, is I wasn't ready. I had noticed some things in the marketplace, and you and I had talked about them. And you kindly introduced me to one of your editors. He and I discussed I had three ideas. And of course, they and a possible agent liked the one that was least developed. And so I went back and started working on that and thinking more about that. And with horror, realized how unprepared I was, but also realized that I could become prepared. I could wrap my head around these ideas and dove into it. That quality, if I were speaking to your listeners, is that's one of the things that distinguishes the so-called market wizards. It isn't that they already know it, and it isn't that they're even sure that they can know it, but they're sure they can find out. And they're sure that they can do the work. Of that, they're sure about themselves. rather than they're sure they're winners, or whether than they're sure they've got the Midas touch or whatever. To quote Tom Baldwin's line is, everybody wants the money, but who's willing to do the work? And of course, you know about diving in and doing the work.
That is the trick. And I posted something on Facebook a little while, basically said the same thing, which is, are you going to come up with excuses and rationalize why you can't get past the fear, or are you just going to jump?
And I think part of that is also to be informed. So you have the professional athlete, especially the extreme athletes, they aren't just jumping. They're jumping with the knowledge behind them, if you will, that they have prepared themselves. They have done all the work. They have, whether it's learning to do a new trick or learning a new move or ultimately performing in an official game, they have been doing the work all along to be there. And so all that preparation, it's not one insight into, and this goes again to the magical thinking idea. It isn't, I have a secret that will carry me through in my trading in or investing, but rather that it's all the efforts that I've been doing are preparing me for doing this.
Yeah, I should clarify that jumping aspect. I'll give you an example for me. I started doing yoga about a year ago. And so here I now in my early 40s, and I'm doing handstands for the first time in my life. And I mean, at some point in time, there was that kind of, yes, you go through the preparation motions, and yes, you're building up your shoulder strength. But then there's a moment in time where it's like, you got to kick up and you got to do something, and you might fall, but you got to get back up. But there's that moment in time. There's a lot of process that you have to get built up to before you kick up for the first time. But when you kick up, you're still jumping, there is a point in time when you do that first thing, even the extreme guys, you're still jumping.
Oh, yeah. But it's like, is it an informed jumping? Is it a supported jumping? Or is it, and this is something I've been looking at and wondering about how, for example, the trading, the financial industry encourages people to think it's so simple. For example, in one ad, a baby could do it, right? And they're very cute ads. But, the suggestion being that, and then the babies, they're trading, and buying this and doing that. And also gives a sense of activity. The idea then, you see the ads on the pages with the, get, so much money to play with, plus this many free trades for the next month or 3 months or whatever it is. And these encourage jumping because it is a leap for people to go into something new. It's a false sense of preparation, in the sense that the kinds of behaviors that system is encouraging, like just jump in, a baby could do this, do not reflect the actual world into which one is jumping. That is that I'm guessing you've had a yoga instructor or two, and you've had lessons, and you have seen this done, the headstand, for example, and other things. And so when you went to do it, it was, yes, you were doing something new you hadn't done before. On the other hand, you'd seen people actually do it, not the rumor of people doing it. You'd prepared your muscle groups under some kind of a supervision or at least occasional check-in to do it, and then you had done it.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. Yes.
And I'm encouraging that kind of thinking for traders and investors, and there's yet another book out in addition to the Indomitable Trader. There's Pound Foolish and other ones that show that the industry, by and large, either isn't interested in that because that's not a real revenue stream for them, or actually doesn't want the trader or investor to do that because that also isn't useful in terms of a revenue stream for them. And I know that's damning about the industry, but this is becoming pretty well known, is that work such as yours, and yes, I do give a shout out to it, work in your website and your work of actually getting people at least some of the skills, if not most of the skills they need to do and have mastered to learn to take a proper jump is sorely lacking out there.
You bring up the industry as a whole, and I'll give a little piece of feedback, and I've said this in a couple other podcasts, but traveling around Asia, and I've been speaking on behalf of a brokerage firm, not on behalf of them, but they've been introducing me to clients. I can say whatever I want to say, but most of their clients I've been speaking to are fundamental value-based guys who have restrictions that primarily keep them long only, no leverage, and country-specific assets or securities in their home country. I'm starting to see more and more that I mean, the fee business is a great business if you can get trillions of dollars of assets and you don't really have to do much. There's not a real incentive for change.
No, and we don't need any kind of evil vampire squid metaphors to explain this. Is that people are self-interested. People want to develop what's good for them, and they notice that our society likes experts.
Well, unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties there. And by the magic of editing, our first part of the interview with Charles was while I was in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I am now in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and our conversation continues. So listen, where we ended this conversation last time, Charles, we were just starting to get into a conversation about the motivations and the thinking behind a new book that you have coming out. And we'll talk more about it in the fall when it comes out. But you've got a new title coming out called Higher Level Trading, the 5 Stages to Trader and Investor Mastery. I know it's your first official trading book per se, but maybe you could let the audience know some of what went into your thinking, how this project has even come to be.
Yeah, I was graciously introduced to your editor by yourself. And he said, well, what do you got? And I started out with an idea concerning personal development. And he went, yeah, pass on that. And I went, well, I have a idea in terms of explaining behavioral finance, behavioral economics, which of course are a number of popular and both well-written and well-received books by professors in that field. And he went, yeah, there's enough of those. And then I said, well, the thing is, if you roll those together, you end up in this position where actually it's that people have to develop through stages of thinking and interacting both with their personal lives and in their trading lives, that it makes sense of why most people don't make it. Most people don't get to become anybody that anybody's heard about because it's work. And it takes a certain kind of effort and a certain kind of development. And he went, well, I'm interested in that one. And I went, well, that one I'm still thinking about. I went ahead and continued to think about it and put my notes and research and contacts and all that together to make sense of what is the developmental path that succeeds.
Well, let me ask you, because you were a little generic there, and there's a book that I love from many years ago by a woman named Brenda Ullin, and she wrote it, I think, in the early 20th century, and it was called If You Want to Write. And the way she wrote it, you could basically remove the word writing and insert anything that you might want to do, and it would work. So I'm curious, if you were a little generic there at the beginning, does this title, well, I know it's specifically aimed at investing, trading, does it have a crossover appeal for any type of success somebody might want to pursue?
I think it does. In my own thinking, that this is a specific application of what I know at this point. I'm not the only person that might know something, but I think I may have found out a few things. And so I'm putting that forth.
Well, I'm not going to let you get away with being that short and sweet. That's not going to work. Well, listen, so you've been, for the audience that might have not known or had forgot, you were in the book, The New Market Wizards, and Jack Schwager profiled you. So, and that was a while ago. So you've had a chance to really observe and be around a lot of very bright and successful traders over the years. So what now beyond, look, I can take credit for an introduction to Jim Boyd, but that's about it because I know nothing of the content. I haven't seen the book. So get into some of the more, what was really spurring you? This is something different. You know full well when you start to put pen to paper and you're saying, hey, I'm going to put 80,000 words out in a book, it becomes a whole different beast.
It is a different beast. It shouldn't surprise. This is what I was just writing to a colleague who lives in Paris yesterday. And it shouldn't surprise people that it's complicated because life is complicated. Yet it's deeply in our nature that we want things to be simple. This fulcrum, if you will, this kind of, walking that line, that tightrope, if you will, is very curious, because our minds want to think, it's really easy to become a trader. I read Michael's book on trend following, and I just follow it, and in fact, if they could, it would work. And yet, as some more famous comic than myself would say, and then life intercedes, then life comes into it. And the life part of it is also well known in trading, but people act like it isn't, which is that how to make money and things to do that work are pretty straightforward. I mean, depending on the time frame, depending on your capital, depending on your goals, yes, they're quite different, but they're pretty straightforward. But what is it people don't do? They don't follow them. And so, okay, well, they don't follow them. So what? Well, how is it that people are so dedicated to whatever it is, and then they don't follow it? They don't do it. And this, of course, has created entire fields, the most recent of which is called behavioral economics, which is giving us example after example after example of how we're not rational decision makers. We're not thoughtful, careful individuals, that we like to think whatever we do is best, that we like to think that we're better drivers and better lovers and better decision makers than anybody else. And, that if we get an idea or insight, it must be true and all this. What's going on here? And how is it, though, that there are people who actually do the do? They do it. The conclusion I came to is a conclusion that's emerging in neurosciences and developmental sciences and so forth. Not that surprising, but so hard for us to absorb, which is that there are people thinking on different levels, that we're not all, it's not a difference of how much information, it's a qualitative difference in terms of how people are envisioning and thinking about what they're doing. And like any form of expertise, any form of achievement, it takes time to develop it. As I say, it's so odd that on the one hand, it's so obvious and simple, yet it's so hard for people to take it on board. As I said, I was joking with my colleague that we're not surprised that, that it's tough to become an honor student or an athlete, a world-class athlete, or even an exotic dancer. I mean, every one of these things takes efforts. And yet when you get to this straight...
We might have to explore that exotic dancing part again. Continue.
It takes a certain natural gift, gifts, if you will. It takes, a certain kind of mindset. And then it takes dedication. And I'm joking, but I'm not joking, because all sorts of things in life take that. And yet, because of our brains, because of our society, because of our need to be right, we somehow didn't think that trading and investing would take that. And of course it does. And it's like there is a path. It is hard work. And it is something that can, at least in its workman fashion, be achieved by many people. But not if you continue to think of it as this kind of magical, well, I met a guy, or I had a flash in the middle of the night, or, all the other things that people do instead of doing the work.
As you bring this idea up of the qualitative differences, and I'll give you an example that you can run with and play with. And so I caught on Ed Sekoda's Trading Tribe recently. He made a comment about day trading. And he said that traders use it medicinally as distraction from deeper issues. And I took that statement and I put it into a podcast, and I simply made the challenge. I said, the root of my books, the only reason I've had any success is I was lucky enough to see all these insane track records going back decades, all audited and on file with the CFTC for all these trend following traders. And that was the foundation for my work. If I didn't have those, then it's just my opinion. And so I took the idea of where are the day trading track records? I know we can always find one or two guys here or there, whatever. And so I thought about Ed's comment, and to take it a step further, what I was really thinking about was the feedback that I got. I mean, you would have thought that I had just, injured somebody. And instead of even being direct about it or confronting the idea of no track record or confronting what Ed said about using it as a distraction, they would say like, well, your interview style is not very good. You're not very prepared. All these other things. And they just didn't like the idea that somebody was making them think about something and really challenging them on it. Like, once again, starting with Ed's comment, and they just want to fight on that. And all I was saying was, hey, hold on, just do yourself a favor and just find the proof before you latch onto it and assume it's something you can do.
Well, and this, again, the behavioral finance people and researchers in human cognition, they've begun to discover this. There's an effect that goes like this, is the less you know about something, the more convinced you're right about what you know.
That's a great statement. Say it again. That was great.
The less you know about something, because it allows your brain to make really clear and vivid pictures, the more convinced, because of those clear, vivid pictures seeming true, the more you think it's true. So,
I love that.
It's a deep fallacy in human thinking to begin with, that we like simple things, which of course turn out not to be true because life is messy. I mean, to put it in the simplest of terms.
The less you know, the more dangerous you are.
Yeah, there's a corollary to that. It's not quite the less you know, the more dangerous you are. No, if you know a little bit, then you're tremendously dangerous because you think you know something. So the research is in, and people who want to look it up can find it, that traders, investors who have researched a little bit into the markets, who actually are somewhat self-educated, and I mean, have taken it seriously and done, read a few books and websites and been diligent, but are only a little bit or partway there, they become convinced that they know something, and then they're even more dangerous to themselves.
I'll add that as an interesting example in my conversation with Jerry Parker the other day, who was one of Richard Dennis's Turtle students, who's had a fantastic hedge fund career. And he led off the beginning of the conversation by saying that he is trend following plus nothing. So it was just like, the brilliance there is that he knows exactly what he knows, and he knows it well. And he sticks to his guns, and he doesn't try to be something that he's not. Yeah,
and that's a wonderful example, because that's really hard for us to do. I mean, as I was saying earlier, and again, anyone can easily find the research on this about how we're optimistic. We think we're better drivers, and we're better lovers, and we're better investors, and all this and the other. In terms of evolution as a species, that makes perfect sense. It does. Everyone thinks it's gonna happen for them. So of course they do something instead of nothing, which is, motivating and action oriented. And then the ones who do badly, are culled from the herd. And the ones who succeeded, whether they succeeded by luck or skill, are left. So it is, over time, it's a strategy that works for the species. But on the individual level, it's delusional. On the species level, it's survival oriented. And it was years ago, he got me an introduction to our friend in New York, Larry Haight, who said if you could take the shoulda, coulda, and woulda out of your thinking, you'd actually see something other people don't, and you would have an advantage. Well, all of this neuroscience research into human biases and heuristics, as they're technically known, it's all about that. It's all about the coulda, shoulda, woulda, and all of that is like the very rose-colored glasses that influence our decision-making. And for the few people that can, take them off. And what my work is about is to say it's not biological, although I think people can get a head start. I mean, there are biological differences. We know, people who taller athletes more likely to go into basketball, or wide guys going into football and so forth. There's a starting advantage, if you will. There, Ed Sakota, Larry Haight, so forth. They may have had some sort of mental makeup that allowed them to think a little more in that direction. But when you get beyond that, a lot of it is you got to do the work. And that the work is not so much learning another trading system. It's not so much, trying to find the secret sauce or something, or being able to do Fourier equations. The work is being able to question your own assumptions. The work is being able to move beyond the conventional thinking that's all around you. And it is work.
Finding out a way to think. I've learned that from you. I've seen that from Ed, and it's observing how someone puts words together, observing how somebody constructs sentences, and then you realize, wow, they do that a little bit better than I do. And why are they doing it that way? And what can I learn from that? And then seeing, why do they put the sentence together like that? Oh, I see what they're doing. And I think it's that curious nature one has to have.
Well, that's why I say that there can be some biological advantage to someone who's more innately curious than the other guy. But that's just the starting line. After that, how do you apply that? And do you understand that it's never done? That, you keep going and developing and developing. And this is where, this is their books, the latest one by Robert Greene last year called Mastery, a very nice title, where you find that it is just in our nature. It is so easy to get at one trick, and go, okay, I know how to use auto-tune, so I don't need to sing or develop myself anymore. I'm done with that. Or I found this one thing in the market, so I'm going to run with that. In contrast to somebody goes, okay, I found that one thing. What else? And what else? And here's your Parker you were just talking about. And in the face of all that, if you do all the what else's and you find out that the one thing is the thing that still was you, okay, I'll do that. It's seeing, as Larry Hite was saying, it's seeing things as they are. And in fact, that is one of the toughest things for us humans to do.
Hey, by the way, I had Robert Greene on my podcast last year for that book.
Very cool. And I recommend people go and listen to it because
he's a good guy.
The guy takes the time to know his stuff.
Yeah. So I got an example for you. Let me kind of piece this together. And I want your analysis where somebody that thinks like this, where they are in the stage, and I want you to maybe describe it. I often have people write me and they're all worried about their initial trading signal. And they'll say, well, the breakout happened in January and the market's still going up today. What do I do? Do I wait for a retracement? So that's a kind of common refrain. And to kind of an adjunct to that, the other night, I ended up, don't ask how exactly, but I ended up at a room full of would-be Vietnamese entrepreneurs, like 50, 60 folks, and having a 3-hour conversation, kind of leading it. And at the end, I had been using some notes from Seth Godin on one thing. And Seth Godin always has this issue of like, look, you're never going to have the perfect product. You just have to ship at some point in time, because when you ship, you will get feedback, you will fail, you will learn, you will improve. And this guy stood up and he said, well, I can't just ship. It's got to be perfect. What if it's not perfect? And I said, well, gosh, how many versions of the iPhone has there been? What did the first Macintosh look like? And so I connect that with the idea of missing the breakout and waiting while the market goes straight up. So if you hear that description of the person that's looking for the perfection, what do you think when you hear that description?
I think of somebody who's trying to predict the future. And this is part of my work, what I've been involved in these last couple of years. I'm going to back up a moment and go sideways, but it'll make sense. There is a movement afoot in physics, which has been motivated by biology, to stop trying to make the models so elegant. Because there's been this idea that it underlines all of physics, which is that an elegant model, a beautiful model, will be more the true model. When they finally, due to all of the variation in biology, if you know the stories, and Darwin, he and his fellows had figured out there were like 40,000 kinds of beetles, and their remark was, well, God must have loved beetles. He'd made so many different kinds of them. There was only a few kinds of humans, but there were lots of kinds of beetles. And that goes back to that seeing things as they are. To see things as they are is to give up this really beautiful and pristine and wonderful image in the mind of how things might be, and that perfection that people put in the future, that perfection is a natural tendency in our brain. And yet it can be, as you were just noting with the entrepreneurs where you were, it can be, the stone that stumbles you completely, that people go, well, I'm waiting for that perfection. Whereas the world is full of variation. Our brains can't take that in. So we look and we see a beetle and we go, oh, it's a beetle. And I'm using that as a dumb example, but you could also look, it's a breakout. You could use an example like it's a momentum trade. Use an example like, it's a commodity trade, whatever. People use those same kinds of categories to perfect in their mind what they think is true about the world. But it's not the world. Meanwhile, the world goes on.
Yeah, I was thinking about Stephen Jay Gould's book, Full House, and the whole idea of variation. And there's just so much variation out there that if you allow yourself to get caught up in it, you might not ever get anything accomplished. I mean, you really just have to imagine it. It's just one crazy, chaotic stew of, as I said in Vietnam, and I just had a huge dish of pho tonight, and that's all it is. That's the world, is one big dish of pho.
So you go back to your trader. Well, what's the guy to do? And here's where I do have a solution, is that people think the solution is, let's start where they go. People typically think, well, if I get more information, or if I find the perfect system or something like that, that will resolve, it will solve, it'll dissolve my problem. And while it's contrary to their thinking, their experience in the meantime is getting more examples and more variation and being able to get a larger sense of what's going on. And that's where to put the effort. We talked about this the last time we had a conversation about the fellow who was looking at the price charts for years and years as a young trader. Not that he was trying to find the perfect trade, but he may have been trying to find the perfect trade. But that practice of seeing the same or other kinds of behavior in the markets over years and years and many, many, many kinds of markets, built up, if you will, a database, a foundation, like having seen tens of thousands of chess games, where he could then be able to see patterns that other people couldn't see. And that's where I can say there is no substitute for experience. And people don't want to hear that. They want a technique. They want a quick leg up. I talk about this in my book. They want to know a guy who's going to give them the secret sauce, And the thing is, even if the guy has the secret sauce, it's not yours. You don't have the experience yet to actually know what that is and how it applies and when it doesn't apply and so forth. And that comes from being deeply involved with what it is you want to be involved with, in this case, trading.
Yeah, I was just smiling to myself when you said the guy. I was thinking of it was almost a description straight out of every Scorsese film. There's always the guy, and he's usually played by De Niro. But how did you, getting back to the book, so if we were to lay the foundation, and we're going to talk again in the fall when it comes out, and I won't, quote, give away the secret sauce just yet, but if we were to lay the foundation, was there a moment, is there something that crystallized for you that was kind of the launch of this title, this particular book, or was it just a combination of many, many factors that you've been looking at in research over the years? Because I could think back with some of my books, there was something that crystallized. It was almost like one thing. I almost could imagine each book came from one experience, and then it just all branched from there. Did you have something similar happen in your world?
No. It emerged out of watching and listening and being around people, being around different traders, being around actual market wizards, that it just became over time, not immediately, over time, more and more obvious that these people were not living in the same world as me. That was my initial thinking. But I went, well, but of course they're living in the same world I am. Well, they're not seeing it the same way. Well, that's not getting at it either. And by step, I got to the point where I began to think they're conceiving of it differently. To put it in a vernacular metaphor, they're slicing and dicing it differently than me. and it feels natural to them what they're doing, and it feels natural to me what I'm doing, and we can have kind of a conversation when we talk, but they're in a different world than me. And when that idea began to sink in is when this idea of these levels began to become not just a conceptualization, but real for me. And I went, okay, well, what are the ways people do this? And of course, I started out with the idea, well, everybody's different. Everybody's got their own take on things, which is true. Yet it also, after a while, began to emerge that there were, in fact, very detectable levels, if you will, conceptualizations widely held. And I'm not saying any of the things people immediately go, well, I want to be the top one. I spent an evening at the top of the Hancock building with some of the winners of a trading game, or if you will, contest that happens each year. And the winners all came to Chicago, and we were around a table, and, the bright lights of the city in one direction and the Great Lake in the other. And they were all going, okay, what level am I? And I began to explain the levels. And someone, I'm a level 3. Well, how can I be successful when there are 5 levels and I'm just a 3? And I'm a 4, and they joust each other, But what came out of it was, how well can you utilize what you know? This is where your work is a huge example, is trend following. And excuse me for saying this about a number of very thoughtful and important books. Trend following is pretty straightforward.
It's extremely straightforward.
But the actual doing of it, and again, this is what I started out with, that slippage between, okay, here's something very straightforward to do that'll make you money. Now, can you get yourself to do it? Not so straightforward.
Well, what's funny, though? When you say it's straightforward, I think conceptually, if you read some of the titles I put out and you look at the words in print, it's very straightforward and objective. I think the hard part, though, that I've seen over the years is for people to imagine that they are going to trade off the movement of the price of the market, and that's it alone. One of the things that I've been doing in Asia is I've had a chance to make, 23 presentations across Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Malaysia, in front of sovereign wealth funds, hedge fund managers, mutual fund managers, the vast majority of which are value guys, all the nice education from the Ivies and all that stuff. They just listen and they hear this idea of following price movement and this momentum thinking, and these are the bright guys. These are the ones with all the experience, and they just don't wrap their arms around it. So I agree with you. Conceptually, it's very easy. But for a lot of people, there's this huge blind spot with using price as a decision-making cue.
Well, and this goes to the point of my work. And this is something, again, you were asking me earlier, did it come to me in a flash? If there was a flash much earlier in life, my flash was, how do people know what to want? That might seem really obvious because people go, well, I know what I want. I'm going, no, not what you want. How do you know to want that? And out of that came a whole body of work that people can still find that I did on metaphor. That is, if you think life is a game, then you want to be a winner, not a loser. You'll work on your strategy and so forth. If you think life is a journey, you'll be sure you've got the right equipment, and you'll have maps and how to get there. And if you think, life is a book, what chapter are we on and so forth, where the research has caught up with, not my insight, but the people I drew on, is that these turn out to be much more real than people thought. Now, what's an example for your listeners? Efficient market theory. That this idea, like life is a journey, or that like life is, that trading is a game, or whatever that is, that efficient market theory is that humans are rational decision makers. Again, a fiction like the other ideas, but a fiction that influenced what people pay attention to, what they value, what they notice, what they respond to, what they get advanced degrees in, and what they go out and do for a living. So you're talking to these sovereign wealth funds and these individuals, very bright people, I'm sure, in this different area. They are operating out of a mindset that is causing them to notice things about the world. The world is complex because they had to get an advanced degree to do this. The world is made up of these rational and irrational components. So they have to be able to quantify them in some way and qualify them and so forth. And these very elaborate ways of thinking develop, which feel true to the people, which go, well, I've spent years studying this. I have an advanced degree in this. And then you come in and say, what if you looked at it this way? And the way that you want to propose is certainly no more challenging than the ways they're already doing, except it isn't supported by all these other ideas and images and metaphors and so forth that they already have in place and they already can't not help but use. Now we're deep in the middle of my book and my work. Is a few people can notice that they've done that and then move on. This is what one author called the lattice theory when he was trying to figure out what Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett's junior partner, was doing. And Munger says, I have like 100 models, he calls them. He's like, I have 100 models. And the thing is to draw on the model that you need in the situation when you need it, which is to say that Munger could step back from his thinking and go, okay, does this way of thinking about this work here or not? That's a big step. That's a step up. That's a higher level trading ability to be able to step back and go, okay, when would I use momentum? And when would I use trend following? And just that idea right there means that people could begin to evaluate different methodologies as ways of seeing the world, not as trading strategies. And if that sounds a little exotic, well, that's actually the mental world most people live in and don't realize. These are real until they're real until you develop enough to go, oh, wait, that's just a way of thinking. I could do it differently.
To give an example of the rarity of perhaps having this mental dexterity to adjust and be flexible. So I make all these presentations. Usually it was a large group in a room, maybe 3 or 4 people. So it was a lot of people over 23 presentations. And I did this in 8 days. Wow. About 75 minutes for each presentation. But the very last presentation I did in Singapore was with a family office, basically one guy who happened to be an extremely wealthy, net worth somewhere close to $3 billion, Kiwi. They were the only people that wanted to have a follow-up conversation. Because when I was telling him, I was like, well, it's interesting. I've talked to all these value guys and they just don't know how they can do it. And he's like, well, we basically have one client here and we go for absolute returns. And so it was like they just wanted to hear. They heard something different. They saw some viability to it, and they're like, "Oh, we can take this in. We can absorb this. We know what to do with new information that might help us to do well." They didn't worry about whether or not they had made their money in some other way. They were going to take this in and use it in some way. At least nice to have that one experience of getting through to perhaps the most successful person that I met in that whole 8-day event.
Yeah. And for your listeners, it's an outlier. Are you the outlier? And the chances are you're not. But here's the very interesting thing. And this is why I'm bothering to write the book, to do the work, to talk to you and so forth. It is possible at every moment to become that outlier because it's a change of thinking. It doesn't require $3 billion. It doesn't require, inside market information. If you can make the change of thinking from you are a certain kind of skillful person to you do a certain kind of skillful thing, for example, that's one way to think about the change. That you could add other skills to what you do. If you can make that shift, which many people can't find themselves able to do, you can become that outlier. You can become that person who now has an edge because you can see more of what's actually there than what you think could have, would have, should have been there.
It's some really powerful thinking. I wanted to add something. I want to see where you wanted to go with this too. You were talking about the idea of efficient markets, and I'm going to let you run with that a little bit more because even people that maybe have heard that might need a better explanation. And I know you can give one to really explain the idea of efficient markets and inefficient markets. One example I want to give you that I saw the other day, I was watching a presentation. It was an interview with Vernon Smith, who won the Nobel Prize the same year that Kahneman won it for experimental economics. And so Smith, who was kind enough to appear in my film that you were kind enough to appear in as well. But Smith made the comment, he was talking about the housing bubble. He basically said, we learned this stuff in the laboratory years ago. And this is the reason he got his Nobel Prize. He goes, we, basically created these artificial markets in the laboratory with students, and we started putting these markets together. And all of a sudden, we didn't really expect it, but we started having bubbles would get created. They had no explanation for where they were coming from. They couldn't predict them, but they would just appear. And so the bottom line is that Vernon Smith really got his Nobel Prize for basically proving that all of this econ that had come about the efficient markets really just was inaccurate. And I'll let you run with that and maybe let you explain to the audience a little bit more about the idea of efficient versus inefficient.
Well, but this goes back to where sideways a while back, and I said I'm going to talk about physics a moment, because there was a point in the development of physics where a really elegant theory, gravitation, just a few equations, electricity, Maxwell's 4 equations that explain electromagnetic theory. I mean, the brain is just like, oh my God, there it is, And as Einstein said, it's like, I want to know God's thoughts. And they assumed, it's a human tendency of this elegance, this being able to see deeply into the world. And at a certain level, if you will, at a certain resolution, with a certain kind of instrument, it all does have that orderliness to it. And with human beings, that orderliness in economics is about 30,000 feet, maybe 25,000 feet, which is to say, if you pull back and you see human beings not as individually motivated, that you want to go to one restaurant and your friend wants to go to another, and so forth. You pull back enough that you're like little dots moving around, and you go to restaurants and you go to clothing stores and you get on airplanes and you're in hotels, Skyping and so forth. Then at that point, you can begin to describe some kind of physics of human interaction. But of course, when you've pulled back that far that humans are just dots, you can't take in the individual into account. So you tell a story about it. And you go, well, each one is trying to maximize their utility, which is to say well-being, goodness, whatever. We could have used goodness, but they came with utility. And in that, you were able to see things in a way and derive some equations that, in fact, had this insight into masses of people. And that was if you will, the framework that resulted in the efficient market theory. And it does have insights, and it also has seductions. One of the big seductions is it is so orderly. It has numbers. It has equations, and you go, well, it must be true. And so our brain, as I remember I said earlier, who wants the simple story with the really clean lines, and the less you know, the more you believe it, also came into play with this story. You have Fama, who's famous, actually is one of the principal authors of efficient market theory, coming up with these elaborate explanations of why there are bubbles. It's entirely rational, of course, but it's explanations after the fact, or what we call in everyday life excuses.
Yeah, and the idea of predicting is just that's where the problem starts for so many people, and you discussed that in the beginning of this podcast.
Well, and the thing is, it's in our nature to want to predict. And again, taking this idea of, whether it's 5 feet or 25,000 feet, at 5 feet, we're trying to predict what's going to happen next. Is this person friendly? Am I going to eat today? And so on and so on. And we have a whole history as a species of predicting the next moment. And at that level, it works pretty well. Someone looks at you and smiles, you go, oh, they're friendly. They look at you with another look, you go, oh, I better back up. So we instantly, this is the system one idea, we instantly derive assumptions that obviously have worked because we're still here. In fact, we're the most successful species in history. Yay for our team. As one pulls back to 25,000 feet, the brain still is using those patterns. So now we have, whether it was in history like Hegel and philosophy, predicting the movements of history, or whether it's one of those Washington think tanks, which, tells you what Iran is definitely going to do next year and charges huge amounts of money to find out that secret. It's the same pattern.
Look at North Korea right now. I mean, I'm sitting over in Asia right now and just reading some of the international news, and it's like this kind of cherubic, dopey-looking kid basically has got the entire world transfixed as to whether or not he's going to launch a scud off into outer space that may or may not hit something. I mean, it's absolutely amazing how much everyone is trying to figure out whether or not he's going to send one missile off into Looney Tunes land.
Yes, exactly. And why is that? Again, this comes back to my work in the sense that it's not about thoughtful international analysis. It's not about careful military intelligence and spying on their technology. It's not about understanding the deep psychological motivations he might have. No, it's about the fact that humans are really distracted by vivid imagery. And the idea of this missile flying into the sky with a fire coming out of the other end and then landing somewhere with a tremendous boom, that image is so big and so compelling to people. As you say, it's one missile. Transfixes most of these brilliant brains. And you're right, there's, hundreds of thousands of brilliant brains in the State Department and in the military and in private industry and so forth, are all transfixed on this very simple, vivid image that they can't get out of their head. And going back to the point of why you would ask me to speak with you is the person who can look at that and go, it's just one image, who can step back mentally and say, I am not my thought processes. I have certain thought processes. And this is not the only technique, but it's the one I'll emphasize today. Someone who can do that and begin to put out in their brain multiple scenarios, which, by the way, is almost the definition of being an advanced thinker, is you can, instead of like Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winner, along with Smith, who said that what you see is all there is. This is one of his insights he brings forth in his book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Most people, most of the time, is what they see in their mind is all they think there is, and they can't not respond to that. And the person who can hold 2 or 3 thoughts in their head, like you were just doing, this is a Looney Tunes situation. It's one missile. The U.S. could easily deal with it, as could most of the countries in the area, and so on and so on. Suddenly you've got room to think about things. And suddenly you're not the guy who dedicated years and years and years to being the value investor or the momentum investor or whatever. You go, okay, how does this work and when does it apply? Now you've got a chance.
I mean, let me take this missile example a little bit step further and let you run with it. So my thinking would be, if I was in this world, I'd say, okay, look, this is not a great situation because let's say he can launch a missile that has a 2,500 kilometer range. And let's say he puts a nuke on top, and let's say he makes a miscalculation, and let's say it hits Tokyo. Nobody wants that to happen. However, you have to start to look at it from a standpoint of odds and say, what are the odds? And then you say, what's the response? And I think what's interesting about what's going on in the media, as opposed to reducing this to a discussion of odds, it's almost like the media is gearing this up where it's almost like a kind of a sadistic, like, let's watch the car accident. It's almost like people want something bad to happen because they're bored.
Well, in honor of the fact that we're in the middle of April, I'll say that it's been my back of the mind thought for some time that we're hoping that something disastrous will happen or the aliens will come so we don't have to file our income taxes. So here's the thing. If I was to put it in a word or a few words, is that in order to tie things together in our minds, to keep track of them, to do what we do as humans, outside of the moment when we're eating or drinking or doing something else, we tell stories. We tell stories to tie things together, and to do that, We use vivid imagery because we respond to that. Our news media is an expression of that. We'd like to think it's news and it's serious and it's helping us make decisions. No, its fundamental purpose is to appeal to the part of us that loves stories. Of course, the other part is they want to make profit. So they're going to tell the most vivid and the most emotionally exciting, even if it's fear, stories they possibly can. So as you and I've talked on other occasions, there's any number of very smart guys, the market wizards say, you got to unplug your television. You have to control the flow of information to yourself because those inputs do not exist to inform you. They exist to make a profit for themselves. Now, not a bad thing. I'm not against that. But I am saying, therefore, they are going to try and excite you and put up the most vivid stories they can rather than the messy mishigas that is human life.
Here's a way, and this kind of builds on something you said earlier when you were talking about some of the market wizards and how they kind of operate on a different plane. And a lot of people are fond of always saying, well, that thing that Ed Seykota learned 30 years ago, that's not relevant today. Well, clearly they'd be mistaken, but I see the brilliance in someone like what Ed does is he says, okay, we've got all these sources of information flowing at us, right? So I can either be the guy that decides I'm going to try and take in more information each day. If I go to Drudge Report every day, if I go to Zero Hedge every day, if I have Bloomberg on in the background and CNBC on the background, if I get more and more and more and more and more stimulation, I will make better decisions. Or I would say somebody like Ed looked at it and said, let's operate at a higher plane here. The information flow is never going to stop. It's going to get more intense. Where is a better place to make decisions? And clearly somebody like Ed Seykota and Richard Dennis and the Turtles and other trend following traders, David Harding, they said less is more. Less information, and we can make better decisions and then ignore the distractions. And I was just thinking as you're talking and the whole idea of how some of these guys operate at a different plane.
Well, yeah, that is, and there is where I didn't want to. And I didn't want to take up the idea that people operate on different levels. It's anti-democratic. It suggests certain things about, well, I know better than you. But in fact, I ultimately had to take out the woulda, coulda, shoulda and say, this is what is that getting to the point where you ask this question, at least among traders, what do I need to know in order to make my trading decisions? Some people who are listening going, well, I don't know what I need to know. And I go, exactly. These guys have gotten to a point where they've gone, okay, I know what I need to know to make the decision, and anything else is a distraction. So I'm actually going to reduce my inputs to the inputs I know make a difference because I've taken the time to vet my inputs to find out which ones are important and which ones aren't. Well, there's the work. I mean, this is where people say, well, Charles, there's a lot of words you're saying, what can I do? And I said, well, this is the thing. At each stage of the trading process, the people who get good at this, they do the work. Part of the work would be what inputs make a difference, what inputs don't. And they're going, well, how would I figure that out? Somebody says. I said, well, that's the first thing you need to figure out. In your trend following process, to give a real example, you point out, the only input is price or price over time, if they want to get, fancy about it. Then how do I utilize that input and that input alone? And then how do I study that input to find out how that could be useful? Well, there's work there. And you're feeling free to restrict yourself. And in a sense, if you'll allow me the analogy, this is, like the athlete who, the basketball player who goes and does dribbles every day and does, shots every day. And you got to go do the practice to actually find that out. Now, in your case, you've done a lot of the legwork for people in the sense that you can show them all the data you've already gathered on this. Back before that happened, people like Ed had done the research and they were keeping it to themselves, about how this worked. And therein, I can say that your listeners are in a better position than traders, investors, speculators of even a generation ago, because a lot of the legwork's been done. But the really important thing to do still has to be done by every individual, him or herself, which is that you've got to be able to go in and get the experience and then be able to say, okay, this is one example. What would be another? What would be another? How do these compare? How do I evaluate them? What am I using to evaluate them? I know this sounds boring, but this is the going in and beginning to do that kind of sorting out of all of these opportunities instead of jumping from one trading system to another, or one guru to another, or one advisor to another, until your money's gone.
Yeah, but as you say this, Charles, and this is, it's going to come off as a compliment, but I think you're going to see where I'm going with this, is that when I have listened to you over the years, when I've listened to Ed Secuda over the years, or Richard Dennis, or a lot of other well thought out folks in these subjects, people might not understand that most of the words that come from certain types of people that think through things, they're not extraneous words. Meaning if someone really sits back and kind of analyzes what you've said over the course of this podcast today, it wasn't extraneous stuff that you wanted to say because you liked the way your voice sounded. And I think that's a real interesting thing that's hard for sometimes for people to grasp, is what's important in what Charles Faulkner is saying, and what's important in what somebody else might be saying. Now, somebody can come back and they can say, okay, Covel, you're redundant. But that's different than being extraneous. You know what I mean?
I would go on to say, and you're redundant because most people can't hear it the first time, not because they don't have ears, but because of their preconceived notions, their ideas of how things should be or could be, and they don't get it. Like you said, you did all these presentations in Southeast Asia. I'm sure had some wonderful times as well. You had a few people went, let's talk a little more about this. Most of them went, yeah, and went on to the next thing. And this is the unfortunate fact in my work, is I've had to conclude that but again, and I'm interrupting myself here, very few people become professional athletes or chess masters or even exotic dancers. It's a lot of people drop out for whatever reason along the way. Your listeners would do well to, as much as they can, let go of their ideas of their own brilliance and the fact that they're better drivers and lovers and traders and all the rest, and get a sense of what it is they're willing to do. Because ultimately I have good news, which is that if you're willing to acknowledge what level you're at and what efforts you're willing to make, you can probably find a strategy that'll work. Now, it may be at the lower levels, investing in passive index funds, distributed over a number of countries and so forth. And this is a well-known strategy. You can find it in, most, big brokerage houses' websites. And that may actually be the best thing for that person to do at that level. If you're willing to do the work to go on to learn to think for yourself and to develop your own strategies and to think them through and to find out, as I was talking earlier, sorting out all the different approaches and what works when and when it doesn't and so forth, then you may have a trader in you. And your work in trend following is definitely one they should look at. Not the only one, but definitely one they should look at. And a few, just like in professional athletes and chess masters and everything else, a few will have a natural gift and will take it forward and do something tremendous. And God bless. I mean, I will love to meet you someday. Most of us are somewhere in the middle. We're not the tallest. We're not the most handsome. We're not the smartest. But we do have what it takes if we figure out what it is we really want to do and we're willing to do it.
So I have one last final question based on everything you've said today, and I'm sure the audience is out there, they're thinking the same thing that I'm thinking of. I think we're up to 3 times that you've mentioned exotic dancers in this conversation.
It provokes an image. I'm doing it on purpose. I'm showing that is how your brain works. You can't help doing this. Now, for some people, it might be dancer. For some people, it might be value. For some people, it might be momentum. For some people, it might be breakout. And the point is, those are all things with shiny, what do they call that stuff on the costumes, the tinsel and the rest. And it's only one option. There are others. And to get beyond that in one's brain, to allow oneself to go, ooh, shiny, which, by the way, every mammal on the planet is attracted to shiny. Rats will take shiny stuff back to their nests. It's part of our biological makeup. And a few of us humans can go, ooh, shiny. Okay, now what's important? So thank you for the question.
Do you want to hear a PG related rejoinder on this subject?
Go ahead.
So I have an assistant named Michelle, who you met a few years ago in Chicago. Michelle is a sweet girl, and she is a goody two shoes is the best way I can describe her. Married goody two shoes. So she knew that I liked this author, Seth Godin, and she heard about another book, and she picked up this book for me called Fascinate by a woman named Sally Hogshead, I believe. And so I start reading this book, and the very first, I think the first chapter was talking about rooms full of exotic dancers, and the girls that ended up making the most money were the women that were not taking birth control, and that was just a fascinating thought. And so I remember calling Michelle. I was like, Michelle, have you read this book? Do you realize what I've just learned in this book that you've given me? I've just learned that the most successful exotic dancers do not take birth control. And she's completely embarrassed. But it was fascinating.
That brings us back to where we started with this conversation. It brings actually back to my work. I mean, not to burst the bubble on exotic dancing, but that we are most influenced by parts of our environment that we are unaware of. This then proposes, well, oh my God, well, what does that mean? And it's like, well, first of all, people think of like CNBC maybe as part of the environment, or Barron's, or their broker calling, or something or other, or, that there are all these environments that are influencing you, the listener here, in ways that you don't realize. And the people that I've met, the people that became market wizards, are people who at some point began to realize that was going on and began to manage it. He's not a trader, but he's a good example. A lot of people don't realize that, or don't remember that Warren Buffett went to Columbia University in New York City, and he worked for Benjamin Graham in New York City. So he was there, and he left because he found it was distracting in terms of what he really wanted to do. And I'd leave your listeners with that idea is sometimes it's not taking on more that makes a difference. It's being able to let go of something that, it's New York, hey, it's a wonderful town. And if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere and all that. And he went, no, it's too distracting for what I want to do. I've figured out what I want to do, and here's how I need to rearrange my life. That's a leverage point, by the way. That's a higher level trading strategy, is you begin to organize your inputs because you realize that you will be distracted by things you're not even aware of if you don't take charge of them.
You thought it was over? It's just getting started. Here is episode 187. Where are you at?
I'm in Belgrade, and it's snowing. It's just started to be winter here, a little bit late this year.
Share with me, how have you meandered to Belgrade in late November?
Well, I've meandered here via Budapest, giving programs in this NLP work that I've done before, neurolinguistics, and how language affects our thinking and our behavior and our beliefs and attitudes. And then more specifically on money, how the metaphors and ideas and images of money in our mind affect our actions and our results in the world. And even more recently, how all of this then relates to decision making and how we're a lot less in control of our decision making than we think we are. And
well, hold on. Before I let you go, though, I can't let you, because I've not been to Belgrade yet. You have to tell me.
Yeah,
so when you come into a city like Belgrade and you experience it, you've been there before?
Yes.
What are some of the first things that you feel when you come into this city that I've not yet experienced?
Well, you come in from the airport, and that in itself can be very interesting because it's how much nature or what is in or around that area. Where is it? Is it far away or is it close? As you know, in European cities, very often there's a lot of green around the airport, unlike in the United States, for example. And so you get a sense of are you in the countryside or what? And then at least in my case, I move into the city. And so then you begin to find out about, what's their idea of suburbs. And unfortunately, in Belgrade's case, it's very post-Stalin, it's post-communist. And so there's these big blocks of buildings that are out and with very little around them in terms of trees or whatever. And so you get a sense of the starkness of people's lives. And then as you get closer into the center of the city, you look at, I look at architecture and stuff like that very often, at least in Belgrade more, the buildings are more Eastern European, where there's this like concrete facade on the outside, which it's not inviting. And there's a very sense of an outside and an inside. And this sometimes lets me know how it is that people are as well, because people respond to their environments and they create their environments, and these get mixed up with each other. And I find the people in Belgrade very warm and very inviting. And yet from the outside of their system, you wouldn't have guessed that at all.
Interesting. Well, I leave Asia in early December, and I will be taking a pit stop in Zurich for 4 days. So I'm looking. I've never been there. I'm looking forward to that brief experience.
Zurich, the airport is like it's in a park or something. Or you arrive in Zurich. I was there just a couple of days ago as I came through, and I've been to Zurich as well. And so you're out in this pastoral place, very nature oriented. I mean, you even count cows as the plane is coming in if you're so inclined. And then you go into the city, and as you're going in, is this high tech feeling emerges with all, with the new buildings and the glass and so forth. And so it's its own incredible journey.
Very cool. I was thinking about your description of or comparison to maybe American airports, and I was thinking it's something in some instances, not all, but in some instances, maybe like JFK, it's like landing at a black ops site for your waterboarding.
Well, I wouldn't use that phrase.
I know, okay, that's a little over the ledge. So listen, I want to get you warmed up though, because we want to go right into what you've been working on. But I wanted to kind of lead in. We've kind of exchanged some emails about where we wanted to go today, but I wanted to lead in with something that's been in the news. And I thought it was a great way to start, because if we're going to talk about money today, and we're going to talk about the confusions, the emotions, how people interpret it, how they use it, how they think about it, the emotions surrounding it. I look at the Nobel Prize that was just given out recently, and almost in a helter-skelter, schizophrenic way, they gave the prize out to two theories that seemingly don't even mesh. And I can only imagine, like, if you give one to Faulkner, you give one to Schiller, and you have the standard issue finance on one side, you have more the behavioral world that you and I relate more to on the other side with Schiller. I can only imagine how the average person must feel trying to walk into this subject of money when the famed Nobel Committee is seemingly schizophrenic about how they give out the awards.
That's a wonderful thing and a wonderful place to start, because it parallels, if you will, Dickens' novel, Mr. Dombey and Son. And at one point in the novel, the young son, Paul, who's 5 years old, turns to his father and says, "What is money?" And his father, who's a business person and wants to be a more successful business person, says, "What is money, Paul?" And his child's going, "Yes." Dickens tells us that Mr. Dombey in his mind thinks he wants to talk in terms of circulating medium, depreciation of currency, bullion, rates of exchange, value of precious metals, and so forth. And he looks down at his son and realizes that this is not probably going to be an appropriate way of answering. And so he turns to his gold and silver and copper, guineas, shillings, and halfpence. And then he goes on to tell his son that money can make you honored or feared and respected and courted and admired, and that money makes you powerful and glorious in the eyes of men. And then, to his amazement, Paul looks up at him and says, "Well, if money can do all that, how come money couldn't save his mother's life? Why is he himself such a weak and fragile child?" And he says, "Money isn't cruel, is it?" And I bring that up because there also is this, you call it schizophrenic, I would call it duality, complementarity, as I've said in our previous discussions about system 2 and system 1, that system 2 is our logical and deliberative and thoughtful and conscious decision process.
Give an example of that, system 2, because you got system 1, system 2, and it pertains to money. I want to let you outline that for the audience, for those that might have not heard our prior conversation.
Okay. System 2, as I say, is conscious, thoughtful, and conscientious. We're told that money is objective. After all, it's got numbers on it, and we're adding and subtracting and multiplying, dividing it. And that's that conscious, abstract idea. That's system 2. When we think about things consciously and deliberately and step by step, then we're thinking in terms of system 2. Whereas the system 1, as this theory in behavioral finance, behavioral economics has come out, is that that's our unconscious, automatic, and wildly associative part of us. It's the part of us that lets us be able to read people's emotions when they smile or when they grimace or when they look confused or such. It's the part of us that lets us have an intuition, an idea. And we develop associations. To this part of us, money is very physical. To this part of us, money has many associations, many emotions. Now, here's the situation, is that our system 1 is both older in our came first in our species, is much older. It's what we call our gut feeling, when we go with our heart, all those ideas of utilizing our body to think, which even 2 decades ago was not considered how it's done, but now the science is in and we know we do it that way, and we do it all the time. Meanwhile, our system 2, this thoughtful, deliberate, conscious, putting things together, whether it's, the emergence of the Renaissance or whether it was the emergence of the industrial age or now with, iPhones and Androids and all the rest, this very successful part of us requires deliberate energy and attention and is easily exhausted. And what the research has found is that, and again, the most famous book in this is Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow, a wonderful place to start, and not the only one. There's popularizations, Malcolm Gladwell's Blink I've mentioned before. Different people have begun to get these ideas out there. These two processes are going on all the time, and we don't outgrow them. Rather, System 2 consciously suppresses System 1. That is, that our Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote physics is still running in the back of our head. And we consciously go, no, that's not how it works, and we have to think more Newtonian or whatever, but that's a conscious effort. In the same way, our earlier images, associations, idea, impulses, emotions about money, the ones that we got as a child, we grew up with, the ones that are in the background of our society, they're running all the time. And meanwhile, we're told that, of course, money is abstract and it's logical and it's objective. We can do that process. But again, that process can be overwhelmed by strong emotion, by stress, by being tired, by being intoxicated in some way, either with chemicals that come from the outside world or generated internally. And oh my, isn't that what happens when people are trading or investing, that they get emotional? And so what Kahneman notes in his book is that we often substitute the thinking of System 1 for System 2, and then afterwards tell ourselves how rational our decision was to get out of that stock when it went down, but now it's back up a bit again, but we didn't get back in. The idea that we can think objectively about money because it has numbers on it, and because there's economic theories like Fama's, is paradoxical to our actual situation, that we're making these so-called irrational, but I wouldn't say they're irrational, I'd say they're associative decisions about money that Schiller talks about and that Schiller has pointed out in his research.
That's a good point about associative versus irrational, because I think the quick and dirty way, even someone like myself, I'm sure I'm guilty of it, is to immediately say irrational, but there is a rational process going on with System 1. It might not be the best thing at all times, but it's rational deep in our fiber and deep in our gut.
Well, I wouldn't say it's, I would give, the problem with rational, irrational is the same problem with conscious, unconscious. The very word gives precedence to the rational, gives precedence or more importance to the conscious. And it's like, no, there are two sets of processes. And the actual fact of the matter is the so-called unconscious process, or the automatic System 1 process, is running much, much more of our lives than the conscious and so-called rational. So I think to call them, as I said, associative in contrast to logical, for example, or automatic in contrast to conscious or deliberate are better used, because then they draw people to notice what are the properties of it, rather than giving preference to one or the other.
So let me throw some color out there for a second and let you run with it. And this is going to be base level, really not even thinking about the markets or trading anything yet. But in my travels in the last year, I've seen a lot of different cities in one particular part of the world, Asia. This, however, is going to apply to everywhere. And you see what's going on is many malls that look identical. And in these malls, many empty shops. You have your Versace's, your Ferragamos, they go on and on and on. By and large, they're empty, but they stand like monuments, influencing the masses as they walk by every day to see, to maybe even feel, to think this is the highest thing you can shoot for. And it's really an amazing thing that's happening across society. I'm sure some people realize what's going on, but I'm thinking a lot of people don't. They don't know that even their unconscious mind are seeing these images of extreme wealth, of extreme materialism and consumerism. And I'm not saying those are necessarily bad things, but it's really interesting. These stores are empty and they're just pushing this message. And I think this is, in a roundabout way, right in the territory of where you're working.
I think so. And to give a historical perspective to it, as this didn't happen recently, this consumerism, or you want to call it, is that H.G. Wells, who, more than generations ago, more 100 years ago, wrote, "Money means in 1,000 minds, 1,000 subtle, different, roughly similar systems of images, associations, suggestions, and impulses." And you make the very good point is that, well, how do those get in there? These images, associations, suggestions, impulses. Well, from our family we grow up with, but moreover now, since we grow up so much in public, so much in the media, those images, ideas, and impulses. So people who think they're thinking originally about money or about their life or about the choices they're making, if they step back in their mind's eye, that is to say, if they were to repress those for a moment and use their system they'd find out they're pretty much wanting what everybody else wants, because that's what's out there to want. And to become the contrarian investor, the independent thinker, the trader who discovers something new is, in fact, quite a challenge and takes deliberate effort.
So let me ask, I know you're in the middle of a research project, and I know I have a feeling in 2014 it will come to a completion. Where are the examples, the research? What are you coming across in your current process that are either light bulb moments for you, those aha moments, things that you think the audience might really resonate with, that's coming across your desk recently?
Well, I was going to say, just last night, there's a new paper out, and I'm in front of my computers. We're stalking, of course, and I could look up the paper, but basically it's called The Basic Bias. I believe it's called The Basic Bias. It's that they're discovering, much to the dismay and this will, again, the reason I brought H.G. Wells up is the idea that these things are being rediscovered and rediscovered. The neurosciences have found a way to think about it that it's staying in the brain this time. Kahneman, decades ago, had noticed that the smarter people were the more they fell for these so-called heuristics and biases. That is, the more they thought that these foibles and problems of decision making didn't apply to them. They applied to those other dumb people who were falling for it. And it turns out that the smarter you are, the more you fall for them. I spoke about this in a previous podcast where I was noting that if you know nothing about trading and investing, then you know nothing. And in a sense, you're better off than somebody who's read a few books, gone to a seminar or two, because then you think you know something. And you're even more dangerous if you're like in the middle of the process, because at that point you go, well, I got a handle on this, at which point you're no longer self-critical. You're no longer questioning what you're doing. You're going, well, I understand technical analysis, or I understand the amount to put on a position, or so forth and so on. And then that's when performance slippage is you can really hurt yourself, so to speak.
There's an interesting example. I've not saying this in a critical way, and I've spoken fondly of his attitude and his trading acumen on my prior podcast. But there's a fund manager out of Ireland, I believe, named Hugh Hendry. He's a famous bear, and in the last couple days, he basically said, I've thrown in the towel. I'm no longer bearish. I was only staying bearish so I could feel the sense of being right when everything was going to crash. However, now that many equity markets seemingly are going parabolic, the momentum trend style is clearly working. I have to shift gears now. And it was a really interesting, I mean, I give him credit for putting it out there. I don't necessarily think it's great for a career, but for him to say to the audience, to his clients, I was trading with the hope that the markets would go down with your money just so I could be right.
Well, it shows a great deal of honesty and in that sense, self-disclosure. And I think that if you will, is the Fama and Schiller thing, going back to the Nobel Prize, is that they're beginning to have to do that. The fund guys, people are beginning to ask these questions. There's enough books out about this now going, well, which of the blind spots of trading and investing are you falling into? And, one way to regain credibility, to regain reputation, is to admit your mistakes and move on. I mean, to not admit them is to actually, people now are saying, oh, he really is caught in he's believing his own marketing,
Here's my other example that I saw this recently, and I just want your feedback. So I was in Singapore. I went to dinner with a group of Singaporean folks that all worked for this one company. And we got to talking about something called kiasu, which I was not familiar with. And essentially it means afraid to lose. It's an afraid to lose to others, and everything must be number one. So Singaporeans are famous for this kiasu. For example, they'll queue up overnight for condos. If there's going to be a big shopping fiesta at the mall, they'll wait all night. They just don't want to lose. They have to be number one. I guess if you're in the pure consumer world and you're looking to just buy something, I can't necessarily tell someone it's an incorrect way to think. However, I think if you were to take that kiasu type concept, this afraid to lose and must be number one to the markets, that could be terribly dangerous, especially in the research that you're working with right now when it comes to money.
Yeah, it's well known. And this goes to the idea that the attitudes and emotions, especially when one is in those emotions, they run the decision process. So when one is in system one, if you will, and emotional and, I can't lose here, then you will be restricted to the decision processes you have in your automatic, unconscious system one. And if your trading strategy or approach, requires a longer time frame, requires more conscious or thoughtful application of a system, well, you'll tell yourself later that you did it, or you'll tell yourself why you didn't do it later, but you won't have done it. And in fact, this goes back to our friend Ed Sakota, and his thing was that the emotions that you're unwilling to feel are your trading system. And when you put the behavioral finance stuff together with Ed's thought there, you understand why. If the person is afraid of losing and can't go, okay, take your loss and go on to your next trade, then of course you stay in the position until it goes to zero, or you scramble in and out of it and you try to chase the market, and all the other behaviors we know so well come out.
The reason I partially bring that example up is to have a concept, this concept of kiasu, K-I-A-S-U, to have this concept in a place like Singapore, which is capitalism on fire, which is success on fire. I think it's the highest percentage of millionaires per capita. I think they've passed Switzerland. And so how does that reinforce when you have such a successful country, a successful population of people, and they have a concept like that built into the culture? In many ways, it just seems like such an incorrect way to think about things. However, they would say, well, hey, look at our success.
Well, that's right there. And now we're going more into the decision-making side of my work than the ideas about money. But to take up your question, you're looking for, or they're claiming, a cause or a primary cause. And that's a very conscious mind, system two thing to do. What's the reason this is happening? Whereas in most of life experience, in most of decision-making, and most of the effects in the world, there are multiple causes and multiple effects. Is it the high degree of education that they have? Is it the homogeneity of their people? Is it the fact that they're building their technology infrastructure now? We know that as countries come later to the technology revolution, they actually have an advantage over countries that have older infrastructures. So right there, I just named three, as well as this idea that maybe their fear of losing is getting them to save more or do other things or be more diligent or something like that. Now we have four possible sources of success. And in what way are equal amounts, and and in what way do they synergize and affect each other, and what are 5 and 6 and 7 and so forth? We do this as humans, and it's almost always retrospective. We look back and go, we became great because. But we're very often making it up. I love Talib Nassim's phrase, which is that the more we can explain the past, the more we can predict the future. Or rather, the more we think we can explain the past, the more we think we can predict the future.
So the reality is, if you really wanted to start to break something down, like this example that I bring with you, Kiyasu could just be a slight concept to the overall culture. And that if we really broke down the success of this culture, the success of this country, as you said, it could be 5, 6, 7, 8 on to 20, 30, 40, 50 different ways. And I think it's your thought process that you're giving the audience right now to be introspective, to think, to look, to observe, to take notes, to be awake.
The idea, any model is a simplification of reality. And models, analogies, systems, whatever it is it's a way of trying to make sense of experience, because experience is complex and ambiguous and subject to, as they fancily say, stochastic processes, which is say randomness, and it's not determined in many cases what's going to happen. And our system one is very much see and respond, because up close and personal, both in time and space, it works really well to, how is Michael feeling this morning? I can hear you're interested and excited and, going into this podcast and so forth. We're really good at that. But as we get into bigger scale stuff like the Singapore economy, or as we get into longer timeframes like what's going to happen in the markets next year, we use this same near and dear process with less and less reliability. We do what we know how to do, and we don't often know where the limits of it are. And this is where, when you your own research into trend following, was to find that the simplicity of that approach, the kind of ease with which one can take a class of information, price in the case that you're studying it, and then, make a measured bet about the future. And people go, well, that's too simple because, I like a complicated model because the world is complicated. Well, that's a mistake of thinking. It's like, well, because the world is complicated, you need a complicated model. Maybe. But also to think that one thing will be the answer. Maybe, we've got to find the fit.
I often get the question from people that are maybe new to my world, and I want your big meta view of this. So they'll come at me and they essentially want, I assume they've done a little bit of Googling, and I've assumed they kind of say, well, this guy Mike has got 5 books and a film on this subject. And they come at me and they ask one question and they want one answer, and they expect the answer to be one word long. And seemingly they will then have everything they need to know on this subject. Whereas I've always looked at any subject where it's like, you're not going to get there in a straight line. You're going to have to dig around the edges. You're going to have to fall down some. You're going to have to get wet. You're going to get dirty. It's not going to be necessarily logical or in a linear fashion. And I find it really amazing that there is a certain portion of the population that truly believes in I guess I almost want to call it the McDonald's way of thinking. Give me the fast food answer right now. One word, please. Thank you. That's all I want. And then they actually get mad if you don't give it to them.
Yes. That's well known. I was thinking of the H.L. Mencken quote, just again to show that this goes across generations. Those of you who don't know Mencken, he was one of the characters that was in the movie Quiz Show. When the fellow from the family that was Charles Dorn, and one of his friends was this great pundit and writer back in that period of time of early television. and if I'm going to misquote it, but it was basically, to any question or problem, there's a solution that's clear and easy to understand, and it's wrong. It's basically what the quote is. And this goes back again to the kind of work that I'm drawing on, which is that we now know that the less you know about something, the clearer the image, the more certain you are that it's real and true. So when they come to you and they want that one-word answer, they want you to help make their pictures really clear so they can feel settled in their decision and feel they did the right thing, making the decision that they did. And of course, we know there are all sorts of different offers in the marketplace which will do that for you, picks all highs, picks all lows, our foolproof system, and so on, appealing to people's need for certainty.
That need for certainty, how extensive do you see that in the population?
Oh, it's basic to our biology, I think. I think that it's fundamental to our thinking processes. And in fact, part of the work I've got is that there's almost literally a one-to-one correspondence between the number of ideas you can hold in mind and how developed your mind is. And we start out with one picture in mind. And then if you can hold two pictures in mind, then you move to a different kind of thinking. If you hold three pictures in mind, you might even be able to build a strategy, for doing something in life. But that doesn't kick in till 12, 13 years old. And even after that, most people still go back to one picture.
And we were talking in email about this. So we're talking system one. Anyway, I've taken you off on some tangents, but I always love taking you off on tangents. So on system one, system two, do you have any other examples that you could lead people into? And what are you, as you dig into this research on 1 and 2, what kind of conclusions are you drawing? Where are you looking to ultimately take people in understanding 1 and 2?
Well, thank you for a really, really big question.
I love it. Of course, it's a big question. That's why that's why they tune in, because they realize I get smart people like you on here, and then I ask really hard questions. That's the magic of it. And then I just sit back and hopefully try and be quiet.
The first part of it is, and going back to the Fama Schiller, is that it's not schizophrenic. Those are two ways of thinking about things. And both of them are profoundly useful. So whether they meant to or not, I think the Nobel Prize Committee did a really good thing. It's two pictures, right? Remember I said about one picture, two picture, three, like one fish, two fish, three fish. So it's actually saying, look, there's both of these exist, both of these sets of ideas, efficient market theory and behavioral finance, to give them big abstract names. Both are ways in which human beings approach the world, or at least approach the financial aspects of the world. And they represent the expression of those. System one, the behavioral finance, the automatic, emotional, intuitive, pattern recognizing skills. And the other side, the efficient market theory, the deliberate, thoughtful, abstract, step-by-step logical way of thinking, and that these are two aspects of us, and that one does not replace the other, and moreover that the system one, is pervasive and running all the time, and that the system two we have takes effort. I know I'm repeating myself, but the thing is that...
But that was a critical distinction there, I think. The one's running all the time, and two takes effort.
Yes, absolutely. And as I say, it takes so much effort that very often people slip back into one, and then after the fact will claim they did two, because we tend to associate ourselves with system two. We tend to associate ourselves with the conscious mind and not with all these unconscious automatic processes, which, if you look at in people's lives, are also their habits. So when people have a habit they don't like, they say, I can't stop myself, would be a phrase someone will use, is they have an automatic process going on already, which in that case they don't see as serving them. We have the Freudian idea of the unconscious as adversarial. It's this thing set apart from us that's somehow bad and not, or it needs to be controlled or whatever. And the point is, no, these are both processes that have different operating systems, to use a computer metaphor. And in my work, I'm pointing out you need to learn how each operating system works and work it accordingly.
Okay, let's give an example of working in it accordingly. And I can go in my world, but if you've got another one, run with it too. I'm thinking from a pure, let's say, a trading strategy standpoint. If one was to look at the markets and not really have a lot of experience, maybe they turn on CNBC, they get all excited, they hear a guy throws a buy signal out, they run to Schwab, they buy something. It's very emotional, it's very immediate, almost just wild and crazy in some ways. Where on the other hand, I think the trend traders have said to themselves, hold on, we need a way to kind of handcuff, so to speak, our system one personality and put some rigidity on our trading world, on our money-making world. And that gives us better odds of success as opposed to relying on one. System one, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Am I barking up the right tree?
Well, I would use another analogy to add to what you said is that well, I don't know if they're still around, but there was called the 3000 Club years ago.
Yeah, I remember it.
And in the 3000 Club, you couldn't be a member of it until you'd spent $3,000 on trading systems that didn't work, or rather on trading systems, and, and then you went, and then people would get thoughtful about it. And that was the idea of the 3000 Club, where people said, let's get thoughtful about this process. And this goes back to, we haven't talked much about money, but this goes back to the duality of money, if you will, or the paradoxical nature of money, is that it's objective and it's out in the world and there's these ideas about it and it's got numbers on it and all that. And so people feel like it's, real and objective. And then there's all the emotional attachments and all the ideas and images and impulses that come with it. Those are so mixed up that, yes, the person's watching TV, they get an idea, they run with it. These are things that, they wouldn't, I would hope they wouldn't do in their profession. That in other parts of their lives, whether they're, a mechanic or a manager or an MD, that they realize it takes time and energy and thoughtfulness and experience and consultation to develop an expertise. Yet in the trading and investing, famously, people are impulse buyers of stocks and bonds and commodities and ETFs and the rest. And that makes sense when you think about the emotions involved and the fact that money is this magical substance that can turn anything into anything else. And I've got quotes going back hundreds of years that are like the German one, is that money not only makes you more handsome, but you can sing better.
That reminds me of the old ads from the 50s about smoking, and they would literally put ads in the magazine that smoking would help your health.
Yeah. And so they thought, and so going back to, we've been spending time again here on system 1 and 2, is for people to embrace the idea they really do have this automatic system, and that it will run and it will run away with them, if they don't make decisions to do something about that. Then there's, how do you educate system 1? But I don't want to get ahead of myself here.
Well, and this might be off on a tangent again, but as I listen to you and someone asked me about this the other day, but I think what's great about these long form podcasts is it allows the audience to listen to how someone thinks. In this case, you, Charles Faulkner. But if I think about, and I make the comparison to listening to you educate me and the audience right now, I can look over at this flat screen TV where I'm sitting and I could flip it on and there'd be some financial channel. I start to make the comparison. Well, here's Charles, very down to earth, explaining in long form, getting into detail. Or I can look at the TV and it's like there's a male model and a female model. Everything that comes out of their mouth is perfect. There's a set in a studio that looks like millions of dollars. There is stuff flashing across the screen that makes you feel like something important is happening right now. But then if they, to make the comparison, they come back, well, hold on. Charles is trying to get me to think. That's hard. Look at the flashy TV. That's good. It's true.
Well, we've been down this road before. It's like, Kramer's Mad Money show. It's got, noise and lights and excitement and emotion. answers, instant answers, and these all, of course, appeal to our creaturely nature, to our system one. And that's a good thing. We want to have that. People go to clubs for that. People go to concerts for that. There's all sorts of things people do to satisfy their senses. This is a wonderful thing to be able to do. Is that the appropriate strategy when it comes to their trading and investing? That's the question.
When we were communicating earlier, you mentioned something about thought experiments. I did not know where you were going, but I thought I should bring it up with you and let you run with it.
If we were to actually, enter into this idea of money, and we've really set it up now with the system one, system two, that economists have three definitions of money. And these are very abstract, objective system two ideas. That is that money is a medium of exchange. Money is a measure of value, and money is a store of value. These are the accepted ideas. They seem very, of course, it's very intellectual. Whereas in system one, the idea that something's a medium of exchange, that money, you can take money, you can exchange it for almost anything. And some people would claim you can exchange it for anything. Money can turn into any other thing. Money has this property of being able to become anything you want. First of all, what is that in our history? What is that? Well, that's magic, that you can turn something into something else. That's out of a fairy tale. And in terms of our thinking processes, the turning something into something else is metaphor. My love is a rose. The markets are a game. Things are looking up. It's time to take a plunge and jump back into the markets. All those are very metaphoric at their base. So in a sense, money is the most basic metaphor. Money is the most pervasive metaphor we have. And it's not a metaphor just in language. It's real. It's a child quickly figures out that you can take this paper or these coins or whatever, and you can turn them into other objects, or you can take the objects and turn them into money, and back and forth and so forth. And if you think money isn't different than other things, here's the thought experiment, or the real experiment you go do, which is when you go to work next or somewhere, pull $10 out of your wallet and just give it to somebody and say, here, have this. Not a family member, mind you, but somebody that you know them, they know you. Now, the thing is, if you bought that person a drink in a bar, if you picked up something or picked up lunch for them, there wouldn't be a second thought about it. But if you take that magical substance and you give it to them directly, I think you'll find there's a different set of feelings that emerge. That is, we like to think this is an example of, we like to think we're objective about money. But if you actually start to notice stuff like that, you'll find, well, no, it's actually be really weird for me to take, or 20. If you've got so much money, 10's not enough. Take a 20 out, just, give it to somebody you know and go, here. And then you'll both be standing around being uncomfortable for a while.
I can think of the many times this year that I've been at a very nice dinner somewhere. Maybe the very nice lady who's accompanying me, there's absolutely nothing wrong with being the man and picking up the tab. But I think you're right. I think if you were just to give a friend money for no desire for anything in return, just to give money, people are going to look at you. They're going to think something. They're going to feel something that they might not like.
Well, you could do it a different way. Be like, people wear very nice watches, very nice clothes, things like that. I'm sure you've seen that in Singapore. Having a Rolex or something on your wrist would be really different than if you just walked around with a large bill in your hand.
That is a great example, right? If you just walked around with like $20, $100 bills, kind of like long way in your hand, so people could see that you've got a big watch. And look, a Rolex is going to clearly go a lot more than that. So let's even just.
That's my point.
Right? Yeah. So if you just. Well, they do say in Saigon, though, they do say that you shouldn't walk around with those things on. So in Singapore, I don't think you have any trouble. But there's some look, even in America, I don't think it'd be such a smart thing to walk around. I mean, there's some elements of society that realize that you are walking around with money on your wrist.
Yes, that's true. But my point being is that it gets treated differently when it's the money itself, when it is this substance that can turn into anything else.
Yeah, it's a really interesting example to just imagine instead of walking down the street with the Rolex on, just walk down the street with the wad of C notes? What's the reaction? We have to try this one. Can we film this one? Can I come meet you in Eastern Europe? We could film this one. I'll just walk down the street with like $100 bills in my hand.
I used to do stuff like this when I would give a talk, and I would put like a 50 and might have a white shirt on, and at a certain point I take my jacket off, and I had a 50 folded in my pocket when I had pocket on my shirt, and people could see it, and you could watch their eyes, tracking the 50. They weren't looking at me anymore, even though what I was offering there was of considerably more value, than to their work if they took it on, than the amount of money in my pocket.
What is it doing to us at a biological level?
Well, that's what I'm getting at, is that it's like cocaine in the brain is what they're finding. Again, you want to know what the research is. It's like money lights up the dopamine areas like nobody's business. It is the reward that goes across all the different types of things in our brain, because it is all the different types of things in our brain. Money represents the physical objects we talked about. Money represents certain kinds of accesses and opportunity. Money means people will treat you in certain ways. Money means that you could be thought of as a different person than you are. And again, we didn't invent this. I've got quotes going back hundreds of years that have this in them.
So if I'm reading you right, if I'm seeing where all your research is ultimately going, you're really making the case to investors, traders, entrepreneurs, the average person, hey, before you even make the step of going down the path of building a business, putting a trade on, it might be worth your time to take a step back and think about system one, system two. Think about what's going on, the interplay here, because you don't want to get to the trading success, the entrepreneurial success, and then have not thought about those issues and have them rear their ugly heads, so to speak, at the most inopportune time.
Well, it's the linchpin. What I've come to in this work is that money is a linchpin issue. That, of course, how a person thinks about and treats money can be a great motive for them to become a successful trader and entrepreneur, but it can also be their ruin at the same time. And you and I both know guys that have gone in the business and made a lot and then lost a lot. That can be due to the movements of the market, because there is the stochastic processes, they call them, or randomness and so forth. But moreover, more often, it's that there are certain ideas, images, and impulses and so forth that the person has about this substance, which they hadn't noticed, but are running the show.
It's a terribly interesting subject. So let me ask, so when will your baby, so to speak, be available for people to read? We're talking a long time away. We'll have you on again when it comes out, but I'm just curious where is the ETA?
Well, we're looking at next fall, because I had an experience in the middle where I needed to move my entire household. That just blew out a few months. I hadn't moved in some 20 years, and I never thought of myself as a thing person, but it's surprising what you can accumulate in a large place over a couple decades.
Yeah, it's so funny. I went through that process coming to Asia this year, and I gave away a lot of things, because you look around and you say, well, if I haven't touched this for a year, what am I doing with it still? And so I remember one guy in San Diego, I think he got 8 suits.
Very, very similar thing. Except we utilized the local charity shops, and yeah, they got suits and jackets and jeans and just piles of stuff that it's. And again, this stuff also represents, it's like, well, I bought this stuff with money. If I just give it away, I'll waste my money. Again, all these associations are going on, just like then this goes to the behavioral economics idea that, if you own something, it's more valuable than if somebody else owns it. And so, it's like, well, I don't want to give this away. It's valuable. It's mine.
That example you just gave, though, too, I always love the definition of a sunk cost. When I first heard that described in an economics class, finance class, one of the few things I got out of an MBA program, the definition of it's paid for, emotionally let go. It's paid for. It's gone. You don't get it back. I think the definition, the understanding of a sunk cost flies right into the middle of your work too, because if you can let go of some of that and not hold on to it, I think you're a step ahead.
Well, listen to the metaphor.
Yeah.
Hold on, let go. See, that's what I say. It's like you've got money is sunk cost, very objective, abstract term, system 2. And then it's like, well, if you can let go, well, that's very basic and sensory and personal, and that's system 1. These two thoughts occur in the same moment, and people think, well, I ought to be able to think this through, and they're trying to do with system 2 what they need to do with system 1. And that probably goes to the heart of what I'm up to in my book, is that once I've got these ideas laid out as we have, then how do you utilize the system 1 operating system the way it is? And I'll give the answer right now to the one that we're talking about, is you need to have what are called reference experiences. You need to give away stuff, little giveaways. In other words, practice the behavior so that your neurology, because system 1, remember, is automatic and unconscious. It's running off of put it this way. You do what you do because you've done it before. That's what a habit is. Why do you do what you do? Here's the deep reason. You've done it before. If you want to do something new, then do it. And you can do it in the smallest, simplest way. And once you begin to do it, then you're beginning to do something new. So, take something to the secondhand store, or the charity shop, or the junior league, or whatever it is. Just do that with some things. Then you have done that behavior in one area of your life. You get that practice. Then you can do it in another area of your life. Like you're trading and investing.
I was going to say, even though trading and investing might not seem anything similar to taking some used clothing down to the thrift shop, you're kind of making the case that biologically it's triggering the same aspects in us.
Well, I'm saying that in order to trigger the same aspects in you, you want to first of all get the behavior into your neurology, into your system 1. And that's where system 1 is based on experience, whereas system 2 is based on logic. So the secret to running system 1 is to get yourself the kinds of experiences that will make a difference. Whereas your system 2 goes, well, I just want a strategy. Just tell me what to do. Yes or no, bright picture. It's like, it's not about a bright picture. It's about doing things.
I think you make a great point with this, the idea of experience. I think so many people want to walk through life imagining, because now you have the internet, you can be there, you can see it. You and I both know that's not true. There is no experience that I can find in a book, a magazine, online, nothing that will give me the same experience about Belgrade that you're having right now on the ground there. It's a sad aspect to me. All this technology is trying to make us think that we're having an experience, but in many instances, we're just not. I think it's a lot of it's very fake, and it's not. I don't think it's the real types of experiences that you're talking about.
Well, I would put it differently, and I agree with the following caveat, is that when people are having experiences through their technology, they're having an experience of their technology. You can look at places, and I do this. I've looked at places on Google that I might be going, and I'll, can pull up the map and then pull up the street view and so forth and look at it. But I know that all I'm doing is orienting myself for when I get there. It's not the experience of being there. It's just a way of kind of going, okay, there'll be this and there'll be that and there'll be that. All right, good. So I have an idea, some landmarks, some still photos along the way, but that's not the experience of being there. The old thing that Jim Rogers used to say, or Tom Baldwin, another one, is there's life before the trade and there's life after the trade.
Do you think that those preparations, you're traveling a lot, I've traveled a lot, do you think those preparations we do they really help at all? It seems like once you get to that place and you look back on the preparations for the experience to try and prepare on what the experience is going to be like, it all pales to the experience.
Well, that you're talking Clausewitz on war now. Is it he said, he says you do all this preparation, and then when the war starts, then all bets are off, because at that point, again, randomness and ambiguity and all these things come into play. I do think that very often preparation is a ritual for focusing the mind to be prepared for what one is going to do. And again, when you know that, you can engage in that ritual in a useful way. And not in a superstitious way or a magical way that you think it really should happen that way, but you realize, okay, I've done my preparation. I'm settled in myself. Now I can turn my attention outward and be responsive to what is happening now.
So I'm thinking about the last 185 podcast episodes that I've done. And
wow,
I love the idea that I don't think anybody else has used the word ritual. And it's such a cool word. It paints such an interesting picture. I love the fact that you throw that one out there.
Well, I go further than that. In my work on money, I point out that in the modern times, the most common and most persistent and prevalent ritual that we engage in the modern world is the exchange of this substance called money for something. It's really hard for people to take this in. So I'll spend just a moment on it, is that for most of human history, for most people, they didn't deal with money. We have this, I call it the Flintstone factor, which is that we take our current situation and then we imagine it backwards. And in fact, they now know, and I've got the references and so forth, and I'm wondering whether to include them or not, that the original uses of money were not to make barter easier, which is what the economists will tell you, is that, well, money came along and then you'd never exchange your cow for, for wheat or whatever it was. And it's like, so we had money. Yeah. So it was very practical. No, the original uses of money were religious and ritual. Money was a way of transferring emotions from one place to another. Money was a way of transferring power from one place to another. And it still is. That's still in money, because the old so-called primitive people's ideas of money and children's ideas of money, the tooth fairy and the quarter, although it's probably $1 now under the pillow and so forth. Those ideas about money are still inside us. And so that idea when the child would take the money and go and buy something with it the first time. I was just in a shop recently and this little girl is there counting out her dollars. I mean, little girl, and counting out her dollars to buy something, very methodically, that stuff's still in there. And then you engage in that ritual. Used to be religions were the rituals we engaged in. Used to be the families had rituals we engaged in. No, the ritual we engage in most often now is with strangers. And it's for the exchange of something. And what is that doing to us?
This begins the second part of my conversation with Charles. A slightly bad internet connection and the desire to just add more material to the subject. And we're talking for the second day in a row.
Hello there, Michael.
Hey, Charles.
I was looking like you look in your picture last night.
Out and about, doing the presentations.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's fun. I could not do it all the time. I can do it every now and again.
Yeah, me too.
I'd rather be in jeans than a t-shirt.
Well, it's still cold and snowing here, so I'm in cords and a turtleneck.
So I got your list here, and I was trying to think about what's the best way to approach this. Because I'm sure we touched on many of these issues.
Yeah, that's the thing we did. I know.
But not in an orderly fashion. But I don't know if an orderly fashion necessarily makes it better. It might make you more constrained. I don't know.
Well, what I'd like to get at is I don't know that your listeners can really get the idea that money is both real and practical and magical and alchemical and therefore paradoxical in our experience at the same time. That's really what I'm trying to get at in this talk, is because I'm thinking most of them will go, yeah, and they'll brush it off.
Probably. So okay. So where do you think we should? I was trying to think where to start here, and I was thinking maybe it was really at the part of money as a living metaphor would be an area that comes in where we've not yet been.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, well, why don't we jump in and talk about it, because they know money having many different meanings and different metaphors for money, for relationships with money, in different areas of life money uses as a measure. Why don't you dig into those three different areas and kind of just outline it from your perspective?
Yeah, well, first of all, this idea that money is the metaphor, that the so-called abstract and economic idea, money is a medium of exchange in the world, In our minds and in our language, that's called metaphor, when one thing can stand in for another. And we find that when people talk about money, they talk about bread, lettuce, the lifeblood of the economy, dead presidents, and so on and so on. Every language has lots and lots and lots of words for money, very often based in the profession the person is in, or related to it, or related somehow to wampum, tobacco, all these different things. The way that we think of money as having this transformational quality, that we can turn it into the object. And so very often the object is used as the name for money. And that's evidence that it's not just in the mind, it's in the world. And related to that is, of course, how we relate to money. That is, we have lots of different metaphors, words to describe our relationship to money. That people will say they have money problems. Now, on the face of it, again, and this is the elusive obvious here, on the face of it, somebody says they have money problems. You go, well, yeah, they don't have enough money, or they're spending too much money, or some combination of those. Well, yes, of course, that's the real world part of it. And in the mind, if the person is using a problem frame, a problem thinking process, a way of envisioning in their imagination, their mind, what it is, then they're trying to solve it. Now, here's the misapplication. When somebody thinks that they have money problems, they will try to solve it with a problem framework. Now, unless you're a professional mathematician, we think that we solve a problem and it's done. And you can hear this when people think, well, if they only had enough money, that they wouldn't have money problems anymore. Like, when I have enough money, I'll never have to think about it anymore.
It's the near impossibility. And even if you did get it, that's really not getting at the root issue of what your perspective on money is.
Well, the point is that most of us in our world, when we solve a problem, we put it aside and don't think about it anymore, move to the next item in life. But the thing is, with money, the more money you have, the more you do need to think about it, or think about who's going to watch it. And then you need to think about them. So it's a misapplication of a thinking process. People say they're flush. They say they're stone cold broke. People, they're swimming in money. All these different ways we talk about our relationship to money. Money held me back. How did money do that? And it's, well, what they're trying to say is that the lack of money actually somehow prevented them from doing something. And that's the objective, if you will, the outer world way. But in our mind's eye, in our mind's ear, in our mind's body, we embody those metaphoric ideas and make them real. So if you talk to somebody, they actually feel like money is a person, and they're having this argument with money, and money is pushing them around. Money's influencing their life in different ways. And I invite our listeners to, listen and look into your imagination and your everyday languaging around money. And how do you speak about it, think about it? Because these ideas have implications. It's like, as they say, if you think there are money problems, then you're going to try to solve it like a problem. If you are looking for money, the assumptions, the presuppositions, you use the linguistic words for it, is that if you're looking for money, that means there's so little of it, it's hidden. So it's money as a hidden object. And people, looking here and looking there for money, as opposed to, for example, a Paul Tudor Jones, who described the economy as this large and incredible system of pipes and liquids and so forth. And he would look for a place that he could tap into this plumbing system and draw off some money.
I love where you're going with this, because it does, for me, as I'm just a student listening and learning, and it really forces you to think about what we've done with these terms and the idea of money, and how we've allowed it to go in so many different directions. And it's fascinating. And once you started this process, you must have been just opened up a can of worms on the analysis.
Oh, it did. And, it's initially, and I did this a couple decades ago. Initially, I had the idea that there were what I called a living metaphor, a personal metaphor that people would have for money. And I'd been looking at what I call metaphors of identity. Life is a journey, someone's a hero, and so forth. What was the personal metaphor? And then I realized in the background of people's lives, other metaphors were running, the metaphors for their relationships, the metaphors for their job, and the metaphors for money. And as I got along, I realized the metaphors for money were pervasive because of these abstract economic ideas. Money is a medium of exchange, and so we make it a metaphor for so many areas of our life, like what it is, our relationship to it, how we use it. And on the other hand, money is a measure of value. And so we use money to figure out, well, did we spend our time wisely? Or did we waste years in that relationship? Are we living a rich life? Did that decision pay off? What are the emotional costs of this? And so we were using money to measure life, to measure time, to measure decisions, to measure emotions, to measure relationships, whether they fit well or not. And the thing is that once you've used that measure, once you've used money to make sense of that, well, then you can go, well, then how much is this relationship worth? How much money, how much do I invest in this relationship? And that measure begins to influence your behavior. It influences your actions. That's the point. The point isn't the languaging here. The point isn't the, pictures in your brain. It's the fact that, as John Locke, the philosopher, said, is the images and ideas in men's minds are the invisible powers that govern them. That's the point of it.
But first things you have to do, and I think even myself, I was trying to put my arms around the ultimate place where you're going. But then once I see what you're doing, you're like, it's like me with a Lego set when I was a kid. You take it apart so you can see where the pieces are. And then when you can see what all the pieces are, you can start to realize, okay, now I can do a little self-analysis here. I can see how I'm treating money, how I'm thinking about money, how I'm feeling about money, and then start to make some adjustments depending.
Yeah. And this is the point. You can make adjustments because we are so much more creatures of our imagination than we like to think we are. This goes back to our previous podcasts and so forth about System 1 and System 2. And System 2, logically understanding cause effects in the world. System 1, images, ideas, associations, suggestions, impulses. And the System 1, the part that so many of the researchers, really fine people in behavioral economics and finance and so forth, they basically say, well, you try to catch yourself at it, you try to change your habit, don't do it again. And because it's so largely unconscious, people find themselves doing it again. Except that this metaphor idea is a window, if you will, into the motives and the means of action that we use. So you can actually influence the metaphor. Let me give you an example of this as it goes deeper into this idea that, well, first of all, modern money is a social trust, or if you talk to Ed Secoda, people like him, they'd say fiat currency. In other words, there's no value in the money. It's the value that everybody trusts that the money is worth something. And that's what gives it value. If people stop trusting in the money, and we know this has happened in certain places, then of course you get a run on the currency and so forth. All right. But some people, gold bugs, if you will, as they're known, those people think that there is an intrinsic value in money and that it's gold and or silver, definitely gold. Now, this goes back to that System 1, System 2, the images and associations of money as gold, as shiny, as incorruptible, as the color of the sun, as warm to the touch. And so those ideas, images are very much very young, very primitive, if you will. And in that person's mind's eye, that glows more real. That is brighter and closer in their mind's eye. That they think that's really money and the paper stuff isn't. And now you can see where the metaphor and the image in the mind's eye actually are affecting financial decision making. Because a person has reduced the number of choices they have. Now they're going to say, well, but gold is real, And I'm going, well, yes, gold is real. And the stock markets are at an all-time high now as well. I mean, that's also real in that outer world sense. But it's the inner world that we're using to respond to that outer world that makes the difference.
Let me ask you, as you've thought about all these, something that crossed my mind, you could tell me if I'm off here, but I was thinking of them. was thinking of the Myers-Briggs instrument that measures preferences. And I'm almost wondering if this subject, how you're breaking money down, almost lends itself to a survey type procedure where one could be asked certain questions or probed in a certain way to where they could find out where they stand. Because here you are, you've outlined all these different ways to think about money. And frankly, I know I've not thought of these ways, and I'm sure many in the audience have not, but I think all of us can immediately see the benefit. But people are going to be at different points on the scale of how they view money from the way that you've broken it down. And I'm just wondering if I'm sure it's be a fairly interesting, big, taxing, novel project, but I don't see a survey to get people to think about these issues that you've brought up.
I'm intrigued by that idea because in doing my research on this that I found initially I was just collecting them from people. And that was really cool. You go to a program and get new ones. And then I began to find that there were some themes, and depending on where the person was as an investor or trader, how developed they were in their craft, they would have shifted their metaphors. And then I found that even historically, people will start out with, or at least be around the idea of money as an object will be an obvious one. I mean, money is an object, as my listeners would say, but it is an object. Well, yes, it is. And it's also an object in the mind's eye and the mind's body. And what do I mean by that? Is if you think about objects, there are properties, if you will, of objects. You acquire them, you value them, you use them, i.e. trade them or somehow, and you dispose of them. When I hear somebody saying that they have a money problem or they can't handle money, that's another way people talk about it. It slips away from them. That's a metaphor. How does the money slip away? It doesn't just slide off your, well, maybe one bill does, but money's, so as I was saying before, language is essentially metaphorical. But if people say, well, I just can't handle money. And I say, no, wait a minute. Let's get a little more detailed.
These are all excuses, though, in many ways, right? These are.
Well, now this is why I want to be careful here, because the typical modern system 2 psychology, intellectual psychology, would say, well, those are excuses. Whereas if you analyze it in terms of system 1, I'd go, these are accurate descriptions of the person's inner world. They just don't realize they're telling themselves that. Because if they tell me their money's slipping away, I already know it's a physical object and it's slipping away. And so I go, okay, so they're not very good at, remember I mentioned just these properties or qualities.
They've got a grip problem. They need like stickum they used to use in pro football. If money is slipping away, then the first thing that you and I should do is help them with their grip.
Well, we could. That's disposing of money. In other words, their ability to effectively or to their pleasure.
I actually meant grip. I mean, when you're breaking it down this way, I'm thinking the physical grip of, money's slipping away. That's what they don't mean is their grip of the money. They don't have the ability to hold on to the paper. It's falling out of their hands. So I'm literally saying to them, hold on, let's put some sticky stuff in your hand so it doesn't actually fall out of your hand. And they would kind of look at you and go, what are you talking about? I'm not talking about that.
Exactly. And what I do is I pop it up to a bit of a higher level, but in the same area, because I'm going, okay, so you can acquire money. You can acquire money, you can value money, you can do things with money, you can dispose of money, for example. So I'm going, so they're in the acquiring process, it's slipping away, and or they have a really bad disposing of money ability because they haven't. But my point being is there's these 4 areas, skill areas. And you could develop yourself in the skill area, but instead what most people do is they have some reaction like, I can't hang on to money. And then they stop thinking about it, going, no, wait a minute. You just told me that you have a problem in one area. You actually might be really good in the other areas. You might actually be good at valuing money, putting it in its proper place, if you will, in your life. You might be good at doing things with money once you can hang on to it. So the point is the person may have more skills than they realize, but the way they're talking about it is obscuring that fact. And at the same time, they're also telling me, as you just pointed out, okay, you need to work on the hanging on, the storage ability of money, that once you get money, you need to develop more skills, ideas, images in your mind, abilities to deal with that area. Let's work on that. As opposed to, that's just an excuse.
What's also crossing my mind here, you're talking about this issue, is the people that win lotteries. And it's almost, I know there's been research done on it, the people that win the lotteries and millions of dollars, many times, they get all the money they think they needed and they win the lottery and then they blow it all and they're right back to where they were when they started before they won the millions.
This is a wonderful example of how money in the mind influences money in the world. Let me open that up just a little bit, because it's a wonderful example. Is what they found in the research is that how you get the money, and moreover, how quickly you get the money, then in your mind is how quickly you dispose of the money. And they call this a mental container. Where you're putting your money. And the point is that you want to change the container. So people get a tax rebate. They also spend those really quickly because the money showed up quickly. Therefore, the money goes out quickly. And what I suggest to clients and people I work with is that you take the money and shift where it is. So you get a tax rebate or you win a lottery or something is to put it in the bank or someplace safer if you have it, but to put it someplace and let it sit there just a week, just a little time, because what'll happen is it'll shift container. And in your mind, it'll become a different kind of money, and then you can utilize it differently. So the point is that these are in the mind, yes, and you can do things in the mind and in the world to shift how you respond to money so your actions are different. That's the point in bringing this up.
Where as we get, and clearly there's going to be a lot more research and a lot more effort at this subject coming in your new work in the new year, but I think yes, our conversation right here alone will get people thinking about this topic of money in a much more constructive way. How would you direct people to take the next step? You start to break money down in these different ways, thinking, feeling about it, analyzing it, system one, system two, all the different ways we're talking about in our conversation yesterday and today. What's the next step? Where do you want to take people? The loaded, heavy answer. The loaded, heavy question.
Yeah, we're already on the way. Is that the first part is to get curious about this, and really in this particular meeting of minds that we're doing here is if they from this podcast could take these ideas seriously enough to begin to examine them, to begin to just wonder, like when words come out of their mouth about money or how they use money in their life to measure aspects of their life, or when they use a money metaphor, is if they went, I wonder, how does that idea, that image set my beliefs about money and what I can do with it, set my actions in a certain direction. I mean, just that would be a huge shift, because that shift of awareness will lead to the next shift, which is like, oh, maybe in this area of my life, I want to stop using money as the measure. Is finding out where money does not adequately apply. You sell your car, but you don't sell your daughter, right? Well, in most countries. And other aspects of money where you're using money, it's using money as emotions. My account is overdrawn. Is that really a useful way to think about your emotional life, for example? Or would you want to measure emotions in some other way? For example, the idea is, where does it apply and where doesn't it? That's on the one side, money as a measure. And on the other side is this money as an idea that's actively influencing your life choices and actions, is getting curious about the metaphors coming out of your mouth and seeing they're also showing up in your actions and your choices and your behavior. Wondering what else they could be. I mean, the idea of mentoring, the idea of success leaves clues, and Anthony Robbins has pointed out to us, is much better known than it was when I was getting into it years ago. So it's like getting curious about, well, how does that person over there think about money? And I could actually catch a little of that in the everyday conversation by the metaphors and ideas that they use. I mean, one of them that early on when I was investigating this and I was presenting this to different market wizards, as that they looked at me, and Paul Tudor Jones is an example, though I have not met him. They all looked at me and went, well, money's a liquid. Money's a fuel. And so I give away the game a little bit to your listeners, but it's finding out where you are, and then what if you were to try out this other way of thinking about money? That money is something that you are utilizing in the world, and it's always flowing, and there's always more of it somewhere, and so it's a matter of tapping into it. And that mindset redirects one's thinking, even in terms of what kind of trading and investing they do.
I'm thinking back to the example that I brought up with the idea of another type of instrument or survey like the Myers-Briggs instrument. But in your case, in the Myers-Briggs instrument case, there's 16 different types. They're not necessarily, in that situation, one type is not necessarily better than another type. They're just preferences going back a long way to many psychologists' work in the early 20th century. But if they're just preferences. And so, but in your situation, when I'm thinking about, like if I'm thinking, okay, how does Charles Faulkner think about money in the many different ways you're laying it out? How does Ed Seykota think about it? How does Paul Tudor Jones think about it? And then, you have the average person that's starting out. And it'd be really interesting to see, and I think you're already pointing this out, is where does one sit on the continuum? How do those people that have done very well with money, how do they sit? Because I think the other thing that we might find too is if this takes it to the natural conclusion, that there could be plenty of people at the top. Maybe they get to the top and they change their view of money. Maybe they get to the top, so to speak, the money top, and maybe their views and understandings of money are just the same as the average guy. And then you start to bring the factor of luck into play. It's a terribly complicated and interesting path to go down.
It is, and I agree with you that there aren't, so to speak, magic ways to think about money, and most people could improve theirs. And let me give you the example. We're in the holiday season here. Of course, the Christmas Carol with Scrooge, and the idea of going back to money as an object. And Scrooge was very good at acquiring it. He was very good at valuing it and putting it to work. And yet the way his disposing of it, at least if you follow the Christmas Carol as a story, he was very underdeveloped in that area of it. So in other words, is one might putting money to work or even putting money to play. It's the idea that one can be well developed in one area, the acquiring of money, and yet be not developed at all in another area, which is to say, how can I, have that money flow back into the world that makes a difference in a way that enhances my life and the people that I want it to enhance, for example.
Great point. We all know people. Maybe we've all gone through it at some point in our life. People that could just consistently bring money home, but they can also be the same people that get into debt and spend too much of it,
or just are keeping it and living, very frugal lives. Which is, there's nothing wrong with a frugal life, but are they living the life they wanted? They actually could choose, to live large or live magnanimously or live, with great connection into the world. And instead they're sitting on their money, if you will, metaphorically speaking. And I look at that and wonder about that. Like, some people are very good at disposing of their money. And I mean that in the sense that they put it back out in the world in a way that makes a difference, that they're getting maximum happiness, maximum fulfillment from it, but they're not that good at acquiring it. So when one begins to look at it as a physical object, as composed of different skill sets, then your listener can go over that and go, oh, okay, so I've got this area knocked over here. It's just I don't have enough money to live the way I want. So it's not that money's the problem. It's that I need to look more at my acquiring strategies. So it allows a more detailed analysis, if you will.
2 more to go, but there is nothing boring about how Charles approaches this subject matter, the subject matter of us humans. Next, episode 303.
I haven't let you know yet. I'm going to be there in January.
Yeah? Where are you going to be?
South Vietnam. We're going to do North Vietnam, South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, my wife and I.
We are going to surely have to grab a dinner at least.
As soon as I've got the actual dates, I'll send them along.
I'll probably be back here the first week in January. So
That's when we're headed out, I think, that first week, the second week. Yeah.
okay. Well, I'll be back for sure. How goes everything? I know you've had an interesting year.
Coming face to face with aging and mortality and the American medical and insurance industries.
But you postponed the mortality thing for a little while. That's always good, right?
Yeah, well, I know I'm still into the mortality thing. Everything seems to be working fine, but that's what I thought beforehand. Uncertainty, the unknown unknowns.
No, I tell you, I'm getting up tomorrow morning to go to a track in 95-degree heat and run sprints. Now, I don't know if this is going to help me in the long run or hurt me, but at least the blood will be moving somewhere. How else is everything? So where have you been recently? You've been in Europe. You're in Chicago today, yeah?
Yeah, I live in Evanston now, the home of Northwestern University, a lovely little town with tree-lined streets and beachfront and the rest. If you have to be in the Midwest, it's a very nice place to be.
Well, I tell you, I asked you for some talking points, not because I don't know how to prepare for guests. That's not the problem. The problem is preparing for you, because we've spoken so many times, but it's never boring, and you're never boring. You always have this fresh angle. And when I was looking through some of the notes you sent me, I was like, oh my gosh. And I thought the one that, I'm going to jump around on you today. I'm sure you don't mind, right?
Not that I can mind now.
You don't have a choice. So what I love, though, is you made a point, and I'm surprised. I guess some of the things that you sent me, I thought about, I just love them because we all should think of these things, but we don't. And I thought and I don't know where you want to go with this or how you want to tie in, and I'll let you explain it, but the notion of fictional people. And even though somebody can tune into my podcast and they can listen to some really noteworthy folks giving some great wisdom, it's still a little fictional. Even if you pick up Jack Schwager's books, you still don't know these people. And so...
Well, let's back up a moment and explain how we got to this point, because we both have the back.
I don't know how I got here.
Well, my claim is, and in one of my notes, is that famous figures of finance are fictional. And then I softened and I said, most famous, but really, they all are. And here's why, is that the way we make sense of the world, and the research is in, the way we fundamentally make sense of the world is through stories, is through metaphors, through frames and so forth, these linguistic devices, if you will. But we know what they are because we have a deep, rich experience. All of us know what a well-told story is like, and we all know when we have a turn of phrase or a way of thinking about things that shows us something in a new light. We can't not use these. And given our limited exposure to a Warren Buffett or a Soros or a Rogers, or, you pick the person that you admire, that we only know them through the stories that we get that are told about them. And those stories are not neutral, starting with they cannot be complete. They aren't the person's life. They're selected snippets of their experience. And moreover, what we know now is that they're what people consciously think are important, whereas the real machinery, the real stuff going on, is very often unconscious and outside of the person's awareness. So even when somebody tries to talk about what they think were the important influences on them, they're going to use the availability bias. They're going to use hindsight bias. They're going to have the blind side bias and all the rest of them, all those biases from behavioral economics. Us, can't even tell the truth about ourselves, even if we wanted to.
I want to add, though, and I was going to add there at the beginning, which is, I think, an important point, and you say this very succinctly, which is most people have little or no direct extended contact with famous others. And so they only know them through the simplified and often, just the simplified stories. That's how they know them. You and I have been fortunate, maybe not fortunate in the sense that we make our own luck, but you have spent a career reaching out, getting to know people that have achieved at certain levels. I know I've done my level-headed best, not just to get on the telephone, but to get in front of people over the last 15 years. And that is quite different than perhaps some of the idolatry that takes place in the online chatter worlds these days.
Yeah. Absolutely. And as I say, even if you do know them, you still know them in limited circumstances.
Sure.
And this is a funny thing, is they know themselves that way. Is that one of the things I get into is how these people who have achieved in one area of their life will then assume they have the same kinds of great insights in another area of their life. When we do this with other people, we call it the halo effect. When we do it with ourselves, other people call it deluding ourselves. But we all are doing this, and we're doing it through stories. So yes, that idea that the famous figures of finance are fictional, to you, for the most part, to all of us, that's not a bad thing, but it does mean we want to take things with more than a grain of salt. And I actually have suggestions around that in my work about is you want to get the most down and dirty, detailed biography of other people. You really want to know how they day to day take up their lives. And of course, many people don't want to reveal that, particularly in the finance area.
In meeting these types of people, you can see quite clearly, well, they put their pants on just the same way. I always found a lot of confidence in that. And then the issue is the nitty gritty details, like you say, is can you scientifically break their process down? Because if you can't, there's no reason, there's nothing you can really learn. I mean, you get back to the stories that you're talking about. So unless you can break down the process, it's very difficult to learn from some of these real but fictional people.
So the other part of that is because, and again, the reason I'm on a horse about this is because it's become very popular in the things that I look anyway, is that narrative, which is saying stories bad, data good. And so he's like, avoid stories, don't listen to the stories. And I'm going, we are story generating creatures. We can't stop ourselves. The only choice we have is how we utilize the stories. And here's where I suggest that people begin to sort out, as you were just doing, the difference between a story and a strategy. Very often people think they have a strategy in the markets when in fact they have a story, and most often a story about the markets, and then they figured out some magic thing and they got rich. I mean, I hate to be that way, but to actually do the nitty-gritty work of figuring out, as you were just saying, scientifically, what is your system and how does it work, that actually takes effort and time and thought and development of skills and abilities. In the words of Tom Baldwin, everyone wants the money, but who's willing to do the work?
Let me quote you on something which I think dovetails right into what you're saying. This is you. Most people's experience of money markets and market participants is their imagination. And it's not even that imaginative. It's mostly the same conventional ideas, definitions, and experiences that everyone else has about them. And I see that as such a great couple sentences. I see that on the internet just day in, day out. It's this cacophony of voices that it's just noise. It's noise pollution. There's literally there's no depth to it. There's no details. There's no learning. It's literally this race to just put 140 characters out to, I don't know what, to generate followers and this and that. But the whole idea of breaking it down, which is where you're going, I just don't see it in the big picture media narratives these days. It's all about fast food information, right? Isn't it? I don't know. Am I crazy?
Well, let's slow it down for a second and say, well, what was I getting at there? And I was getting at the fact that we humans have these ways of processing information. It's called classic style in literature, just so I have something to hang it on there. But it means that when we use words, the words have one meaning, they mean what they say, and it's like we're looking on a window on the world with our words. That is, the words are accurately representing what it is we're seeing. That assumption, which is so deep and everyday, people don't notice, so they crank out the 140 characters or whatever. They think that they have an opinion about something, that opinion must be true, that idea must be true, because they can have it, because it's clear, simple, and vivid. And there's one of the key insights from the work of Kahneman and others, is that when we get a clear, vivid image in our head, and it's repeated a few times, we think that it's real and true. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but this is the other side I'm coming through. I've been through the looking glass from the side of how the brain actually processes things, when people get a clear, vivid image of something, the markets, a market direction, particular trade, then they're going to believe it's true. And unless they've got a richer universe, a deeper idea, as you were just suggesting, that moves beyond those conventional categories of what's a stock, what's a bond, what's a moving average, and so forth, unless they really begin to dig into what those things are, but more importantly, how they work, then they're going to be using the same kinds of information as everyone else. And of course, when you don't think there are different kinds of information, what you will do is try to get it faster, sooner. Does that make sense? See, if you think that that's the only reality, then your only edges are more, faster, better. But if you go through the looking glass, which is what I'm claiming, if you begin to see that all information is complex and ambiguous, it has what's called stochastic uncertainty, which means it has noise and false positives, false negatives, and moreover, that it's endogenous, meaning the information changes the very environment, like high-frequency trading did, and finally, that your view of the information is limited. Your ability to process information is limited. The information you get is limited only by the sources you use. All those factors mean that you're getting a particular interpretation of the information, not the truth. Then suddenly there are other edges for you to exploit, which is what market wizards do. There are other ways to interpret, understand, and take advantage of the markets. But if you think that words are real and true in presenting facts, then you're stuck with faster, more, better.
I'd like to let you go back to something within that little passage that I read from you, which is the notion of imagination, and you making the comment, which I just love, which is, and it's not that imaginative. That's just brilliant.
People use the conventional categories to put things in the boxes, put things that everybody else uses, or in the words of Howard Marks. And if you don't know who he is, go get his book, The Most Important Thing, right now. Order it on Amazon. He does this thing where every chapter is the most important thing, which of course to a number of the realistic thinkers will go, well, how's that possible? Well, it's possible because Howard Marks is not in the same mental world you're in. And Marx says, if you want to succeed in the markets, you've got to do something different. You cannot be doing what all the other people are doing.
In the same space that we're at, and I guess it's related. You might interpret it or state it a little bit differently. So what truly is independent thinking?
Okay, independent. Yeah, I have quite a harangue about this because we live in a society that assumes, again, this is because of these conventional categories, that everyone is an independent thinker of their own mind with their own responsibility for what they think and what they do. Okay. There's a lot of political thinking or philosophical thing we go into, but we're interested in the markets. What it is, when people are thinking with those conventional categories, they see the world and they divide up the world the same way everybody else does. Hence, the thinking is not independent. It's herd behavior. It's conventional. It's what everybody else is thinking. In fact, it's not thinking at all. To think independently, one needs to actually have gone through and thought through what those categories are. Are they things the person actually takes on or not? Do they agree with them or not? And this means moving beyond authority, just because somebody who authoritative says it. It means moving beyond the conventional categories. It means moving beyond herd thinking to where you're thinking what you're thinking because you've thought it through and that's what you think. Or, to put it in the vernacular of trading, the contrarian.
I think a great example I've got a market example and a non-market example of herding that I'm thinking of. Number one, top of the list are U.S. equity indices at all-time highs. Now, I don't have an opinion as to whether or not I guess I have an opinion, but I don't have a trading view on it as to, okay, the market's too high or it's too low fundamentally, so I'm going to do something. I don't have that. The market's up. You probably want to be long. You don't really want to be short when the market's going straight up. When you talk about thinking independently and thinking outside the box, non-conventionally, I would hazard a guess that most people out there that are in mutual funds or they're long only have not pondered the idea that at some point in time to get your profits. I mean, everyone's not going to get out at the high. And I think that's kind of an outside the box thought. Is it? That's not like a typical conversation that's coming up on CNBC or Bloomberg, where you're talking about the notion that it's great that stocks are at all time highs and everybody's wealthy on paper if they're a buy and hold or a mutual fund, et cetera. But everyone can't get out at the high. It doesn't work that way. The math's against you.
Now, you even take the simple idea that if people follow the recommended, and I'm not talking to traders now, I'm talking about mom and pop, how do they handle their retirement? And they say save money and invest it in the markets. And I've seen statistics depending on when you started saving and when you needed to retire, that 25, 30 years, whatever in there, depending on the start date and the end date, the amount left, even though you contributed the same amount in every scenario, could be 6 times different. In other words, for example, it could be $500,000 that you have, or it could be $3 million that you have, all depending on your start date and your end date.
And see, there is a going against conventional thinking. That's not the typical conversation. The typical conversation is a simple heuristic of for everybody, it's the same situation and it's all going to be okay. Just trust the little heuristic of buy the mutual fund, go long, and forget about it.
Yeah. And when you dig into the details, you find stuff like I just spoke about.
Yeah. Hey, I'll give you another one I saw today. I don't know where he was from or how he got the data, but he got the purchasing habits of people on airplanes now that you can buy movies or buy extra snacks or whatever. And the herding influence, the social influence, that if you're sitting next to a guy who buys a bottle of wine, your desire to buy the next goodie or the next film goes up some 30% higher. And they've looked at all the data and it's just literally, if the guy sitting next to you does it, you've got a much higher degree chance of doing it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is the stuff from behavioral economics. And everybody wants to think, the other guy, he'll fall for that, but I don't. And the thing is, almost everybody falls for it. The thing is, by developing a greater detail, a much richer appreciation, understanding of whatever your area of expertise is, you cannot do it there. You still may do the movie on the plane, but at least you won't be buying the next thing just because the guy at the next desk or somebody you talked to on the internet bought an investment and then you said, well, gee, I should get some action today too. Yeah, the idea is that people who realize there are different contexts, different situations, that they realize that there's a difference between their knowledge in the markets and the choices they make at the grocery store. People who begin to know about these context shifts, as I call them, or situation changes, that's an independent thinker. That's a sign of independent thinking. And the practice of that is independent thinking.
Another point we were talking about in advance, which I just love how you say it. It's one of those ones that I told you, I was like, wow, it just triggered me thinking, which is, why are people, it's often, they got the big ego, there's some ignorance around certain issues, and they're also oriented to authority and to experts. And this is all happening at the same time. So there's the ego, ignorance, and authority. And you just, I sometimes shake my head. I mean, it's crazy. Talk about that for a second.
To talk about that, I need to stick back to the idea that there are different kinds of minds, that we are not of one kind of mind. For ease of remembering these, because there are 5 of them, is I've named them. And there's the experiencing mind, which is what you see is what you get. These are people that reference direct experience. There's the imaginative mind, which is an imaginative mind. People think it's like fairy tales, but no, when you think about the future you want, you're imagining it. When You think about the past, people actually don't have photographs in their head. The research is in. People draw on bits of experience and create a past memory at that moment. It's at least in part, if not in large part, an act of imagination. So, and people using the categories and projecting those forward. What is the market going to do? Prediction is imagination. So the imaginative mind is quite prevalent. Then there's the reasoning mind, where everybody likes to think they live. But the reasoning mind, this is what we go to school for years and years to develop, because it is so much work and takes so much mental effort to think things through. And even then, we can get really clever at our numbers or really clever at what we do, but we won't stop and go, is this really the best thing to do? And that's the reflective mind. The reflective mind can actually put the clutch in or put the brake on, whatever you've got. Is this what I want to respond to? Is this the situation as it really is? And these are the people that can look at it from different angles, that understand the world is ambiguous and so forth. And then last is the generative mind. Well, let's drop back again. Is properties of the imaginative mind include being egocentric. And this is from the developmental psychology. All the research is in that people will hold very much to their own point of view. They see the world from their own eyes, and yet they're only using whatever imaginative ideas they have. And because of this developmental stage, they also still are looking out in the world, and they look to authorities. So you've got somebody that is very much in their own world, but is looking out and watching authorities and just taking anything that comes along. And when they see a resemblance, they go, oh, they're the same. It's like Apple is a technology company founded by a young upstart that made a lot of money. Facebook is a technology company founded by a young upstart. I'll bet it'll make a lot of money. That's resemblance. Any kind of resemblance, and bang, the imagination kicks in and puts those together. And this is the principal way. People don't like to hear this. Mostly people hang out in this mind, this imaginative mind. As I say, reasoning takes work, and most people only develop it in their area of expertise.
Look, a lot of people listen to my podcast. There's some very bright, accomplished people listening to this podcast, but they don't want to think it's them. Whether it's the groupthink, the herding, some of the other issues you're talking about, it doesn't happen to the bright people.
No, that's one of the great illusions that we have, is we think that we're our reasoning mind. One of the notes I sent you is, why is it that people do that? And the point is, there are different ways of processing information. That the imaginative mind is very image driven. It sees things and has feelings about it instantly and unconsciously. We know when we look at somebody if they're upset or they're happy. We know when someone's thinking. All this stuff, it's perception is a form of thinking, but we don't experience it that way. We experience it as perceiving. We just know. We interpret experience immediately. And this is this imaginative mind. To think things through step by step, that we use words to hold stuff down and to get it into sequence and so forth. And so it's a different kind of reasoning process. And I don't know what it is about the way our brains are built, but we think we are that step-by-step reasoning, talking to themselves person, and we don't think that we are that person who just sees the guy at the next seat on the plane order a wine, and so we order something.
You know, Charles, you bring your own perspective. You bring some novel insights. You also are extremely good at curating and synthesizing other either known or not so well-known experts in the field of the mind. So the question I have, though, is when we look at all these details, we look at these great insights, these kinds of insights don't really affect behavior in a positive way. Now, clearly, some people will listen, read a Charles Faulkner, and will walk away and have a life-changing moment. But I'm guessing it's the rarity. It's the edge of the curve. It's not everyone. Most people might hear this or hear these kinds of conversations, these thought processes that you have, and they walk away and, oh, okay, that was kind of cool. And then it's back to something that's easy and familiar, like ice cream, potato chips. And I use that as a metaphor for everything that's easy, right? People aren't really taking this stuff in. But why is that?
Well, this has already been described by many professors and popularizers of behavioral economics. If I was to make a connection here, is that the imaginative mind is system one in the books that are out there, like Thinking Fast and Slow. And the reasoning mind, reflective mind, is system two, the thoughtful, deliberative, conscious part. The strategy that I've seen again and again and again in the literature is you use your conscious, deliberative part to repress system one, to try and hold it in check, to try and don't let it run away. The point is, right at the beginning, these very same professors and popularizers admitted that strategy doesn't work. Here it is in a phrase. Words don't change people, experience does. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that what one needs to do is to educate one's experience. And we talked in a previous podcast about a famous trader you knew who studied charts for years, just looked at probably millions of charts in the end. And he got an experience base to draw on. Experience changes people. The imaginative mind is that educating one's imagination rather than trying to suppress it, which means to begin to think in more unusual ways about the markets, to get out, as you would say, get outside someone's comfort zone and seriously take on ideas about how the markets work that you disagree with and see if you can understand how they work in detail. In other words, have other ways to understand the world and how it works, since they're both stories anyway. We can't get to the truth. That's what, again, the illusion of language, the illusion we have that what you see is what you get and it's all real. No, we're getting an interpretation of a complex, ambiguous, uncertain, limited amount of information world. Your question had to do with, what is it that this washes over people? And the point is, as long as we talk about it, it does. But when one begins to change their experience about it, then it begins to change oneself. Now, this again is contrary to the usual thinking. Conventional thinking is you need a strategy. And I'm not saying you don't need a strategy. Strategy is a good thing to have. What I'm saying is that to develop oneself, you need more than a strategy. You need a greater experience base. You need to embrace, for example, one of the differences between professional traders and amateur traders is, for better or for worse, professional traders very often have more exciting lives. They go out and spend that money in ways that one saw in the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, or they go and do exotic sports or extreme things. What that does is they have a wider emotional base than the trader who the most exciting experience they have is when the market goes against them. The professional trader with a wider range of emotions, they go, yeah, okay, I've been here before. I'm nervous, but I know what being scared is. I've been really scared. I did something really stupid once, and so I know what that experience is. So it offers them a mental context. Whereas for your mom and pop everyday person who's out there trading, unfortunately, trading is the most exciting thing they do. And hence, they go to the edge of their abilities, except they're actually beyond the edge at that point. They respond emotionally instead of responding to the trade because they don't have as wide a range of emotion.
To go back to something we were talking about earlier, the market wizards, and I'll pass something on that I've seen over the years, and it hasn't changed. I often find I'm going to generalize here, two kinds of market wizards. And I'm talking about some of the noteworthy people that have really achieved highly. Everyone knows their names, all that kind of fun stuff. One of the types will just tell you literally exactly what they do. They're so confident and so comfortable. They just put it all out there, and their performance data backs that point of view. And I'm somewhat talking in the trend following space is what I'm most familiar with. And it's easy to find the performance data and see how it matches with the words. But then there are some that will, not in a nefarious way, but maybe their words about what they do doesn't exactly match their performance data. And where I'm going with this is what's so interesting to me are the third parties. The third parties that will listen to both types of individuals and then not be able to draw a clear conclusion because they can't think outside the box, and they get hung up on a word or a phrase that a noteworthy market wizard uses, and they don't attempt to think that there could be a reason why the words they're saying are not 100% true. And so I think there's a certain segment of the audience out there that gets confused because they hear mixed messages and they're not comfortable enough in their own skin to make a judgment that perhaps the $1 billion plus fund they just listened to might have given a little bit of cloak and dagger, not necessarily false, but they just don't feel that comfort. And so again, it gets back to the issue of you have to have the imagination and be able to perceive what's really going on versus just trusting. It's not just idolatry. I say that again, but I think it's a good word. I see that so often in my world. People just want to worship. They don't want to understand.
Well, yeah, that's level 2. That's the imaginative mind. Is that but even to add to what you said is, given that there are these different kinds of minds, market wizards, the ones I've been able to speak with and be up close and personal with, as well as the ones that I've read extensively, interviews and other things that I have at least on somewhat reliable sources, and you hear me qualifying it right there because I'm careful about this, that they had the most to do with the phrasing and the language that was used, as opposed to it was written by, some staff member. It's very clear to me that these men and few women are in the upper reaches. They're operating at a higher level. They're operating with a different worldview, a different mindset, a different level of thinking. And they're not using words in the same way. For one thing, they understand that words are not reality. You get up to level 5, you get up to the generative mind. As I say, you start with experience, concrete, every day. You go to the imaginative mind, the reasoning mind, the reflective mind, the generative mind. At the reflective mind and the generative mind, the way they use language is they're very, very aware of the limits of language. They're very aware of what it does, how it influences thinking. Wonderful example from our friend Ed Sakota, when years ago he was asked what was making gold go up or some such thing, and he answered he says, it has the property of going up. Audience member said, oh, no, and they asked the question again, trying to go, well, what is making it go up? What's the reason? Why? And by the way, why and getting reasons and getting those kinds of simple cause-effect explanations, that's imaginative mind. That's a property of the imaginative mind. Ed is up there at reflective and generative, and he's not even thinking that way. He's a scientist by training. First of all, so he already broke free of why questions, and he started asking, how does the market work? And developed his own trend following approach. As I say, a lot about trend following. And then from there, developed the psychology of that even further. So he couldn't think in terms, I wouldn't say he couldn't, he didn't think in terms of why. He thought it has the property of going up. He wouldn't allow himself. And some friends have suggested couldn't just generate a reason anymore. That the ordinary person can come up with 1,000 reasons why gold is going up or down as it is now.
To add to the idea of words, I can think of 2 market wizards, extremely well known, very successful, at the top of the heap right now. That'd be Warren Buffett and Ray Dalio at Bridgewater. Now, if I was to compare those two to, let's say, I look at the field of trend following traders, and I can with the field of trend following traders, I can easily look at their track records and I can see some commonalities in performance. And it's like, okay, I could kind of slot them to some degree, and there's something common there. However, when I look at the words of a Warren Buffett or the words of a Ray Dalio, obviously they're tremendously successful, but I think they might be great examples of you talking about words at a higher level. I don't know for the average person what you can do with the words from a one-of-a-kind Warren Buffett or a one-of-a-kind Ray Dalio. I'm not sure how those words can be effectively used unless you understand the world exactly as those two very unique men do, unique stories in market history. I mean, the top of the heap, and no one's ever going to have their experience.
Well, I will differ with that because I think I have a fairly good understanding of both of the gentlemen. I've looked at their writings and their work pretty extensively. I know, and I'm laughing here to myself as we're talking, is that in the case of Warren Buffett, he understands the difference between stories and strategies, which is to say, imaginative mind thinking versus reflective thinking, is when he talks to audiences, he almost always uses stories. He knows that that's what he should use with people. But every once in a while, he gets in a situation where people demand strategy from him, and the guy just digs down immediately. Stories go completely away, as he describes it. It happened at his last shareholders meeting. Went on for hours without notes, explaining how the insurance business was structured through Berkshire Hathaway. The same kind of thing that with Ray Dalio is that, I mean, he clearly has a complex and mathematically thought through strategy, and yet he also produced that video about how the economy works, so that, and he told that in somewhat story form. I know it's not a Sleeping Beauty story, but somewhat story form on the internet, so that people would begin to think these things through as well. So you get to that level of thinking, and they know even the difference between when they're talking to ordinary folk and when they're talking to another professional, and their language will shift a lot. And again, that's the idea that context or situation makes a difference. But for the most investors and most traders, they want the one strategy that'll work all the time in every situation. And that's not how these guys are working.
You know, I think I make a great example of words and their meanings and trying to convey a thought. I think where I was really going with that is that those guys, so successful and so original, whereas I might compare their careers to a more common type strategy like trend following, where you can see the commonalities. There are differences, but you can see the commonalities quite clearly. And I guess I just come back to, there aren't Warren Buffett Jr., so to speak. There aren't Ray Dalio Jr., so to speak. They've got this. They occupy these unique spaces. Now maybe you're going to tell me that you see that differently too, but it just seems like it'd be much more difficult to be Ray Dalio or Warren Buffett, whereas some other strategies might have a little more chance for replication.
Well, let's not overlook the fact that, at least in Warren's case, and I know he's way too famous an example, but it fits what I want to say here, is that he's made most of his money in the last 10 years. And in that last 10 years, he's made most of his money in just the last few years. It's called compounding. And years ago, Jim Rogers was talking about, and Ed as well, talking about this was the secret, was to get a consistent kind of return over time and let compounding do its work. Time is a huge factor there, as well as luck, as well as skill. And people who look at these traders, look at these investors, and want to replicate that, forget how much luck enters into it. Now, if there wasn't a Warren Buffett, we would have had to invent one. And how much time enters into it. Being able to run a consistent strategy for a long period of time, I'd go right back to your trend followers. That's still a real skill. A lot of people can't just... You shouldn't be getting your excitement from trading, or in the words of Charlie Munger, trading should be boring. You know, it's to just be able to grind it out means that you've mastered that craft to the point where you're not seat of the pants every day. And here we enter into the whole motives for why people get into the markets and why they get into money. And that's, I sent you the piece about money, that money is a substance, a sign, a symbol, a cipher system, a story, a ritual, and an abstraction. You know, money is in your pocket, but the idea of money is everywhere. So we're in this symbol system, and it has multiple meanings. Money just is not comfort. Money is security. Money is, Tony Robbins recently wrote, is power. Money is freedom. So all this emotional stuff, all these acts of imagination are taking place around the issue of money. Okay? And then people are supposed to calmly and rationally go into the markets and do their thing to create their retirement. Except we're human, and people are looking for excitement, and they're looking for success, they're looking for meaning. It turns into a competition because it has win-lose, and so they begin to apply a competition frame to their thinking, and then they'd rather gain just a little money rather than lose money, so they stay in a position, but it doesn't come back, so they lose more money. That's how humans work. So being able to have developed oneself to follow a trend-following system through market ups and downs, that's an accomplishment in itself.
Absolutely. I mean, unconventional to say the least. I mean, unconventional compared to what you normally learn growing up these days, which is there's still a significant part of the population that's markets are efficient and all that type of thing. So yeah, it's definitely unconventional.
Well, I'm talking about it's a skill set to be able to not respond to your emotions. It's a skill set to not have your ideas of being competitive and being successful and so forth tied up with the next moment of trading. You know, all around you in the industry, conventional thinking, they're measuring quarterly results. And in fact, most people out there are measuring your quarterly results. And yet a true trend follower is not trading for the next day, the next quarter. To have that independent mindset. So that's what I was getting at in my notes to you, is that the development of that worldview, that mindset, those abilities, which are not part of any trading course or investment course that I'm aware of, is key to being able to execute the strategy. In fact, it's key to being able to develop the strategy.
Hey, let me end with something. I don't know if you've read it yet. I've not had a chance to read it. I glanced at who is in it, and and Tony Robbins, I have to credit for something that I read in one of his books years ago, which really influenced how I was able to reach out and really get close to, in the face of so many noteworthy people. And it was really a tip from him in his writings, which kind of inspired me. So I really don't have anything negative to say, but I do think it's interesting. He's gone into the financial space now, the RIA space, and I've not seen his new book yet, but I do know generally he's putting forth a strategy that people should follow. But my gosh, he's picked, 10, 12, 15 of the most famous billionaires to sit down with, and none of them have made their money in the same way at all. I mean, it's the most diverse group of billionaires, and I just don't know, when you bring that many diverse people together, where do you start? I mean, like maybe you get back to maybe the commonalities, the psychology, but there's definitely not strategy commonalities in the group in his new book. And they're all the big names everyone knows.
Well, you're not the first person to note that. There have been some reviews that have commented that the advice, of course, is for very low cost. Fees are bad, low cost index funds, and strategy Warren Buffett recommends. And then he interviews high fee individuals and recommends annuities and other things that are all fee based. So other people have noticed there is a contradiction in the message.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. It's new territory for him. But like I said, he's definitely given me many inspirational moments over the years. But when you launch into that particular space, I guess, and look, I'm sure I don't know. I don't think anyone says anything bad about you, Charles. I think everyone likes you, but I know occasionally they say some rough things about me. Well,
I just haven't been out there enough yet. Yeah. It's just the nature of, you put yourself out there, people are going to disagree with you because you're challenging their reality. As I say, it's an advanced form of thinking to begin to say, well, maybe the world works differently than I thought it did. there's any number of famous people that have said phrases like, I believe it was Winston Churchill, is that most people would rather die than think, and most do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Russell, who said that being shown that having a choice between admitting that they are wrong or proving that they're not, most people get right to work on the proof.
Hey, I got to tell you, I've really had since we spoke last, I've had some really interesting guests on. Not only the full enchilada of trend following traders, but I mean, I've been reaching out to so many people in the psychology field, just all kinds of folks. I'm not even going to try and throw a name out. I'd miss their name. I'll have to send you the link. It's definitely been, this year has been crazy. And just really broadened out. And I feel like I'm in school half the time, getting a chance to listen to so many smart people. It's really fun.
Well, your podcasts are a place that people have a chance to broaden their experience. Yeah, it's indirectly, and yes, it is words, but words evoke experiences in us. And if people are willing to listen, it's actually not only not harmful, but pretty entertaining way to begin to get some vicarious experience to go with their real experience and widen their base. And that's how you move from one level to another, is you've got to increase your experience, increase your imagination, increase your reasoning power, which again, in the trend following area, your books are foundational for people how to think about the world in terms of trend following. And if they want to find out about Buffett publishes a lot, Dalio's publishing a lot, Soros has published a lot. I mean, there are people out there who share themselves. And if somebody decides they want to be a trader, then go learn your craft, widen your base, learn all the tools.
This last episode is from, originally, episode 402. However, it was not an interview with Charles. Episode 402 was not an interview with Charles. I went and found this really great speech he gave a long time ago and made an episode out of it. I hope you enjoy my final chapter in this mega Charles Faulkner special episode number 500. I want to read a nice email that came in. Michael, your podcasts continue to be a wealth of education, entertainment, and enlightenment, and I can't thank you enough. I don't think people really appreciate the value that you are providing. I've spent approximately $4,000 on your products, and I feel like there is more than the value in the podcast alone, and I get those for free. If you're ever in Toronto or Miami, we split our time. Let me know so I can buy you a drink. All the best, Simon. Simon, thank you for those kind words. But of course, this podcast would not be very good unless I had some fantastic guests. It makes my job extremely easy to literally, not figuratively, literally have some of the brightest people on the planet on my show. Now, some people might say, I have really smart people, I have really accomplished people on my show, but I think I've got them beat. The list of guests that have appeared on the Trend Following podcast are just, I'm lucky. I'm extremely lucky. So Simon, thank you for those kind words. And building on Simon's very kind words, it gets me thinking about reviews. And that's part of the nasty process of running a podcast. In today's 2015 world, social proof means something. It helps to land guests. If you like this podcast, do me a big favor. Go to covel.com, covel.com /iTunes. It will forward you to my iTunes page at Apple. You can write a review. It's really simple. Say something good, say something bad. Rip the hell out of me. Go write a review. Please. Look, there's the please. For your time, for your effort. I will send you a trend following CD of extras. Simply send me an email, michael@covel.com. I will send you the CD right away. My guest today is Charles Faulkner. Well, he's not really my guest today. He's not live today. I'm not asking him questions today. Like my recent Tom Basso episode, this is an excerpt of Charles that is really intriguing. Charles giving a seminar, and I am excerpting part of that seminar, to students that are interested in neuro-linguistic programming. I'm not here to teach about NLP today. That's not my point. But the way that Charles talks, the way that he thinks, the way that he explains is useful for all of us. If you have a goal, if you want a goal, if you want to think about how to even get to the goal, Charles is digging into that very topic in this excerpt that I'm going to play today. For those of you not familiar with Charles Faulkner, he was originally featured in Jack Schwager's The New Market Wizards. He has studied and worked with some of the best traders in the world. He's also appeared on this podcast 5 times. That would be episode 303, episode 187, episode 117, episode 51, and episode 3. I can safely say I have probably received more positive feedback about Charles Faulkner's appearances on this podcast versus any other guest. There's a soothing quality, a soothing nature to Charles, and he seemingly always comes at his world from a perspective that you don't see coming. I love that about him. I still remember meeting Charles Faulkner for the first time. I was with Ed Seykota and Charles Faulkner in the Virgin Islands a long time ago. I remember interviewing Charles Faulkner one time at Cal Ripken's minor league baseball stadium in Aberdeen, Maryland. I believe it's in Aberdeen, right up 95. Gorgeous stadium. It just so happened when I was doing my film years ago, that's where we had to meet given this crazy schedule. And I remember interviewing Charles. I mean, that's not the only time I've talked to Charles, but I remember interviewing him in some kind of crazy space overlooking the field. This excerpt I'm going to play is all about goals. There's no one listening to this podcast that does not have to think about goals, how to set the goal, how to imagine the goal, how to get to the goal. There's a reason that Charles was in Jack Schwager's New Market Wizards. There's a reason that he's been close friends with Ed Seykota for all these years. I hope you enjoy this great excerpt with Charles Faulkner.
You go to a book like Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, who claimed it's a model of successful people. Now, his idea of successful people were robber barons. Robin bearers, that too. They were robber barons. So they were Standard Oil, Rockefeller. They were Carnegie, or as we now say, Carnegie. It was Pullman and the old Pullman trains. It was Gates. No, that comes later. So there were these people that he modeled. When he asked them about their goals, he said they had goals that were above and beyond their everyday concerns. Now, can you hear that now? The neurolinguistics of that. And we all make goals, but if you have a goal that's above and beyond lunch, that's above and beyond put the telephone bill in the mail, that's above and beyond pick up the kids from school, you still have those goals. You still do those things, right? Just because you have big goals doesn't mean you don't, you have a life, right? Both. Okay. Now, some people have it like, I'm too important to pick my kids at school. This goes to the English. There's this thing, yes, well, I decide the important things in the family. I decide when we go to war, who will be the prime minister. My wife decides the minor things, how many children we'll have, where we'll live. Yeah, it's just, people get confused about this. I mean, you have these everyday concerns, and then what gives your life direction? Sometimes it's called purpose. That sense of above and beyond your everyday concerns. Now, the other thing that we now realize is that when Napoleon Hill was writing this, he said they had big goals. Now, this is confusing big content with big picture. Because they would control the oil industry, control the finance markets of America, control the software on every desk. Now, the thing is, these are big goals. And it makes the world very interesting for people to have big goals. It's also, in terms of an orienting response, very possible to take a simpler goal, to take something that people don't think is grand, but could make a huge difference, about utilizing these skills, and when you greet people, when you interact with people, to make it a covenant of good communication, to bring your best to that, to realize that conflict is the nature of another model of the world and an opportunity to learn, to realize that other people are not only there for fun and reproduction, they're also there to learn other patterns from. And you can make that goal, but that goal doesn't seem as grandiose as controlling the oil industry or geopolitics. But if you were somebody, and Gandhi was somebody who had both of those, who would have the big goal of freeing a country, but he also had a goal which was a person to a person. And in that, you can make that goal big in your mind to remind you about the importance of your children to you and how you want to interact with them, especially when they turn into monsters called teenagers. Because this too shall pass, and they actually need a lot of help at that point. And you can hold that goal of two people interacting. And you can hold that large in the same way that you can hold controlling an industry large. Because the brain don't know the difference, right? If it's above and beyond your everyday concerns, it can direct your attention. Also, you want to be careful, because you make it too big, it's bigger than the both of us. Curious thing when you begin to do this modeling is that we found Bandler for a while was doing these seminars, make your goal 40 feet across, and Technicolor and 3D, and then behind you, you have 400 black singers. These are these ladies. They have them in Chicago, the choirs, you've seen them, Channel 25, and they're going, you got your goal! And this can be very motivating. It was discovered, though, that some people do that, and it's tremendously motivating. Other people go, that's too big. And actually bringing it down to earth, some people found it made that goal so much easier to do. Instead of it being something that was up there, it was like, I could do that. And we hear this again in the language, bringing something down to earth. And yet whoever thought of connecting the way we talked about things with the way we represent things with the way that we can react, that we can change, that we can create our lives. As Bandler said, see what I mean? 2,000 years of psychology, nobody noticed that. Not a lot of people on the ball. What we got to realize here is that in our world, all right, I'm going to back up here. You know about mirror neurons, right? Oh, you don't? Not yet. Not yet. All right. There's been wondering for some time now if seeing stuff affects what you think about. In other words, does television cause violence? Does children getting bad role models? How come some kids, they have bad role models, they turn out great, other kids, turn out, what is all this? There's been much debate about this, but the fix is in. That the neurology has now been verified. There's a set of neurons back here, not just in me. They're called mirror, like looking in a mirror. This is very bizarre because it goes directly to the idea of mirroring, something that we do in NLP. And the mirror neurons are that when you see something, a part of your brain, if it's primate, hi, friendly primate, that's us. If it's another person doing it, we do that on the inside. It's literally like there's a little person in there, that you do those behaviors. Children make an immediate translation from these neurons, it's right near the hypothalamus, into the long muscle groups. So when kids see other kids doing stuff, there actually is a physical tendency to do it. It is monkey see, monkey do. And so when you ask your teenager, well, if everybody drove off a cliff, would you? They're going, Maybe. because it's one of the learnings that you have through childhood is you learn to inhibit the long muscle groups. That is, you see somebody else do something, like jumping off a high dive or something, and in your brain you're jumping off the high dive, and then you go, no, but you could, and that's why in NLP again, and Erickson saw this long before, when you'd see that, the micro muscle movements. When people would be, you were doing the stuff and you relaxed people, you told them a story, and you watch people start to do the story a little bit. Yes, well, that's because they're inside imagining it's activating the muscles. Yeah, as I say, the fix is in. So when you're watching television, yes. The brain doesn't know that if you put a black plastic strip around it or fake mahogany, that it's not real. On the other hand, this is why couch potatoes can sit there with the beer and watch the Olympics, and watch somebody go, and they go, I could do that. Because they did in their head. They go, that was easy. Spin it around. So this actually brings up a thing about mental hygiene. In a sense, what do you want to be able to draw on? By the way, this is evidence that mental rehearsal, this is how mental rehearsal works. The idea, I'm sure you're familiar with it, the basketball example is the most famous one, where they had, now people don't realize they had 3 groups. They had one group that did free throws and did every free throw. And they had another group that sat in the bleachers and just watched. And they had another group that did free throws until they had done one really exquisitely. Then they stopped. Now this makes sense if you think about the mirror neurons. As soon as you had an event that was exquisite, then you would stop, then you'd sit down, and of course when you go to rehearse what's there, what have you got? That last exquisite, wonderful example. And so you're rehearsing that example over and over. You're replaying that example as opposed to the person who's actually out there continuing to shoot free throws. Is that they're then getting every one of those, some are on, some are off, and so forth. Whereas the person, when they did the really good performance, stops, rehearses it, they're deepening, the brain is a neural net, they're deepening the attractor circuit, the neurons that are tied together for that particular behavior. Because that's the one they have in mind, and they repeat that and repeat that. Now, the interesting thing is, the people in the stands didn't improve. The people that actually threw the free throws, they improved. And the people that did this kind of systematic practice improved the most. But wait, Charles, you said that if you do it in your head, it's just like you were there and you did it. With this difference. That when you don't engage the connection between the mirror neurons and the long muscles, then that connection is still as rough as it ever was. In other words, athletes, going to the idea of representational systems, have more connections to do a certain sport. So the person who actually makes the connection between the mirror neurons and the long muscles and then rehearses that whole circuit is going to get more result than the person who's merely watching it and seeing, well, can I connect it here? Because they didn't actually do it. And by the way, it works in the other direction. If you take up a musical instrument, and there has to be that physicality, you can't just listen to music. You can listen to music, you can develop your auditory. It'll work. If you take up a musical instrument, I'm holding violin, Steve was telling me about his kids, because his kids have gone to Waldorf schools, and the fix is in. We now know that playing physically, or guitar, whatever it is, playing a musical instrument, the connection between that muscle circuit and the brain literally builds brain cells. It goes in both directions. In other words, the imagining will influence the body, and the body, actually utilizing the body for certain things, can build up more capacity in the mind. The brain is much more plastic than they realize. Now, we knew this in NLP, but I'm sharing this with you because, well, as I was saying to the master trackers, they're going, can we use this stuff covertly? And I'm saying, look, you belong to a field. No, you too belong to a field where if you have the person who's feeling phobic, right? And they go, oh, elevators, and so they see the elevator, they're terrified or whatever it is. And you say, have them step out of the movie watch the movie over there. So they watch themselves, right? Okay. Run it backwards. And step back in, and what happens? They're not phobic anymore. You belong to a field that if you think you're stepping into an imaginary circle, you get resourceful. Circle of excellence. If you don't tell people you're doing a technique, everything you do is covert. Because it's unbelievable. But what I'm sharing with you is some of the research that's showing not only is it believable, they're figuring out how it works. While that may not make it work better, it often supports you in the idea, yes, do this, and realize the difference things make. So the first difference I want to make this morning is to give you a launching point, a way of stepping from this program to wherever the hell you're going. One of the things we find, you also know about the research on people learning in a context. Learning is context dependent. All right. Again, studies, I don't know where they get the money for these. Somebody's got to let me know. I could use this money. A bunch of medical students, end of term exam, standard end of term, came into their classroom, take the exam. They had been asked, because of an experiment, psychological experiment, to leave an extra 3 hours after the exam. They said, fine, sure, we'll do that. We're game. We're medical doctors. We're going to be medical doctors someday. We're going to experiment on people. We understand this. So they came in and took their exam in the morning, went away, had some lunch, came back in the afternoon, and they were escorted over to that auditorium where the basketball experiments were going on. They sat them down in the bleachers and they handed them the same exam. And you know what happened? They scored between 20 and 40% less than they did in the classroom where they learned the material. This is called context dependence. And it's well verified. I'll give you one experiment of many. It's well verified. That means that this room here, given that we've done so many NLP trainings, is the place to do NLP. You just walk in this room and it will happen. The difficulty is that none of you are taking this room with you. But you could in your mind. And I do suggest that you consider that. I also consider that you suggest that you transfer those skills from here to where it is you want them to be. What we call what? Future pacing. Future pacing. It's like imagining yourself doing what you've done here in a context in the future. So what I want to start with this morning is some goal setting. That is to figure out what the hell one of you wants, or each of both of you, whichever. I want those skills to get where you want them to be. You spend all the time and effort and money here. So the idea is, what of these skills do you want where in your life? And to formulate that as a goal. All right? Now, we got some paper back there? We're going to have you do the Longman study. It actually is called the Longman study. The Longman study, often considered apocryphal, actually true, is where they had people from 3 American East Coast universities just after World War II. They got the graduates, they talked to them, they found out which graduates wrote down their goals for life and which ones had not, and they checked up with them after a decade as longitudinal study. The study included Ted Kennedy. If it influences your thinking, so be it. They had the people write down their goals. Now, in this case, I'm having you one goal at a time for the purposes of the exercise. It's an interesting thing. What you're doing is you're taking an internal dialogue and you're externalizing it. How many of you, if you're not sure of the spelling of a word, will write it down to see it more clearly? Yeah, well, we're talking about the same thing here, is the idea that you're taking something, a thought, and by writing it down and putting it on the outside, you can see it more clearly. It also dissociates it from you, gives you a different perceptual position, and allows you to interact with it differently. Somewhere on that page, and I do suggest the top, the side, or the bottom, but not the middle. If you do use the middle, you'll find out why I suggested the top, the side, or the bottom in a few minutes. to write down a goal that you have coming out of this training. Now, what do we know about goal setting? We have the 5 conditions, yes? Stated in the positive, that should be the easy one at this point. I want to be able to, or I want to, or I'm going to, okay? And the second condition? Specific. Now, this gets trickier because people will often say something like, I want to utilize all my NLP skills. And I'm going, yes, it's a good idea. The thing is that if you go for all, that's such a generalization, your brain goes, all. Make me one with everything. Yeah, and mayo. But you want to specify. Now, there's an interesting way to specify that. Especially if you're talking about a state, a practice, a skill, is where do you want it to show up first? What part of the skill do you want to show up first? Remember that thing, the Erickson numbers, first, second, third, fourth? You can make a positive use of that by suggesting to yourself, okay, I'm thinking about going back to wherever it is I'm going to, and it might be my office, it might be my home, it might be my family, it might be my business, it might be my church. Context, right? What specifically of this skill do I want to show up? And here we go to sensory-based. What do you want to see, hear, feel that'll let you know that you're starting to integrate those skills into your everyday life? Now, people say, but I don't want to just start. I'm going, but you do. Because if you're starting, that presupposes it'll keep going. That's the idea of the first, second, third, fourth. So you want to think about something that could be fairly easy for you to do, something you'd expect yourself to do, but you might not if you don't take this step. You'd expect that you'd build rapport with people when you see them. You'd expect you'd listen for their language, try to find out something about their model of the world. You might expect you'd notice their accessing cues or their voice tone or how they mark out certain words. But then again, if you don't actually do the future pace, you get back there and go, God, what happened that summer? Meanwhile, this room is filled with NLP resources. People walk in the room with their change, So we want to get that to where you're going to be. So writing down now, what is one of your goals? You probably had it since before the course. We're visiting it now because now you've got the skills in yourself. Let's take them to where you want them. So that's the idea, a goal of this course that will be evidence for you that you're beginning to integrate those skills into a specific context of your choosing, which is coming up next week maybe. So make a note, your words. All right, you got a few words there. Now, if you're writing a lot, and I have no objection to that, what you want to do is pick off a couple of words or a phrase or an image in that whole bit of writing that means that to you. In other words, you want to make it easier for your mind to keep in mind. It's like trying to quote some politicians these days. It's gone. We want a soundbite in this case, but it's your soundbite. You pick it, not somebody else picks it. All right. As you finish that up, and it's just finishing up, making that thought of what it is, this goal, I want to remind you, gentlemen, that the women are smarter than the men in this respect, is that the language part, the broca region, the language generating part of the brain is on one side in guys and a little bit on both sides for the women. This is why they hear tonality, they hear everything. Just so you're not too paranoid, okay? Good. It's just an encouragement to develop your acuity, because they have already. What I'm getting at here is that when you write down a goal, you are externalizing an internal dialogue. You're seeing it in a new way. You're interacting with it. You're reading it. And you're only using half your brain. It's a half-brain goal. The other side of the brain, which we take to be the creative part and all, well, really, it's about color. And it's about imagery and about shape. And so in order to get a full brain engagement, why not? If you're going to have goals in your life, if you're going to want to future pace this, you want it to be there, you want to have both sides of your brain working, is for you to draw a picture that will in some way represent that goal for you. Now, before you do, let me offer you 2 comments. First, I come from Chicago. We have a museum there. They got these pictures from the Impressionists and Expressionists. This guy Picasso, it's like 3 eyes, 2 noses, They're great pictures to get you over any kind of feeling that you can't draw. I think this is one of his big points. It's like, I can draw, So the idea here is not the accuracy of the image, but that it evokes in you your goal, right? So you could make it an actual picture. In other words, you could see yourself doing something, for example. On the other hand, you could also do something symbolic. You could draw a heart, or you could draw a sun, a tree, or something. In other words, for you, and I'm just those are just my ideas, it's your ideas. When you read your goal, what idea or image comes to mind that if you drew that, which I'm going to suggest you render some kind of an image, again, you externalize that internal idea to some extent. And even though it won't be exactly like your internal pictures, or maybe if you're a trained artist and you have the eye-hand coordination, it will. That's possible too. But the idea is it doesn't need to be. All it needs to be is enough for you to get that feeling. You go, yeah, this represents my desire in this case. And by means of encouragement, for those of you that aren't quite with the program yet, the wealthiest trader in the world, dollar for dollar, that is to say that he's made more money for people than anyone else. He couldn't draw that well, so instead of drawing his goals, he would cut them out of magazines. He'd go through magazines and cut out pictures and make collages. He's only made maybe 5,000–6,000% on his money, but you can live on it. And again, it's understanding this above and beyond your everyday concerns. The idea of putting stuff out there for your brain to respond to. So that's what you're doing. You're creating something that you want to respond to. Not the media, not some company, not a relative, not even an old tape loop in your head. You can put all that aside and go, what would you like to be responding to more? How would you like these skills called NLP to show up in your life when you really return to it fully and completely? What we want to do is review the outcome well-formedness conditions. You can really tell this field's got jargon, well-formedness conditions. This is from linguistics. It simply means like a well-formed sentence, because a well-formed sentence is going to make sense. So for this sentence, which is directing your attention into the future, of course stated in the positive, initiated and maintained by self. Another way to put that in more ordinary language is you can do something about it. And it's not even that you can do all of it, but that you can, as we would say, keep the ball rolling. That you in some way, now, this is problematic for some people. They say, well, what if it's about building rapport with somebody? A relationship. Very often we have goals in a relationship, outcomes in a relationship, and they go, well, what if they don't want to build rapport with me? Well, what can I do? I'll tell you what. What's this? Well, no, I'll tell you a story about one of my teachers. She, anthropology major, university. She's assigned to work for a professor whom, of course, she has to take. To put it in the simplest language, he hates women. Yeah. And women shouldn't be in universities. They should be back in the home, back in the kitchen. Yeah, right. Her eyes were rolling too. But there she was, young graduate student. What's she going to do? What she did is the following, is that she was in this office with this guy, and she would just breathe with the same breathing rate he did. While she did her other work, she was secretarial, and he's the important professor, When he spoke to her, she would speak back in the same rhythm, in the same tones of voice. Not in the sense of copying, but if somebody speaks fast, you speak faster. If somebody's slower, you speak slower. Measured words, professorial words, she would do the same. She did this, and a couple of weeks passed, and he turned to her and said, I generally don't like women in the academic professions, but I think it's good that we made an exception in your case. Yes, we are glad about that, aren't we? The idea is that even if that hadn't worked for her, but I share it because that kind of persistence does pay off, is that she was still learning more about building rapport and practicing it even though the other person wasn't responding. So in other words, her goal of creating rapport was initiated and maintained by her. So she kept that for herself in that, instead of going, oh, well, what can you do, you know? It's like Erickson is like, well, what can you do? I wonder what we could do. Of course, this goal then needs to be sensory-based for two reasons. One, as Woody Allen says, you might not think a lot about the world, but it's the only place you can get a good steak. Yeah, and everything else that we would want. It's also the way that you get feedback loops going. In other words, if something is sensory-based, you can actually notice, am I getting closer or farther away from my outcome? If you don't have ways of sensorily measuring that, you can make up anything you want. But that's not actually going to get you to real goals, real differences in the world. Context specific goes again to the idea of where would you like this to show up first? Where specifically in your life would you like to begin to be practicing these skills, to be appreciating all the time and effort you've spent and noticing the changes in yourself and the people around you? Now, when I came into NLP long ago when dinosaurs roamed the earth, these were the outcome conditions. Now, this was a heyday for NLP. We were flying first class, we were staying in fancy hotels, we were calling our friends and spouses back home, and we were getting divorces and relationships breaking up, and it was realized in all that something was missing. That is that we, being good Americans, had focused on our outcomes, what we wanted, and had neglected, not all of us, but enough that it was noticed, the larger context. We were doing this for a relationship, but honey, now I know I'm on the road 250 days a year, but I'm doing it for you. Yeah, it's really nice here in Hawaii. So the idea of ecology came into the picture. Now, to this day, some people, they like the word ecology or they don't like the word ecology, but they really think of ecology as some sort of constraint on your goals. I have this wonderful goal and now I have to keep other people, I would suggest instead that what you're doing is you're increasing the scope of your situation. You go, okay, if I get this happening in my life, I know the effects, or I believe I know the effects around me, with me. You increase the scope, that is, you increase your picture, and you go, so how's this going to affect my friends, my coworker, my family? And if you need to, you utilize that information to refine your outcome. This is not the case of having to put it aside because of ecology, but with ecology, it gets richer. I'm reminded of my colleague Gary Schmidt that what he decided is that certain times of the year, his family would travel with him. And he would go and stay longer and make it a vacation, and he'd work for a few days in the city. And then his family, he and his teenagers, they'd go, and his wife, and they'd go out and see the city and do things like that. Well, was this more expensive? Yes. Did it make a better quality of life? Certainly. Because then they got a sense of what he was doing. They joined him in his life. They got to see new places. It's a very simple example, but it's the idea he discovered by that he actually had better outcomes than he had before. And there's also the willingness not only to look at the upsides, but to look at the downsides. That is, what happens when you get so busy and you're so in demand that you don't have time to eat or do your laundry or anything else? People do this in life without thinking about it. This is one of these strange things about our society, is that people choose careers without ever having stepped into the picture. A colleague of mine is a lawyer, and she says, I love the law, but I didn't realize that being a lawyer meant people yelling at you on the phone 70% of the time. People are always calling, because that's what you're supposed to do with lawyers, I guess, So there's that. There's about stepping into the picture. There's life before the goal, and there's life when you get the goal. So one of the ways I'm suggesting here of testing for ecology is that you step into that future and, as much as possible, take a moment or two or three and live it like the lawyer. And if you don't have rich enough representations, what do?
Change your goal.
No, you don't change your goals. You go out and get them. In other words, if you want to know about being a lawyer, if you want to know about setting up a consulting business, if you want to know about what it means to go back to college as an adult, if you want to know about married life, go buy these people a drink, take them for coffee, get a permission to show up at their office, and build a richer representation of what that will be like. Because you may find that you love the law, but you don't want to practice that kind of law. You want to do something else. You may find that you really like consulting, and you don't want to be the marketing person. These are good things to find out. There are many, many people in the world that want to do these other jobs. Let them. You go for the ones that you want to. And so in that sense, the ecology, both the idea of the expanding the scope, so there's yourself and you expand the scope in terms of the people, you can also expand the scope in terms of time. And you're looking at the positives, and you also look at the negatives so that you can come back and enrich that possibility. I'll give you an example from my experience, because I know it better than other people's, is that at the point that I went into consulting in the trading business, apparently it got the attention of some people, because some people that previously took little ads, they took little ads. After that, when I showed up, they were taking full-page ads. I realized the cost of those ads. I decided at that point that I was not going to advertise. I went in a complete direction. I said it's completely word of mouth. I did conferences, and I did word of mouth. And my income went up. And I wasn't marketing. Now, that seems contrary, but I had already decided that what did I want to do? Did I want to spend my time marketing myself, or did I want to spend my time doing the work? Now, you make your own choices, but my point in the example is that when I checked the ecology of that, and I found that most consultants spent 75% of their time marketing themselves, I went, no, that's not what I want to do. If I want to be a marketing person, I want to go into marketing. I decided I wanted to do it differently, and that caused me to revise how I went for my outcome, how I went for my goal, which turned out, and I did not know this at the time, I knew my experience would be better, but it actually turned out to be more beneficial than I thought it was going to be. This is the Joseph Campbell thing about following your bliss. You got to figure out what your bliss is and how you want it to show up, and realize that this is just one step. And when you realize that, it becomes a process you can keep revising as you discover more. All right? The first exercise this morning is that I want you to, each of you, with two others, get together and test for this, because you're still learning to do it. See, we do this really easily in everyday life. You go to lunch, you go, yes, I want lunch. I'm ordering lunch, or I'm telling somebody what to order and they're bringing it back. I will know whether it's fresh or, what I wanted or not, and I'm going to eat it in this reality. There's these considerations. Ecology, you go, well, if I have a big mass of French fried potatoes, I might not be awake this afternoon for this really cool exercise. Maybe I won't do that. When it's already in experience, people do this very easily, do it naturally. Where it gets screwy, and why we can actually get away with teaching it, is because when you step off of the everyday, when you start talking about things like success or career or rich, fulfilling relationships, those nominalizations begin to float. And people say, well, I really want a relationship, or I really want to make a difference. Well, how do you want to make a difference? I don't know. But they want to make a difference, and so the person's going around, am I making a difference? Am I making a difference? Example. In Chicago, and again, example because it works, we had a study group where we got together after we finished our practitioner training every Saturday at this psychiatrist's house. Didn't have to be a psychiatrist, but he was. We would practice different skills, practitioner and the master track, and one of the people there, professor at a local university, and she was feeling very, very good about being a grandmother. This little daughter, her daughter was learning Spanish, her granddaughter was learning Spanish, English, and every time the little granddaughter learned a new word, she was thrilled. Sensory-based. On the other hand, she felt badly about how her NLP training had not turned into a book. She had this idea that she wanted to make a difference with the NLP. The way to do that, she thought, was to write a book, but she was too busy with the family, too busy with the classes. If you know anything about universities, lots of meetings, and so she didn't feel any fulfillment there. Well, my colleague Klaus and I, we look at her and we go, how's that possible? We said, how many students do you teach in a term? It was hundreds. And how many of the students do you teach NLP to? It was a little under 100. So each quarter of the year, you have all these people whose lives you've touched, who are now thinking about their lives differently, are setting goals differently, are approaching relationships differently. How can you think you're not having an effect in the world? Well, at that point, she realized she did have an effect in the world. And I bring up that example because she had a goal, and she thought she was maintaining it herself, but she forgot to have it context-specific and sensory-based. And when she saw those examples, then she could feel, and does feel now, fulfilled about those very positive and very important efforts she makes every term with those students. So that's really what we're up to here. It's not that people don't have big goals, it's how to make sure they make their way into the world. That's why that's so important. And it's why the ecology is so important as well. Into groups of 3, this is going to take maybe 15 minutes, not very long. What you're going to do is a show and tell. You're going to show the person your picture and you're going to describe your goal. What are you going to do in the group? The first thing you do is appreciate. So, if we have the good picture, if I may borrow a picture, we go picture, and you look and you go, ooh. All right? And then the person tells you about it, and you go, ah. Yeah. With sincerity. All right. Then you're going to, with rapport, and we will be watching, you are going to ask the person, you're going to listen to the goal, is it stated in the positive? You might ask them, so what can you do about achieving this goal? Again, voice tone counts. What can you do about achieving this goal? No. What are you going to be doing to achieve this goal? When you're listening, do they have stuff? You'll ask about, is it sensory based? Or maybe you use real language and go, so what will you see, what will you hear, what you feel when you achieve this goal, or when you achieve this first step? And ask about, and where will you be, and who will be there? And help enrich their images, right? Because that's the other thing you're doing, submodalities. You're helping them to vivify that picture because that's going to make it more directional for them. And then you're going to do what? You're going to say, wow, that sounds wonderful. Are there any downsides? No downsides. Well, wait a minute here. What will this do about your time? Will you have the same free time? What about your friends? What about your family? How will this change your life over the next year or so? In other words, ask about ecology. And if they begin to go, then you can go, well, how could you make that goal even better by incorporating that? Yeah? Okay. Look around, find yourself a couple of partners, and let's do it. I would suggest that the more important the goal, the more important the outcome, the more you check the well-formedness conditions. And the reasoning, again, is that the more important it is, the more likely it is to be abstract. The more likely it is that you're going to want it to pertain to a large amount of time. And therefore, the less likely it is that you're going to be thinking about specifically where it might show up, or specifically about the consequences. You know, those of you that have done, whether psychotherapy or coaching or just wanted to help a friend, know that very often people will take whatever it is and they'll take their negative and phrase it in the positive. They'll go, well, you know, I don't want to be alone anymore. And they go, okay, what do you want? Well, I want to be in a relationship. And so it's a sense of opposite as opposed to what it is they would really like. You go on to Master Practitioner, you're going to discover something called meta-programs. You're going to realize that it's deeply rehearsed in the person's experience to state what they don't want. And if it is, that's what they'll do. They're a lot of fun. You say, well, what do you want? Well, I don't want this, and I don't want that, and I don't want that, and I don't want that. And I don't want this, and I don't want this, and I don't want this. What do you want? And they'll actually say, well, I know I don't want. John Grinder's strategy. Hey, Didu, what do you want? You know, what if it came up and bit you on the ass? You kind of do like that, you know, just to get them going. But an alternative to that is to pace and lead. So you don't want this, and you don't want this, and you don't want this, and you don't want that, and you don't want that. And if you didn't get all those, what would you want to be getting? Sometimes you need to do a little of that. Again, people are going to go global, and this is where you can do that magic thing. You can say, okay, well, what would be the first step? What would let you know you were on the path, that you were on your way? Because, of course, that's a feedback loop. You can get that to be sensory-based in terms of a well-formed outcome. This also can be taught to have huge life-changing, society-changing goals. And still, what's going to show up in the world that's going to be steps on the way to that? Having done that, we have a very simple model in NLP, which is about that gap. The gap between where we are now and where we want to be. And of course, being filled with jargon, we have to have words for it called present state, desired state. It's in that gap that we get curious. You ask the person in question. Now, the way it's taught in the book is to ask, most of the books as a matter of fact, what stops you? You're at a point in your training that I want you to hear that if I ask you, what elephant? What do? Momentarily, you've got to think of it if you understand it. If you don't understand it, if it's from some other language, you know, wakarimasu ka? Hai, wakarimasu. Osh. Well, now the thing is, if you didn't understand what I said, you'd grab the tonality, da-da-da-da-da, and you know, it's probably a question. And you'd grab the context. In other words, we're always trying to make meaning. So if I ask you, so, you know, you've got this goal, you're here, you've got this goal, what stops you? What are you going to momentarily imagine? Yeah, even if there's nothing stopping you, you can come up with something.
Right.
This could be called you're creating difficulties for the client. You don't need to. So I have a couple other proposals here, because we're getting to the integration. One of those proposals goes to the idea, do you know how you got here? The answer is yes, by the way. Do you know how you got here specifically this morning? Do you know how you happen to be in this training this summer of your life? Mm-hmm. And you could describe, relative to the amount of time and detail requested, what that is. You'd say, well, you know, I heard about this NLP stuff, and, you know, I read a book, I saw a tape, people said this is the training to go to. You know, you can tell me that path you took. Right up to the present. And then it gets a little spotty for some people. And then there's going home, and then there's going back to work, and then there's and so forth. But if you look back, it's a very complete path. So one of the ways to fill in this gap is to go back out to that future. And instead of trying it on, well, you are trying it on, and you're feeling it, and you get into it, and you go, yeah, that's where I'm going to be. And when you're in that state, look back and see how you got here. Because the brain is a tricky thing. It will fill in those steps for you. Or a number of them anyway. Because we're very good at looking back on things and seeing how we got somewhere. It's that looking forward thing that throws us off from time to time. And then what you can do is step out, and you can re-walk those steps back to where you are now. And step back in and turn and see those steps leading to that future. And you can see what would be the first step now that would let you know you're on that path of those steps. Now, for those of you interested in language patterns and so forth, there's a number of behavioral presuppositions here as well. By going out and looking back as if it's already happened, because you do the same thing. You look back on your past, it's happened. You're, in a sense, saying to your brain, it's happened. But then you come over here and go, it hasn't happened. Well, it's happened, but it hasn't happened. Yeah, like a lot of experience, right? Like a number of you are going to go to DIA, the airport, and you've been there before, and now you're going to go back. And even if last time was the first time, this time it's more familiar. So it's easier to navigate. Just like when you first were learning to drive a car, at least for most of you, it was complicated and all those things to do. Now you get in a different vehicle and you go, oh yeah, that's familiar. So the idea is by doing this, you're making this future already familiar, which makes it easier to do. Yeah. How about that? So, can you guess what the next exercise is? Now, why are we chunking it this way? Because you want to make sure the outcome's well formed before you start laying these kind of tracks. If the person goes, what do you want to change? I want to change everything! And they go out there and I've changed everything! And they look back and they go, but I didn't, this is whereas if you say, well, what I want to do is go in and really apply this anchoring stuff. Because that, I know if I do that, the other stuff will come. And so I've got this place in my future, and I'm utilizing the anchors. People are responding, and I'm noticing the feedback, and you go out and you go, yeah, I'm doing that. And how did I get there? Oh, yeah, I took that course, and at the airport, actually, I saw this, but I built rapport, and I matched their anchor, and other things begin to fill in. Oh, and I told people about it, and I showed them, and when I showed them things, whatever fills in for you. And there'll be some gaps, but now there's smaller gaps, all right? And you step out, and you walk back, step back in the present moment, and then see, okay, what's going to let me know that I'm on the way? Whichever foot you like to go, okay? Yeah. Getting off on the right foot, yeah? Okay. So, you set this up with your partner, you got the present state, have them look to where the goal is. All right, so now I have to tell the NASA story, going to the moon. Oh, so long ago. Yeah, just after dinosaurs roamed the earth, we went to the moon. Yeah. Well, the deal about going to the moon that we want to focus on is this, is they were where they were supposed to be. We're talking about they're leaving the earth. And they're going to this object going at high speed called the moon. You want to get there, right? And they are where they're supposed to be how much of the time? They are where they are supposed to be.
70%? Every month.
They are where they're supposed to be 3% of the time. 97% of the time, they're a little off or a lot off from where they're supposed to be. There's a lesson in this. The idea of going for a goal is the idea that you've got a direction, not that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. The idea is, do you have direction? Do you have trajectory? In other words, you're on the way to the goal and you get a little off track, and the point is that you bring yourself back on track. At least that's the point I'm taking from that story at this point, is that we humans do this funny thing where we think if we're not right where we're supposed to be, then we're in the wrong place. Now, pulling a souffle out of the oven, yes, you better be there on the moment. But there's a whole lot of other things in life where there's a lot more play. And in fact, being off course can let you know to be on course. You ever been driving down a road and you just kind of get tired and you daydream and then you hit a speed bump? Wakes you right up. In a sense, when we get off course, when the world catches it, in some sense, for a few of us, it reminds us to pay attention. So you want to be careful about how you're evaluating your journey on the way. Remember, you can get to the moon and back and not be in the right place at the right time as long as you're going in the right direction and you're making course corrections. Yeah, it's a pretty significant learning, and I don't know that the metaphor does it, but it's a beginning. I'll also tell you this, that most of you will not get the goal that you made the picture of. Well, I probably shouldn't have told you that.
3% everybody gets.
No, not about that, Amal. What I'm talking about is that what happens is on the way to the goal, you have additional learnings. You have additional experiences. You don't think about it, but you start to revise that goal. Maybe it gets better. You know, it's the idea that the goals are a way of directing your attention. Keep in mind that if some of these people in Silicon Valley had gotten exactly what they wanted, they'd be running a $100 million company. If you know what the public offering for Google is, then you get the idea how much bigger it can be. That's only a monetary example. It's the same kind of thing. It's like you're going along in life and you think you're developing this skill, and then you realize, wow, this applies to interacting with my family. Or, wow, I'm thinking in a new way that I didn't even know to anticipate. And so your goals revise and they get richer. And that's the way it ought to be, because it's dynamic. The other thing I want to point out about these steps along the way comes again from my experience in the finance area, is that I worked with guys and gal. That's what we say, ladies. We'd say gentlemen and lady. Typical finance seminar. And the colleague and I had a plan. What we were going to do is do a seminar on how to make lots of money, only then we were going to covertly teach relationship strategies. And then we were going to do a relationship seminar and then covertly teach finance strategies. We thought this is... Because people tend to want to go for what they know to develop, rather than developing something completely different. We'll be getting to that. The thing about that I noticed about the people who were in the finance, who were young traders, going for the gold, going for the $1 million, is they would make that the measure. By that, they would end up whipping themselves and forcing themselves and very often burning themselves out because they didn't see that some of those places along the path could be rewards. Those could be milestones, if you will. Markers. We have, for those not from this country, we have markers that let you know the mile you pass, a kilometer, perhaps in your country. There's things along the way. So in the trading business, learning to run the computer, learning the process of placing orders, mastering your technique. I mean, there's ways you can go, yeah, I did that. And in the same way, on the way to your goal, that first thing you're doing today, yeah, you're doing something. Feel good about that. And there are other places where you can go, yeah, I've got this piece of it, or I've got a handle on this. And so you reward yourself, and it becomes easier. The idea when we set goals is not to set one big goal. You want to set near-term goals, because this encourages a person to continue to set goals. You want to set some medium-term goals, because then there's different levels of reward. It keeps you going.
Like you have a long-term goal, very big, chunk it smaller, and get the...
Find some natural milestones or some natural, I hate the word mini goal. It's not a word. But find some places along the way where you've actually got a bit of it. You're like, I got that part. So what we've done here is we set up a present state and desired state space. The explorer went into the desired state, experienced it fully, looked back either in the mind's eye or physically in the mind's eye, because of course there's nothing there, it's all in the mind's eye, found how they'd gotten from the desired state to the present state. The explorer then dissociated, that is, became an observer on the experience, and viewed that path, saw those steps. Explorer steps into the first step, what's going to make a difference, get them on the path, determines that first step to be completed today. You could also see this as an elaborate form of future pacing. Future pacing is you see yourself doing something. You see yourself doing a lot of somethings here. So the next thing, in terms of Diltz's idea that we have a present state, we have a desired state, and to get from one to the other, you want resources. Now, I haven't written the word in there till now because most people think of resources as states. That you want a state of go for it, a state of curiosity, a state of confidence, a state of excitement. You want to be in a state of competence in your skill and bring all that skill to it. That is correct. And I would suggest that the ability to look back and have those steps appear is also a resource. It just doesn't have the flair of the resource state, but it is part of programming your brain, organizing yourself to get where you want to go in life. So now we do want to go to that more traditional meaning of resources. That is, and here's the question I would suggest you ask, what's between your present state and your desired state? As in, not what stops you. What's between? Now, right now, what's between is all these steps, yeah? Now, some of those steps you might not know something about, you might want more resources in those steps, and some of those steps might actually be something that stops you, yeah? We're not going to that yet. Is this another easy thing to do? What are we doing? Doing a variation on a circle of excellence, on placing an anchor. Bless you, and you too. Because we are people, creatures, with all the resources we need. But I'm unhappy with the word need. We're with all the resources we could need or want, and very often more than we can imagine. Because you think back on certain moments when something incredible happened and you had some feeling or some insight or ability, and it's still there. And we know from the mirror neuron ideas now, we know from our experience in NLP, if you go back to that moment and vivify it, then your neurology has it, and then you can take that around and bring that into the moment or moments where you want it to be there. Now, what are you doing? You're taking the V and the A, the visual and auditory of this steps, and you're bringing this new K in, and you're making new experiences that you're going to be having. But you already had them. So it's going to be easier to have them. Aren't we clever creatures? All right. So this exercise, you've just seen it, is with your partners again, is that you set it up. Now they've got steps from here to there. And then you can say, well, what's between here and there? And they might say, well, a lot of steps. They're going to, in other words, going to have some reaction. And then you're going to say, so what resource, what emotional state, what idea, what kind of skills, if you had them present here, would make this so much easier, so much more enjoyable? And if they pick something like discipline, then you want to go, okay, discipline. Well, let me ask you, is what will this, the discipline, being able, what will that do for you? Right? You want to get to, remember the idea of chunking up. What's important about discipline? What will discipline do for you? You were looking for something bigger because they're going to want to do it the way they've done it. And you're there to offer something new and different. That's the whole idea of this interaction, the explorer and the guide. So if they want, I want confidence. And well, what's confidence going to do? It's going to make me feel it's possible. He says, when was a time in your life? Because if you got yourself here, you've had experiences in your life where nothing could stop you. It's like you saw something and you just went for it. What if that experience were present here? Or what if it were, as you were saying, humor, pixiness, playfulness? It's a different way of understanding a resource. Instead of like, well, I need more discipline. And I'm thinking, yeah, that would probably work. And what's going to make it easier? What's going to make it more enjoyable? What's going to make it a delight to interact with this? And you talk and you have the voice tone, right? Because the voice tone carries. So you're talking to the person too, and you look at them and you go, well, I bet you know how to make good trouble. And he goes, yeah, I do. I had a few of those experiences. Okay, be a little ecological, What would be appropriate? That playfulness, because you can always take the state, the curiosity. What's around the next corner? When you've got that, have the person go back Get the state, of course, you're calibrating, two in your group. They glow a little bit. You go, good. You go, now take that with you. Step off, come around, and put that right into the moment on that path, on those steps where you want it. And if they look at you like, they wouldn't have more steps, then you say, okay, now that it's there fully and completely, go ahead and carry it forward, noticing how it makes your journey so much easier, more delightful, and worthwhile. Or words to that effect. The question there is about how a specific kind of goal can actually get you in trouble. Right? And this is where, what is the purpose of that goal? This goes to the other dimension, if you will. The idea that we've been talking about the future out here, we're indicating the past. We've had people step out into an observer position. The thing is that people do this kind of thing all the time anyway, right? Well, think about it. I mean, people, they'll project, I wonder what I'll have for lunch, go into the future. People will go, oh yeah, that restaurant like that was really good. Even for lunch, they're flipping around in time. They're in the experience, or they're watching the experience from the outside, going, and then stepping back in, or somebody trips, and they get that person's feelings. And people don't realize they're doing all these changes so quickly, and that they add up to what we call strategies. One of the ways by physicalizing it, getting a person to experience those differences. The mat, we have the Trimurti mat here, is another effort at creating a physicalization. The idea that when you've done this, the person goes, okay, well, here's where you're in your own body, and here's where you go back to the past, and here's where you're planning for that future, and you go into that future. For many people, it's very useful to sort that out. If the person has a kinesthetic leaning, then doing the timeline work, doing the walking we were doing this morning is very useful. And I'm sure a number of you noted that Judy did less walking, although she certainly looks capable. She did it in her mind's eye, her mind's ear, her mind's body. You can do that as well. In fact, it used to be with NLP that we taught it all by sitting down. That people would do these things. It's just when we physicalized them and brought them out like this, it became easier for people to understand and appreciate. We've got the dimension of time. We got the dimension of other people and observer. You're talking about the next dimension here. And the next dimension up is about importance. What's important about making $1 million? The idea that people can become too attached to a particular outcome and forget that those outcomes are only there because they represent the fulfillment of certain criteria. What's important about $1 million? I'll have you be him for a moment. We'll just play a
from what
role play.
I know of him, I think it's just something little.
What's his name? Give me a name. Doesn't matter.
All right. Kieran. His name's Kieran.
Kieran, what's important about being a millionaire?
I think for him it was just he just made a thing in his mind of having $1 million, period. I mean, that was success to him, I think.
All right. And what is it that makes $1 million success?
From what I know of this guy?
Sure.
I think he can retire or something. I think is what he thinks.
Okay. And what's important about retiring? Being able to retire when you want?
Maybe doing what you want.
So what's important is being able to do what you want. Is this familiar? Mm-hmm. Yeah, is it the Virginia Satir example? Mm-hmm. You know that one where the young daughter is being brought in to Virginia? The father is dragging her in. The daughter is got the earrings and the clothes, and you kind of wonder if there's a tattoo under the shirt kind of thing. And it's, it says, well, what's going on here? And it says, I want her to mind. And of course, you can see this daughter, she's not going to mind. And so Satir, building rapport, goes, well, what's important about her minding? Well, she'll know the right thing to do. The daughter's going, Satir continues, what's important about knowing the right things to do? Well, you'll get on in the world better. Oh, so you want her to get on in the world better? Well, yeah, I'm her dad. And what's important about her getting on in the world better? Well, I want her to have a good life. Daughter's starting to look now, huh? Goes the next one, and why would you care if she has a good life or not? Dad tears up. Because I love her. This is about detach. It's a very important skill set here. That's the other side of the goal setting. Because goal setting is being very specific and getting sensory-based and getting into behavior. You also want the flexibility to go, well, why bother to go for that desired state? Because it has attached to it, stated or not, certain values that this person you're talking about holds dear, that other people hold dear. It's the fulfillment of those criteria, those values, we use those words interchangeably, that the person experiences when they get the goal. And also, they don't experience if they don't get the goal.
Yeah, I mean, because he seems always disappointed that he never, he didn't take in all the other things into consideration when he was 16, but he still has that, and every time he thinks about it, he gets disappointed.
Mm-hmm. And I understand. And I, this is a rumor. This is secondhand information I'm getting. So it would be, it's certainly, long distance, coaching here if I were to suggest anything. I would say, though, that it's about what I said earlier about goals help us set directions. They get us moving in life in a certain direction. And with that direction, we encounter experience. And then, if we're awake and alive, we can revise our goals based on new information. Or as I've often noted, that what were your goals when you were 5 years old? And did they change by the time you were 15? We'd imagine a few of them changed, and even more of them changed by the time you were 25. Those changes are personal or social. At 15, it was like the opposite sex, which was either ew or huh. At 25, a different relationship. At 35, you might be concerned about raising your own children and how they're going to deal with that transition. And so we are presented with all these opportunities to apply ourselves and make a difference and experience incredible things. And that, to me, is what goals help us to do, closer to our heart's desire. For some people, it's a fast boat. For some people, it's a ticker tape and having a lot of other people ask them their opinions. For other people, it's being able to go for a walk in the woods when they want. Having said that kind of thing, the next step is to get the person to appreciate that all these efforts that you just made, that you set up the spaces again, you ask what's between you and your desired state, and that answer you utilize to select a resource state, had the person go back and get that resource state, bring it around to that future and put it where they want it, and then spread it to other future moments as desired, then all of that effort is actually in service of these criteria.
I need to keep finding these excerpts from Charles. Absolutely great stuff. Applicable to anyone and everyone. That was not just for trading, that is for everyone. Investing, entrepreneurism, venture capital, I don't care. That's relevant to all of us. And if you like this episode, this massive, mega episode, please go to iTunes, give me a review. You can tell me you hate me, you can tell me you love me, but go to iTunes, write a review. And if you want a special trend following video, send me an email. I'm really easy to reach, michael@covel.com. That's my first name, at my last name.com. Again, I want to thank everybody for listening to this podcast. Millions and millions of listens. I never could have expected this when the podcast launched in January 2012. All these years later, now getting ready to start my next 500 episodes. I see a time when those awake will understand how to make money in up, down, and surprise markets. Whether new trader or experienced, college student or financial advisor, protecting against a crash or just trying to make a lot of money, trend following offers everyone an answer in uncertain times. To get started immediately, send me an email, michael@covel.com. I will send you the right trend following steps to take along with my free video.
But if you want to buy and hold, trust the government and trust Wall Street, this is absolutely not for you.